Chapter 5133. As the Red Lotus karmic fire, which was used as a smelting material, continuously flowed through the dense pipe formed by the nine-colored fog, a familiar system prompt quickly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has begun. Progress 1. It had finally begun. At this moment, Yi Xian subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. His inexplicably tight heartstrings immediately relaxed, from the beginning to the end. Although his combat weapon, armor, and battleship had fused many times, there had never been a situation of failure. Until now, he had succeeded 7 times in a row, and the void-shattering shuttle had even succeeded 8 times in a row. However, the further the fusion went, the higher the possibility of failure. Same as the further the fusion went, the more serious the loss to Yi Xian would be if the fusion failed. Being worried about his gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive at this moment. Yes, with the precedent of the successful fusion of the withered demon blood blade, although Yi Xian was still a little worried, he was more hopeful. Thinking of this, he gradually calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, he quickly entered a state of oblivion, allowing time to pass without any surprise or joy. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Almost in the next instant, the familiar devouring system notification sounded in his mind. The fusion of the combat armor and battleship had finally been completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has succeeded. Obtained the treasure, Nirvana Fire Armor. Grade, Primordial Treasure Grade. Quality, Flawless Perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has succeeded. Obtained the treasure, Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Grade, Primordial Treasure Grade. Quality, Flawless Perfection. The fusion was a success. The 2 combat treasures had both leveled up. Previously, they were starry sky treasures, but now, they had become primordial treasures. The degree of increase in power was obviously worth looking forward to. The void-shattering shuttle had completed its 9th refinement, and now its name had changed. From now on, it would be called the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Just from the addition of the 2 words Red Lotus in front of its name, one could imagine its power. Presumably, once it was used, it would be able to penetrate the void and freely roam, and at the same time, launch an attack using the Red Lotus karmic fire. Furthermore, due to the uniqueness of the Red Lotus Hellfire, the current Red Lotus Void-Breaching Shuttle would be even more powerful in terms of penetrating the void and breaking through obstacles. It would be perfect if they could directly pass through the invisible barrier formed by the primordial chaos void law that enveloped the entire Milky Way. However, Yi Xian also knew that such expectations might be a little too high. It was almost unrealistic. Being able to directly break through the slightly weaker Source Hive Star's invisible barrier would already be pretty good. A rival in terms of speed, there was naturally no need to mention it. After all, their grades had been improved from the Starry Sky grade to the Primordial grade. As for the original indestructible Nirvana armor, after this round of refinement, although it had only been refined 8 times, which was 1 time less than the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle, its grade had also increased to the level of a desolate ancient treasure. Similarly, after completing the 8th refinement, due to the addition of the Red Lotus Hellfire, as a refinement material, the indestructible Nirvana armor, which had been upgraded to the Primordial grade, had once again undergone a magnificent transformation. In the future, it should be called the Hellfire Nirvana Armor. Just from the fact that the name of the armor had been changed to the 2 words Hellfire, one could roughly guess its power. Presumably, after using the armor, there would be endless Red Lotus Hellfire, appearing around the body, which could be used to defend and also to defend against enemies. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression immediately changed. The Red Lotus Void-Breaching Shuttle was fine. Although it was one of the 3 basic treasures of Yi Xian, it was after all a small private warship used for transportation. Even if there were endless red lotuses surrounding the body of the warship, it was still fine. However, the Hellfire Nirvana armor was different. This was an armor. Once it was used, it would directly enhance the body. The situation was naturally different from a small private warship used for transportation. When the indestructible Nirvana armor was first refined, a female armor of the purplish warbler was added. After the refinement was completed, its form was extremely feminine. After that, although this armor went through refinement again and again, due to the influence of the most basic refinement, until the 7th refinement was completed, the armor became the indestructible Nirvana armor. Its grade had also been upgraded from the quasi-starry sky grade to the starry sky grade. The overall feeling of the armor still gave people a feminine sense of déjà vu. This matter had always made Yi Xian feel miserable and unhappy. Most of the time, he tried his best to avoid using the indestructible Nirvana armor in battle. The armor on a man's body was actually so feminine. How could he endure it? No, in the past, because his cultivation had increased explosively time and time again over the years, the power of the Starry Sky Treasure Undying Nirvana armor was insufficient. It had been a long time since he had used it, so Yi Xian had already forgotten about it before the refinement this time. Now that the refinement was completed, he suddenly remembered that this was the reason why his heart skipped a beat and his expression changed abruptly. Before the refinement, the indestructible Nirvana armor was already very feminine. Now that the Red Lotus Hellfire was added as a material to complete the 8th refinement, wouldn't the situation become even more serious? After all, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus looked extremely beautiful. If he activated his battle armor, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would appear from time to time in the shape of red lotuses. They would appear and disappear continuously. Just thinking about that kind of scene made Yi Xian shudder. With apprehension, he did not hesitate anymore. He did not care about the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle that had also completed the refinement. Instead, with a thought, he directly used the Nirvana armor. Whoosh! An extremely weak sound broke through the air. A red and purple light shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It expanded without any wind and turned into an armor in the blink of an eye. Compared to before, the general shape of the indestructible Nirvana armor was still there. However, looking at it now, the aura of the entire armor was much thicker and more solid than the indestructible Nirvana armor back then. It gave off an ancient and profound feeling that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. All of this was not what Yi Xian was concerned about. This was because after the grade of the armor was upgraded to the level of a primordial treasure, this was what it should be. What he was truly concerned about, the only thing he was concerned about, was whether the current Nirvana armor had a feminine form and whether there would be red lotuses blooming and disappearing after the armor was used. Before he waved his hand and used the armor, he still had some expectations in his heart. Perhaps it could be said that he was just lucky. However, as the armor was used and draped over his body in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at the enchanting red lotuses that were disappearing and disappearing around him. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He raised his head and let out an extremely miserable howl. Screech! Screech! As the armor was used and draped over his body in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at the enchanting red lotuses that were disappearing and disappearing around him. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He raised his head and let out an extremely miserable howl. Too enchanting, too beautiful, too King. I don't have the face to meet anyone. Since I'm a man, the dignified master of the magic hall, a supreme existence that shakes the entire right bank and dominates the left bank, yet the armor on my body is so enchanting and beautiful. This is simply my brain. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, an indescribable anger instantly rose in his heart. He subconsciously vented his anger on Hong Tao and the others for this matter. If it wasn't for that group of old fellows suddenly playing tricks and causing the Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void to suddenly erupt and fall into danger, how could he have made such a risky choice when he had no other choice? Now, on the other hand, even though the fusion of the two battle treasures was a success, and their grades were raised to the level of primordial treasures. However, after the fusion this time, the Nirvana armor's beauty could be considered to be irreversible. From now onwards, it would continue to walk down this path until the end. Damnable old fellow, this matter isn't over. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian instantly gnashed his teeth. He must go back and properly settle this score with Hong Tao. It's simply too sullen and unbearable. No, now was not the time to be tangled up in this matter. After all, although the crisis in front of him had been resolved, he had yet to complete what he had to do. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the Red Lotus karmic fire on Yi Xian's body turned into a purplish-red ray of light. In a flash, it entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, the Shenong treasured cauldron was still above his head. The nine-colored fog that poured out from the cauldron formed a dense light screen that enveloped his body and blocked the invasion of the Red Lotus karmic fire outside the light screen. First, when he started the fusion, the diameter of the dense light screen that protected his body had already been forced to a diameter of 90 feet. However, from that moment onwards, the Red Lotus karmic fire that surged violently outside the dense light screen found a vent and was drawn into Yi Xian's body to continue to be consumed. Therefore, from that time onwards, the light screen no longer shrank inwards. Right now, it was still 90 feet in diameter. Calculating the time, this fusion had actually taken a total of 7 days. During these 7 days, the Red Lotus karmic fire outside the dense light screen had been in a frenzied state. However, its influence on the dense light screen that protected Yi Xian's body was far less than before. Bai He had actually used up too much of the Red Lotus karmic fire to refine the void-shattering shuttle and the Nirvana armor again. According to Yi Xian's estimation, about half of the Red Lotus karmic fire in the entire parallel void had been used up. Although there was a wisp of the Red Lotus mother flame dormant in this sea of Red Lotus karmic fire, and could continuously produce new Red Lotus karmic fire, the consumption in these 7 days was too great. A large amount of Red Lotus mother flame was continuously devoured by the system. Even the Red Lotus mother flame could not replenish it in a short period of time. In other words, Yi Xian still had enough time to find the Red Lotus mother flame. He just had to complete it before the sea of Red Lotus mother flame in the parallel void recovered to its original size. Before that, the power of the sea of Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void did not pose a threat to him. Whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Yi Xian's figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, wandering in the parallel void once again. In the entire parallel void, half of the endless Red Lotus karmic fire that was originally like an ocean had been continuously used up when refining the void-shattering shuttle and the Nirvana armor. Although it was still majestic and endless, it was much more sparse than before. Yi Xian began to search, and his progress far exceeded before. After searching for 2 days, when he was wandering around the parallel void for the 4th time, a dark red color suddenly flashed in front of him to the right, attracting Yi Xian's attention. The Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void was all bright red. Moreover, the shape of each Red Lotus karmic fire was about 10 feet long, and they looked like a blooming red lotus. But the dark red color that flashed by just now was not only dark in color, but also gave off a restrained and thick feeling. Its shape was not a red lotus that was about 10 feet long, but a flame that was only the size of a thumb. There must be a reason for this abnormality. This flame that was only the size of a thumb was most likely the Red Lotus origin flame that he was looking for. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore. With a flash of his body, he immediately chased after it. Very soon, he saw the figure of the dark red flame again. It was extremely agile, as if it had a life of its own. It was swimming through the endless, red lotus karmic fire, like a fish swimming in water. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian finally came to a realization. No wonder he couldn't find it previously. It turned out that this, red lotus origin flame, had been swimming. When he ran, it also ran. It had been circling in the parallel void, like a cat playing hide and seek. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately felt annoyed. Without hesitation, he instantly activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron's domain and locked onto the aura of the dark red flame. Whoosh! A dense light formed by the nine-colored fog swept out from the mouth of the cauldron like a waterfall. In an instant, it shot out and enveloped the red lotus origin flame that was trying to escape. Then, with a contraction and a pull, it disappeared into the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron in the blink of an eye. It worked. Yi Xian's eyes burst with light. Without hesitation, his figure flashed and directly entered the space inside the cauldron from the mouth of the Shenong Cauldron that was filled with nine-colored fog. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared, leaving only the Shenong Cauldron that had shrunk to a height of about 10 feet. It was still suspended in this parallel void in the red lotus karmic fire, motionless. Cauldron inner space. Whoosh! An extremely weak sound of breaking through the air sounded. A light fell from the sky and directly entered the interior of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. It was Yi Xian. Soon, he came to the bottom of the central region volcano and saw the red lotus origin flame that was only the size of a thumb. At this moment, this red lotus origin flame was in the center of the nine-colored flame pool. There was a majestic nine-colored flame pool in the nine-colored flame pool, but this red lotus origin flame was only the size of a thumb. Now that it was suppressed by the nine-colored flame pool, it had nowhere to escape. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was relieved. Just based on this point alone, he was roughly certain that this strand of red lotus mother flame would definitely be refined by him. With the help of the nine-colored flame pool's domain, it should be very easy for him to do so. Without any hesitation, he immediately sat down cross-legged in the void beside the nine-colored flame pool. His divine sense was immersed in the flame pool. With his eyes closed, he began to refine it with all his strength. Time slowly passed. Yi Xian, whose mind was immersed in this matter, had already forgotten the existence of time. His entire mind was focused on this matter as he carefully refined the red lotus origin flame in the nine-colored flame pool with all his strength. This flame was indeed extraordinary. It seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but its power was extremely vast. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, it took him a full 2 days to completely refine it with the help of the nine-colored flame pool's domain. The red lotus origin flame was obviously extraordinary. It seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but its power was extremely vast. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, completely refining it with the help of the nine-colored flame pool's domain was not something that could be done overnight. His mind was immersed in this matter, and he had long forgotten the existence of time. His entire mind was focused on this matter as he carefully refined the red lotus origin flame in the nine-colored flame pool with all his strength. After 2 days, everything was finally completed. In the next moment, a huge wave suddenly rose up in the nine-colored flame pool. All of the huge waves were formed by the Shenong nine-colored flames in the flame pool. With a roar, they converged into a nine-colored river and rushed towards the crater of the central domain volcano. Its speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the nine-colored river had already rushed out of the crater of the volcano. Without stopping, it rushed into the sky of the cauldron space, from the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with nine-colored mist, to the parallel space outside, on the surface of the nine-colored river, a dark red flame the size of a thumb could be clearly seen. It was the Red Lotus Flame Mother. Now, this strand of Flame Mother had already been refined by Yi Xian, and it clearly revealed the aura of Yi Xian's divine sense. No. Although Yi Xian's figure was still sitting cross-legged beside the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano, in fact, his divine sense had already entered this dark red Lotus Flame Mother. It was like a king had descended, standing proudly at the peak of the nine-colored river and rushing out of the cauldron's mouth. This, for the past 2 days, the sea of karmic fire in the parallel space had been roaring and churning. But now, as the nine-colored river rushed out of the cauldron's mouth, or more accurately, as the strand of Flame Mother standing proudly at the front of the nine-colored river suddenly appeared. The sea of karmic fire that was roaring and surging suddenly calmed down. This was the result of Yi Xian's mind control. He had already refined the Red Lotus Origin Flame, and his divine sense was transmitted through the Red Lotus Origin Flame, commanding the entire sea of karmic fire. This was what it should be, whoosh. Huff, after a moment of silence, the entire boundless sea of karmic fire roared again. However, this time, it did not surge wildly and randomly. Instead, it turned into a beautiful red river that soared into the sky and rushed towards the nine-colored river that had just rushed out of the cauldron's mouth. Hanging on the red river, there were countless red lotuses blooming. Each lotus was only about 3 meters in size, but there were so many of them that they gathered to form a river. In the next moment, Yi Xian's thoughts moved, and the nine-colored river shrank back into the cauldron's mouth. It was originally meant to be used as a guide. Now that all the Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel space had gathered into a river, it was naturally time to return. Huff. Huff, huff, huff. In the space inside the cauldron, the sound of shocking waves of flames suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, 2 majestic and endless rivers of flames were falling from the sky, like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, they had fallen into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region one after another. One after cutting it, Yi Xian opened his eyes. What he saw instantly made his eyes shine with joy, and a smile appeared on his face. In the 9-colored flame pool, the 9-colored flame sea was still there, occupying 90% of the flame pool. The other 10% was a red ocean, and every wave in the ocean was made up of red lotuses that were about 3 meters in size. In the center of this area, there was a dark red flame that was only the size of a finger's belly. It was the Red Lotus Mother Flame. Now that it had been refined by Yi Xian, it had a profound connection with him that was connected to his flesh and blood. Everything was finally done. The Red Lotus Mother Flame, including all the remaining Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel space, had all been collected and refined by Yi Xian. According to his estimation, this majestic and endless Red Lotus karmic fire could be completely integrated into the 9-colored flame sea. At this time, the Shenong 9-colored flame would also welcome another shocking transformation. From the current 9-colored flame, it would evolve into a 10-colored flame. Its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. But Yi Xian did not intend to start on this matter now, because the Red Lotus karmic fire was already extraordinary, and it would definitely take a long time to integrate it with the other heavenly flames. Moreover, after many integrations, the Shenong heavenly flames had now evolved into a 9-colored flame. The subsequent transformations would definitely be more difficult. Time was only one aspect. More importantly, he needed to immerse himself in controlling and paying close attention to everything. Otherwise, if there was an accident, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian finally decided to take some time to integrate it. For now, he would put it aside for the time being. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he immediately put this matter to the back of his mind. He stood up, and with a flash of his body, he rushed out of the bottom of the volcano and arrived at a hillside at the edge of the volcano in the central region. Big brother, was that the Red Lotus karmic fire? Just as he rushed out of the central region's volcano, he saw the goat horn immortal head-on. This old fellow's face was filled with astonishment, and even the way he addressed Yi Xian had changed from fellow Daoist to big boss. This, on the one hand, he had changed his mind and decided to follow Yi Xian in the future. On the other hand, it was because he suddenly saw the majestic river formed by the red lotus karmic fire being sucked into the Shenong cauldron. He was too shocked and was completely convinced by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not hide anything. He immediately nodded and said a few words casually. After the old fellow got the confirmation, the shock on his face became even stronger. When Yi Xian turned around and rushed toward the sky, he immediately retreated to a mountain range in the distance, far away from the central region volcano. Open. What a joke. The red lotus karmic fire was no joke. Once it came into contact with it, it would instantly worsen the accumulation of one's life and transform it into an invisible karmic fire that would burn one's body and soul. He did not have the ability to resist it. Looking at this situation, the old fellow probably would not dare to go near the central region volcano with the karmic fire river in it in the future. Whoosh. Break. There was a sound in the air. Yi Xian rushed out of the mouth of the treasured cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, the Shenong cauldron was instantly sucked into his body. Looking around, this parallel void was empty. All the red lotus karmic fire had been sucked into the treasured cauldron space. Naturally, there was no need to take out the treasured cauldron and release a dense light screen to protect himself. In fact, even if the sea of karmic fire was still there, Yi Xian did not need to do this. The red lotus flame mother had been completely refined by him, so the red lotus karmic fire naturally had no effect on him. Now, even if Yi Xian was in the sea of karmic fire, he would be unharmed and even like a fish in water. Counting the time, it has been more than 10 days since I entered this parallel void. Although the sea of karmic fire has disappeared, there is clearly a mysterious and violent force in this parallel void. As he muttered to himself, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He turned to look at the exit and sneered, "It seems that Hong Tao and the others have not stopped. I want to see what they have been doing for the past 10 days, whoosh." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly rushed out of this parallel void. More than 10 days had passed since Yi Xian entered this parallel void. Right now, although the sea of karmic fire had disappeared, there was clearly a mysterious and violent force in this parallel void that was affecting it imperceptibly. Very obviously, Hong Tao and the other old fellows had not stopped. Even now, they were still doing something outside. Whoosh. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, killing intent instantly surged in his heart. With a thought, his figure turned into a ray of light and shot out. He immediately rushed out of this parallel void and arrived at the core of Hong Kei's cavern star outside the passageway. Everything in the core was the same as it was 10 days ago. However, the moment Yi Xian's figure appeared, his expression immediately darkened. He was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage in the heavenly Tao realm. His divine senses were sharp, and his divine sense was terrifyingly powerful. In just an instant, he felt the invisible suppressive force in the void. Although the void was not chaotic like when more than 10 heavenly Tao experts worked together to exert pressure, in fact, this invisible suppressive force surpassed that level of chaos in the void. In other words, even though Yi Xian had returned from the parallel void, he was currently within the core of the Hong Kei cave star. He was unable to leave at all. Not to mention teleportation, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body could not be activated. Moreover, even though he hadn't tried it yet, Yi Xian could basically guess that even if he were to rush out of the core of the Hong Kei cavern star, he would still be trapped in the void outside. This kind of invisible suppression was too powerful. It was extremely likely that a large number of heavenly Tao realm experts had joined forces and had even borrowed the power of some kind of mysterious array to achieve such an effect. 1. With this in mind, he immediately sent out his divine sense. A look of realization quickly appeared on his face. Around the Honkai cave abode star he was in, nearly 100 other stars in the star ring had shifted positions. They formed a void furnace formation, and more than 20 stars had the auras of heavenly Tao realm experts emanating from them. Just like that, even the remaining planets had array flags set up as well. These old fogies were truly extravagant. They had mobilized more than 20 heavenly Tao realm experts and nearly 100 stars to form a powerful cauldron array. They were able to absorb massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy to form a void suppression. At that moment, Yi Xian's killing intent was extremely cold. He wished he could immediately kill all these old fogies to vent his anger. But in fact, this was something he could not do at the moment. At the very least, it was impossible before he rushed out of the void furnace. The most important thing now was to rush out of here. Once he was outside the void furnace formation, everything would be fine. Yes, the suppressive force of this cavern formation was too powerful. There was even a second power variation. This was clearly a killing force. Yi Xian was still fine inside the cavern star's core, but once he rushed out, the pressure he had to endure would be even heavier. Even with his peak heavenly Tao realm cultivation at the great circle of the 9th stage, he would probably be able to force his way out quickly. After all, his figure had yet to appear. The suppressive and killing force of the entire cavern formation was spread out evenly within the large cavern formed by nearly 100 stars. But, once his figure appeared, the 20 or so heavenly Tao remnants sitting in the eye of the formation would definitely activate the power of the cavern formation's field at the first moment, locking onto Yi Xian's aura and tracking and suppressing him. In that case, he would definitely be exhausted from running for his life. He would not even be able to protect himself. How would he have the strength to break through the suppression of the cavern formation and rush out of the void covered by the formation's field? Perhaps, in the face of such a predicament, the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle would be a good choice. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian's mind flashed, and his eyes instantly burst out with light. He thought of the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle that had just completed its 9th refinement. For example, compared to the previous Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, the power of today's Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle was obviously no longer the same. This point, just from the addition of the word Red Lotus in front of its name, one could imagine its power. There was no need to say much about its speed. After all, its grade had been upgraded from the previous Starry Sky level to the current Desolate level. Except in addition to this, other powers were also worth looking forward to. If there were no accidents, once it was used, it could penetrate the void and roam freely, and it could also launch an attack formed by the Red Lotus Hellfire. And, moreover, due to the special nature of the Red Lotus Hellfire, the current Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, in terms of penetrating the void and breaking through obstacles, must be even more powerful. Yi Xian had even thought that if he could use the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to directly pass through the invisible barrier formed by the power of the primordial void law that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field. Of course, this idea was almost unrealistic. Whether it could directly break through the weaker invisible barrier of the Source Nest star was still unknown. But, according to Yi Xian's inference, using the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to just rush out of the suppression of the cavern formation should not be a problem. What was perfect was that the current void-shattering shuttle, after this fusion, had been newly integrated with the elements of the Red Lotus Hellfire. If Yi Xian entered the void-shattering shuttle and urged it to rush out of the cavern formation, at that time, a large amount of Red Lotus Hellfire would appear on the surface of the shuttle as a cover. Everything would be unknown, and the more than 20 remnants of the heavenly way sitting in the eye of the formation would most likely think that this was the Red Lotus Hellfire rushing out of the cavern. If he hurriedly dodged, he would be afraid that it would be too late. It was absolutely impossible for him to guide the power of the Great Furnace Formation's domain to intercept and attack the void-shattering shuttle. If that was really the case, then Yi Xian would be able to easily charge out of the Void Furnace Formation. Thinking of doing it, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of light in his eyes, he suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! With a very weak sound of breaking through the air, a black and red light quietly flashed, and under the wind, it instantly turned into a small private warship that was 1,000 feet long. Now the void-shattering shuttle had reached the level of a desolate-era supreme treasure. Not only was the internal space extremely huge, like a star, even the size of the shuttle had long been controlled. With a thought, the red lotus hellfire gushed out of the void-shattering shuttle's 1,000 feet long body. Each flower was only a few feet in size, in the shape of a red lotus, and looked incomparably beautiful, but invisibly emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. There were more than 1,000 of these red lotuses, covering the entire body of the void-shattering shuttle. At a glance, this was clearly a large canopy of red lotus karmic fire. There was no sign of the void-shattering shuttle at all, and even its aura was perfectly concealed. Very quickly, the 300-meter-long void-shattering shuttle shrank to only a few dozen meters. Following that, Yi Xian's figure flashed and directly entered the interior of the ship. He activated the power of his domain with all his might and transformed into a ray of light that shot out of the star core. If he wanted to rush out of this void furnace formation in one go. Chapter 5134. With a thought from Yi Xian, the red lotus karmic fire gushed out from the void-shattering shuttle. There were more than 1,000 of them, and they enveloped the entire void-shattering shuttle. At a glance, this was clearly a huge cloud of red lotus karmic fire. There was no sign of the void-shattering shuttle at all. Even its aura was perfectly concealed. After completing all this, he shrunk the void-shattering shuttle from 1,000 feet long to only a few dozen feet long. Then, his figure flickered and entered the interior of the shuttle. He fully activated the power of the domain and turned into a ray of light that shot out of the star core. Whoosh! The void-shattering shuttle was too fast. Along with the roaring sound of flames, the void-shattering shuttle, which was enveloped by thousands of red lotus karmic fire, rushed out of Hong Kei's cavern star in the blink of an eye. Without any pause, it shot out of the void furnace formation. At this moment, Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and more than 20 heavenly Dao's old monsters of the Chaos Starfield were still sitting in the 20 or so planets that served as the core of the formation. They were fully activating the power of the Universal Furnace Formation's domain to suppress the cavern world in the center of the furnace. When the formation was activated, Hong Tao had already activated the power of the domain of the Cosmos Furnace Formation to enter the parallel void. He saw Yi Xian, who was holding up a light screen to protect himself. He immediately withdrew his divine sense. According to his calculations, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, should be able to hold on for about half a month. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to collect the spoils of war. According to the time, they still had to wait for a few more days, but whether it was Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, or the other survivors of the Heavenly Tao, none of them had expected that at this very moment, the red lotus karmic fire, which was about 100 feet long, would rush out from the interior of Hong Kei's cavern star. In the blink of an eye, it was heading towards the edge of the Qinquan furnace formation. There happened to be a main array core star in that direction, and the remnant of the Heavenly Tao who was guarding this main array core star happened to be Hong Jiang. Damn it, what happened? Why would the red lotus karmic fire rush out? Hong Jiang's expression changed drastically when he saw the red lotus karmic fire rush out of Hong Kei's cavern star. His body swayed and he rushed out of the star's main formation. When he arrived in the void above the star, he exclaimed in shock. What is this? The red lotus karmic fire was aimed directly at the main array core star that he was guarding, so he had no choice but to dodge. Otherwise, once he came into contact with it, he would instantly ignite the sins of his life, turning into an invisible karmic fire that burned his body and soul. It was impossible to extinguish. Even if he was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. Yi Xian immediately saw through the clues as soon as Jiang Qin charged out of the main array core within the planet. Hong Jiang was Hong Fei's elder brother. The two brothers looked 80% similar, so Yi Xian could naturally recognize him. At this moment, he instantly understood everything. So it turned out that the 7th level Heaven's Dao that he had killed in the boundless darkness in front of the right section of the left bank was actually from the Chaos Lac Star region. Moreover, it seemed to be related by blood to this peak Heaven's Dao of the Chaos Lac Star region. In this way, everything that had happened before could be explained. This group of old guys had planned this all along. They deliberately did this, so it was understandable that he was caught off guard and fell into their trap. Phew! As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, his killing intent was immediately aroused. He could ignore the other survivors of the Heavenly Dao in the Chaos Starfield, but he definitely could not let this guy go, because the enmity between them could not be resolved. He immediately activated the void-shattering shuttle, and in a flash, it shot toward Hong Jiang in the left side of the void in front of him. Damn it, what's going on? Hong Jiang had just rushed out of the main formation core star in order to avoid the Red Lotus karmic fire that was heading straight for the star. However, at this moment, the Red Lotus karmic fire that was rushing toward the star suddenly changed its direction and shot toward him, catching him off guard and instantly changing his expression. Phew! Before Hong Jiang could react, Yi Xian had already activated the attack field of the void-shattering shuttle. In an instant, the Red Lotus karmic fire that enveloped the void-shattering shuttle roared and turned into a sea of red flames, surrounding Hong Jiang in the blink of an eye. The old man was just about to retreat when he realized that the Red Lotus karmic fire was blocking his path. He was so frightened that his body trembled, and he immediately froze in midair. His face was pale, and his soul was shaken. At this moment, Yi Xian also stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle and activated the perfect vibration spiritual power mystic technique. Not only did he conceal his body, but he also completely restrained his aura. Even Hong Jiang, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Dao, could not sense him at all. Go! The moment he stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle, Yi Xian was already in his violent ape form, and he also took out the big-headed black stick. However, Hong Jiang and the others were completely unaware of all this. Roar, gotcha! Silently sneaking behind Hong Jiang, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. The violent ape raised its head and roared angrily. The big-headed black stick suddenly blasted out like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, directly smashing toward Hong Jiang's head. At the same time, he also activated the spiritual source core that was suspended in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the spiritual lightning technique was activated, and a thunderbolt exploded above Hong Jiang's head. Startled. Amidst the crisp sound, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from the top of Hong Jiang's head. In an instant, Hong Jiang was struck dizzy. Before he could recover, the big-headed black stick had already smashed down. Bang! Bang! The sound was earth-shattering. The big-headed black stick landed squarely on Hong Jiang's head. The old guy had no time to react at all. His entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread. The whistling sound of the wind sounded in an instant. Yi Xian waved his hand at the first time, and a majestic invisible qi whistled out, sweeping up the blood mist. However, he did not send it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. This was because the vitality of the remnant powerhouses was not as rich as that of the fierce beasts. Even the remnants of the natural law were the same, and they could not be refined into the natural law blood essence. But he could not waste it either. He could give it to the high-level members of the fierce beast army under the magic hall to devour. There would definitely be a lot of benefits. Whoosh! As Hong Jiang's body exploded, there was also a faint sound of breaking through the air. A light shot out and was caught by Yi Xian. It was a Qinquan bag, and its grade was quite extraordinary. It was the storage magic treasure of the old monster Hongjiang. This was the result of Yi Xian deliberately holding back. After all, the remnant powerhouses were different from the fierce beasts. The fierce beasts rarely used magic treasures, and even if they did, they were some natal magic treasures. However, the remnant powerhouses needed to refine medicine and various treasures, so they would definitely have storage magic treasures or Qianquan bags. Yi Xian's divine sense quickly spread into the bag. After a sweep, his face immediately showed a look of joy. As expected of the peak of the natural law at the great perfection of the 9th stage. This old guy was simply a moving treasure trove. Not only were there a variety of treasures in this Qianquan bag, but there were also several kinds of natural law original liquid. For Yi Xian, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Beasts rarely used magic treasures, and even if they did, they were some natal magic treasures. However, the remnant powerhouses needed to refine medicine and various treasures, so they would definitely have storage magic treasures or Qianquan bags. Because of this, Yi Xian deliberately took away Hongjiang's Qianquan bag when he killed him. After extending his divine sense into it, with just a sweep, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. This old guy was indeed a peak of the natural law at the great perfection of the 9th stage. He was simply a moving treasure trove. Not only were there a variety of treasures in this Qianquan bag, but there were also several kinds of natural law original liquid. For Yi Xian, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Originally, he just wanted to kill the old guy to prevent future trouble, but he didn't expect to obtain so many cultivation resources. All of them were top-grade items, especially those several kinds of natural law original liquid, which completely caught Yi Xian off guard. After thinking about it, it was understandable. The Chaos Lac star field had half of the Chaos Lac manuscript. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Way in the star field must want to have the opportunity to refine the 9 heavenly grade Tao liquid in the future, so it was natural for them to collect some natural law original liquid. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart moved. He turned around and looked at the other stars. There were still more than 20 survivors of the Heavenly Tao present, so they definitely had some Heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. If they missed such an opportunity, it would be too much of a pity. Even more. Moreover, he had to get the other half of the Chaos Lac manuscript left behind by Hong Quebec. In addition, this group of old guys had plotted against him previously. Now that he had made a move to punish them and kill them instead, it was natural. At this time, the corner of the void where he was still enveloped by the majestic sea of karmic fire from the void-shattering shuttle. The people outside didn't know what was going on at all, and they didn't dare to extend their divine sense, afraid that they would touch the karmic fire and bring disaster to themselves. It was a good opportunity to launch another sneak attack. With this thought, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He still used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to hide his body and restrain his aura, but he left the sea of karmic fire behind. He also left the void-shattering shuttle in it, and rushed to the other main formation core star nearby. Soon, he arrived at the 6th star. The person overseeing this star was a 3rd stage Heavenly Way. Yi Xian went behind him and directly hit him with his staff. Bang! Whoosh! A loud sound came from the sky, and the 3rd stage survivor's body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. At the same time, his storage magic treasure also shot over and landed in Yi Xian's hand. There were indeed a lot of top-notch cultivation resources inside, but they couldn't be compared to Hongjiang's, and there was only one type of Heavenly Way origin liquid. After waving his hand and putting away this storage magic treasure, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately raised his head and roared, "Roar, Walala!" At the same time this attack was completed, his body was also exposed and revealed in the void, so there was no need to hide anymore. Looking up, with the first roar, there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void. Yi Xian's body collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out. covering a corner of the void of the universe, revealing an endless bloody aura. Roar! Roar! Screech! Immediately afterwards, in 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. 3. When the great blood sea avatar appeared, the cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the perfected heavenly Tao realm's 9th stage. This scene happened too suddenly. No one expected the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, to appear here. He was clearly trapped in the parallel void where the passageway deep in Hong Kei's cave abode was connected, but now, he suddenly appeared. Instantly, the surrounding void fell into a dead silence. Including Hong Tao, the other 20 or so survivors of the heavenly Tao were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Yi Xian with their mouths slightly agape. Their minds rumbled as they didn't understand what had happened. As for Yi Xian, he did not stop. As his figure appeared, the 3 blood sea avatars raised their heads and roared angrily. The 9 devil ape transformations bloodline divine power's final form, the devil ape true body, was also activated by him. Instantly, boundless energy surged out from the 3 devil bodies. It was as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity as they rapidly gathered together. Their backs fused together, and in the blink of an eye, they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Phew! Phew! At the same time, Berserk Ape flipped his hands. With a faint sonic boom, a beam of light shot out. The Shinnong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black cudgel was dragged by his right hand as it emitted a torrential ferocious aura. Walala! Black with a thought, the fog avatar shot out a beam of light from its glabella. It expanded with the wind and transformed into a vast sea of 9 colored flames. This sea of 9 colored flames instantly condensed to its limits, transforming into a gigantic 9-colored ribbon. After a few spirals, it wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 ends of the ribbon extended out from its chest like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Swish! The skeleton avatar still did not use the fallen sky bow this time, but with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in its palm. Its entire body was covered with countless obscure blood patterns, and its shape was incomparably ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. As the blood blade was used, the withered demon blade and the demonic blade instantly let out an earth-shattering roar. The invisible ferocious and violent intent was simply shocking to the ears. On the spot, Hong Tao and the other 20 or so remnants of the heavenly Tao in the distant void all trembled violently. As their expressions changed drastically, they finally came back to their senses. They immediately gasped and cried out in shock. Oh my God! Oh my God, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Damn it, what the hell happened? Isn't he trapped in that parallel void? How did he suddenly come to the outside world? And it's so quiet. Hiss. It's over, it's really over this time. The Red Lotus Hellfire just now must be related to him. The second elder Hong Jiang is still trapped in the Hellfire Sea. No one knows whether he's dead or alive. It's really unpredictable. Who? Without waiting for the exclamations from the surrounding void to end, the 3-headed, 6-armed Yi Xian had already waved his hand suddenly with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Ching in an instant, with the sound of the flame wave, the Hellfire Sea in the void not far away shrank instantly and all retreated into the void's shattering shuttle. Immediately after, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The void's shattering shuttle, which was still only 90 feet in size, and the surface of the shuttle was still covered with more than 1,000 red lotus hellfire. In an instant, it turned into a red light and shot to Yi Xian's feet. Here at that time, although Yi Xian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he had shrunk his body and was only about 3 meters tall. When the void-shattering shuttle arrived at his feet, it was like a flying sword that was used to travel. It looked extremely imposing and awe-inspiring, suppressing Hong Tao and the others on the spot. After a moment of deathly silence, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the air. Damn it, he actually refined the Red Lotus karmic fire. Run! Following a flash of red light, the 90-foot-long void-shattering shuttle instantly arrived beneath Yi Xian's feet. It was like a flying sword that was used to travel. It looked extremely imposing and awe-inspiring. This scene was so unexpected that it stunned Hong Tao and the others on the spot. After a short moment of dead silence, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the void. Damn it, he has really refined the Red Lotus Hellfire. Screech. The roar sounded, waking up all the remnants of the heavenly Tao who had fallen into a daze again. Immediately after, their expressions changed abruptly again. As they sucked in cold breaths, they exclaimed with endless shock. In an instant, they roared again like a tide. It's over. It's over. It's really over this time. All the previous calculations have gone down the drain. The consequences are even more unimaginable. Hiss. He's too savage. As soon as he appeared, he killed a heavenly Tao elite with a single strike. This guy is already enraged. This time, we're really in trouble. Heavens, where's Elder Hongjiang? That sea of hellfire shrank and shot over to the feet of the Magic Hall Master, but Elder Hongjiang's figure is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Damn it. We've been tricked. When the Red Lotus karmic flames charged out from Hong Kei's abode star earlier, the Hall Master of the Devil Hall was definitely hiding within it. Elder Hongjiang was killed by him silently in a moment of carelessness, too savage. In just a short moment, he killed 2 heavenly Tao elites. The losses are too heavy. It's simply unbearable. Fellow Taoists, retreat immediately and avoid the danger. The Great Furnace Formation has been broken, and this violent ape will soon show its ferocious power. We can't fight against it. Screech, whoosh whoosh whoosh. As these shocked cries sounded, more than 20 remnants of the heavenly Tao, including Hong Tao, rushed out of the main formation core star. The Great Furnace Formation instantly collapsed, and these 20 remnants of the heavenly Tao were like stray dogs. They turned around and fled in all directions. You want to leave now? Don't you think it's too late? In the face of all this, Yi Xian immediately sneered. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, and with a thought, he instantly activated the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle under his feet. Whoosh, the sound of flames rang out, and his figure stood on the space-shattering shuttle covered in a large amount of Red Lotus hellfire. Like a demon god descending to the world, he shot forward. His speed was too fast, and even Yi Xian could not reach it with his full speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind a remnant of the heavenly Tao who had turned around and fled. Roar, crack. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. As it raised its head and roared, the big-headed black staff suddenly blasted out like a giant pillar, smashing towards the head of this remnant of the heavenly Tao. The fog avatar cooperated and directly activated the spiritual source core suspended in the sea of consciousness in its head. The spiritual lightning technique was activated, and a lightning bolt exploded above the old man's head. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from the top of his head. All of this happened too quickly, and it was completely unexpected. No one expected Yi Xian's speed to be so terrifying that even a heavenly Tao realm expert was caught off guard. The blood-colored lightning struck down, and in an instant, this remnant of the heavenly Tao was in a daze. Before he could recover, the big-headed black staff had already smashed down. Bang! There was no suspense as the big-headed black staff landed squarely on his head. The old man's entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread. Yi Xian waved his hand and swept it into his body. Similarly, this remnant storage Dharma treasure was not destroyed. It had been deliberately left behind by Yi Xian. Now, it had transformed into a beam of light and shot over. After it landed in his hand, Yi Xian did not investigate it because there was no need. He directly stored it in his undying world. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Yi Xian charged out of the primordial fire cave abode star to the moment he killed the third remnant of the heavenly Tao from the primordial fire star domain, it had only taken a little more than 10 seconds. Every heavenly Tao realm expert had to cultivate for countless years to reach their present height. The amount of tribulations they had to go through during this period was uncountable. Yet now, in a short period of over 10 breaths of time, 3 such supreme existences had perished. All of this was simply like a dream. However, when it entered into the eyes of Hong Tao and the other experts of the Heaven Tao in Chaos Lac Stellar region, the shock and horror they felt was utterly impossible to be described with words. If they were not careful, their countless years of bitter cultivation and all the tribulations they had gone through would vanish in an instant. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the hearts of these old fellows trembled. At this moment, the fear in their hearts was imperceptibly magnified to the extreme. An intense sense of life and death crisis that they had never felt before caused all of them to be terrified. They were just short of trembling, there was hesitation, but there was no reason for them to stay. The remaining 21 remnant of the heavenly Tao from the primordial fire star domain pushed the power in their bodies to the extreme. They gritted their teeth and fled in all directions. Although, this kind of appearance like a stray dog really made people blush, but there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Even the great elder Hong Tao, who was at the peak of the 9th step, was running for his life. What else was there for them to be concerned about? If you still want to escape, this lord will catch up with you one by one and kill all of you. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As soon as he finished his words, he immediately activated the void-breaking shuttle under his feet again. Whoosh, the sound of waves roaring sounded again. His figure stood on the void-breaking shuttle covered with a large amount of red lotus hellfire. His speed was simply too fast. In less than half a breath's time, he, who was like a demon god descending to the world, shot forward. In an instant, he was behind another remnant of the heavenly Tao, less than 1,000,000 miles away. Roar. Rumble. The next moment, the violent ape raised his head and roared. The devil ape real body, which had shrunk in size and was only a few feet tall, suddenly expanded. It directly turned into a terrifying figure that was millions of miles long. The 1,000,000 miles between it and the remnant of the heavenly Tao in front of it disappeared instantly. An earth-shaking rumble rang out. As his body expanded, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. As his body grew larger, the big-headed black stick, which was now like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, was swung high up and smashed down. Bang! Compared with the big-headed black cudgel at this moment, the figure of this remnant of the natural law was like a star compared with a speck of dust. He was too inconspicuous. When the cudgel hit him, an explosive sound was heard in an instant. His running figure instantly turned into a bloody mist and exploded. Then, Yi Xian waved his hand. Together with the storage magic treasure that fell out of his body when his figure exploded, it was swept up together and directly kept in the undying world in his body. In just a breath's time, another remnant of the heavenly Tao was killed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the void-breaking shuttle was simply too fast. It was simply outrageous and made people feel despair. At this rate, even if there were still 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, they would be caught and killed one by one in the end. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Hong Tao, who was flying in the void to the right, showed a struggle on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent out a voice with his divine sense, revealing a pleading tone, "Fellow Yi, don't attack again. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to apologize." The speed of the void-breaking shuttle was too fast. Even the powerhouses of the heavenly Tao were no match for it. Now, just a breath's time had passed, and in the blink of an eye, another remnant of the heavenly Tao was killed. At this rate, even if there were still 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, they would be caught and killed one by one in the end. Thinking of this, Hong Tao, who was flying in the void to the right, showed a struggle on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent out a voice with his divine sense, revealing a strong pleading tone, "Fellow Yi, don't attack again. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to apologize." As the voice of this divine sense sounded out, Hong Tao's figure that was originally moving forward abruptly came to a halt in midair. His face was filled with fear as he turned around to look at Yi Xian. Hong Tao was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. Since he had expressed his stance, the other remnant of the heavenly Tao naturally knew what to do. Although they were hesitant, they were not too conflicted. One after another, they all stopped and stood in the void in the distance. With uncertainty, they looked at Yi Xian. Including Hong Tao, there were a total of 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surroundings. Their cultivation levels ranged from level 1 to level 9. Now, they were all standing in the void. Although they were in different directions, the expressions on their faces all revealed fear and anxiety. Just now, although they had lost 4 remnant of the heavenly Tao, they were the ones who attacked Yi Xian first. Although there was a reason for this, it was Hong Jiang's karma and had nothing to do with them. For example, today, Hong Jiang had already fallen. If they used the matter of Hong Fei being killed by Yi Xian as an excuse, it would seem even more feeble. Even more moreover, now that Yi Xian had subdued and refined the Red Lotus Hellfire, this meant that he had obtained half of the incomplete manuscript of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that Hong Kai had left in the parallel void. In other words, Yi Xian already had the ability to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. They naturally desired the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Moreover, before Hong Kai left, he had indeed made arrangements to take care of the remnant of the heavenly Tao in the Chaos Starfield. Under such circumstances, they naturally did not want to become enemies with Yi Xian. Previously, they had offended him, but now, they only hoped to bury the hatchet. Otherwise, Hong Kai's painstaking efforts to take care of them before he left would go to waste, and they would basically have no chance of obtaining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. The reason why Hong Tao suddenly begged for mercy and took the initiative to say that he was willing to cut himself off as an apology was actually not entirely because he was afraid of Yi Xian. This was just one of the reasons. Most of all, the main reason was that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to mend his relationship with Yi Xian. This was something that the other 19 remnant of the heavenly Tao were also well aware of. Although they were very afraid of Yi Xian, they wanted to obtain the 9 heavenly Tao elixir more. Therefore, after hearing Hong Tao's words, they all gritted their teeth and stopped moving. They looked at Yi Xian anxiously with hope in their hearts. "What? You finally figured it out?" Yi Xian was well aware that they had half of Hong Kai's incomplete manuscript in their hands. At the same time, he could roughly guess what these old fellows were planning to do at this moment. Therefore, Yi Xian was not worried at all. When they all stopped moving and turned to look at him, he immediately shrunk his body. Even the void-shattering shuttle under his feet, which was covered by thousands of red lotuses of karmic fire, was kept into his body with a wave of his hand. However, he still maintained his true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was only about 3 feet tall. The eyes of the 3 devil bodies shone with a fierce light, and he looked at all the old monsters of the heavenly Tao who were standing hundreds of billions of miles away. Then, he put on a straight face and said in a deep voice, "I have roughly guessed the reason for what happened just now. Although it may not have been your intention, it is a fact that you participated in the encirclement to kill me." It cannot be denied, although his tone was tough, at least Yi Xian had stopped his previous pursuit. This meant that there was something to talk about. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 20 old monsters of the heavenly Tao from Hong Kai Starfield exchanged glances across the distant void. Their hearts relaxed slightly, and they all moved to within 5 billion miles of Hong Quebec. Then, after that, Hong Kai, who was in charge of Hong Kei Starfield, squeezed out an awkward smile and cupped his fists at Yi Xian. "Fellow Daoist Yi, you must have realized it. That's right. Hong Fei, who was killed by you back then, was a remnant of the heavenly Tao from Hong Kei Starfield. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the second elder, Hong Jiang. Although it was not a misunderstanding that we attacked fellow Daoist Yi, we had no choice. After all, Hong Jiang was the second elder of Hong Kei Starfield, and his cultivation was the same as mine. He was also a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage, so, sigh." At this point, Hong Kei paused for a moment and sighed. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Forget it. Now that Hong Jiang is dead, he reaped what he sowed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Earlier, I said that I was willing to give fellow Daoist Yi an explanation and cut myself off as an apology. I hope that fellow Daoist Yi can be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. What do you think? It's not impossible for us to let bygones be bygones, but that depends on your sincerity." A bright light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing, "All 20 of you participated in today's matter. Therefore, if we want to let bygones be bygones, everyone has to show their sincerity. If anyone wants to go back on their word, I will keep an eye on them. Just now, I killed 4 old monsters of the heavenly Tao. There were peak heavenly Tao cultivators at the peak of the 9th stage, and there were also existences at the early, middle, and late stages of the 9th stage. Therefore, I have a rough idea of what treasures and resources you have. Let's not talk about the other battle weapons and magic treasures. I'm not interested in them, but all kinds of top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures, especially the heavenly Tao origin liquid, absolutely cannot be lacking. Don't tell me that you don't have it. Just the early stage heavenly Tao cultivator that I just killed had 2 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his storage magic treasure. Don't try to be careless about this matter." Hearing this, Hong Tao and the other 20 survivors of the heavenly Tao from Hong Kei Starfield who were standing in the void all frowned. Yi, what Xian said was indeed the truth. Every one of them had some heavenly Tao origin liquid, more or less. It was fine if they had other top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but the heavenly Tao origin liquid was too precious. They were a little reluctant to part with it. This was the main ingredient to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid in the future. However, although they were unwilling, the other half of Hong Kei's incomplete manuscript had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Even the red lotus karmic fire, which was necessary to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid, had been taken away by Yi Xian. If they did not resolve their old grudges with Yi Xian and mend their relationship, no matter how much heavenly Tao origin liquid they had, they would not be able to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of old monsters of the heavenly Tao exchanged glances again. Soon, they silently reached a consensus. Then, Hong Tao, the Starfield manager, gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Xian. He cupped his fists and said, "Since fellow Yi has already made the request, this old man and the others will accept it." Chapter 5135. At this moment, Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield, gritted his teeth and turned to look at Yi Xian. He cupped his fists and said, "Since fellow Yi has already made the request, we will accept it." Although the heavenly Tao origin liquid was precious and was the main ingredient for refining the heavenly 9 great Tao elixir, if they did not resolve their old grudges with Yi Xian and repair their relationship, they would not be able to refine the heavenly 9 great Tao elixir no matter how much heavenly Tao origin liquid they had. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of heavenly Tao old monsters exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. Now that Hong Tao had expressed his stance, it was enough to show their sincerity. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as they finished speaking, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. The 20 heavenly Tao old monsters, led by Hong Tao, gritted their teeth and waved their hands. Rays of light shot out and gathered at Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, they were already close to Yi Xian and stopped abruptly in front of him. These were 20 storage Dharma treasures. Of course, they were not all of these old men's belongings. They only took out a portion of the top-grade cultivation resources and the Heavenly Tao origin liquid, put them away with other storage Dharma treasures, and sent them out. The storage Dharma treasures in front of him were of all shapes and sizes, but the number was correct. There were 20 of them in total. In other words, including Hong Tao, the 20 Heavenly Tao old monsters in the void all gritted their teeth and sacrificed their blood. There was no other way. For the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir, they could only bear the pain and give up their treasures. Moreover, Yi Xian had just said that he would not let go of anyone who did not express their stance. This was not a joke, and no one dared to be the first one to stand out. Otherwise, not only would Yi Xian not let him go, but the other Heavenly Tao old monsters would also not let him go. Naturally, Yi Xian could not ask for more. Although Yi Xian could snatch it himself even if these people did not take the initiative to cut themselves off as an apology, it would take a lot of time and effort. Moreover, he was not very interested in killing the masters of the remnant people. When he thought of killing a Heavenly Tao old monster but not being able to refine the majestic qi and blood in his body into a Heavenly Tao blood essence, Yi Xian felt excited. Not to mention, the other half of the Hong Ke manuscript that he needed was still in Hong Tao's hands. Hong Tao was a peak Heavenly Tao at the pinnacle of the 9th level, so he was definitely not going to be easy to deal with. Although Hong Jiang was also a peak old monster of this level, the reason why Yi Xian was able to kill him so easily was because he was caught off guard. But now that Hong Tao was on guard, it was basically impossible for Yi Xian to forcefully snatch the remaining half of the manuscript from him. So, not to mention that he didn't have the intention to annihilate all of these old fellows, even if he did, he could only go with the flow and fight with them for the sake of that half of the Hong Ke manuscript and the current situation. At the very least, he had to get his hands on the remaining half of the manuscript first. At this time, as the light shot over, it stopped abruptly in front of him and turned into 20 different storage magic treasures. Yi Xian's divine sense also extended in at the first moment and began to investigate. These old fellows were quite sincere. After all, compared to Yi Xian, they obviously hoped that the two sides could resolve their old grudges. Therefore, if the things that they took out as an apology were not enough, it would be too insincere. These 20 different storage magic treasures all contained many top-grade cultivation resources. There were all kinds of them, and some of them were not even in Yi Xian's hands. It could be considered a great harvest. But what really made him happy was the Heavenly Tao Origin Treasure Liquid. 2 The 10 Heavenly Tao old monsters of the Hong Ke Starfield did indeed have the Heavenly Tao Origin Treasure Liquid in their hands, more or less. For example, today, as an apology gift, the 20 Heavenly Tao old monsters waved their hands and handed over 20 storage magic treasures. Other than various top-grade cultivation resources, there were also Heavenly Tao Origin treasures. The least was 1 type, while the most was probably from Hong Tao's hands. The fact that they actually gave 4 types of Heavenly Tao Origin treasures surprised Yi Xian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, not bad, it seems that all of you are quite sincere. With a wave of his hand, the 20 storage magic treasures floating in front of Yi Xian were all kept in the undying world within his body. At this time, the expression on his face had eased up a lot, and he even revealed a smile. He turned to look at everyone in the surroundings and changed the topic. Only then did he say, however, in order to completely write off the old grudges from before, this king still needs one last thing, that is the half of the manuscript that Senior Hong Ke left in your Hong Ke Starfield, the remaining half of the manuscript. One hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Including Hong Tao, the 20 Heavenly Tao old monsters standing in the void all had a change in expression. Their bodies trembled slightly as they sucked in cold breaths. Then, they all cried out involuntarily, "What? He actually wants us to hand over the remaining half of the manuscript. This is definitely impossible." Even if he wants to refine the Heavenly Tao 9 Great Tao Elixir, it has to be our Hong K Starfield that cooperates with him. This remaining half of the manuscript was left behind by ancestor Hong Quebec. If we hand it over, what right do we have to obtain the Heavenly Tao 9 Great Tao Elixir? Too greedy, too impolite. We just gave out so many top-grade cultivation resources, including the Heavenly Tao origin treasures. We haven't even warmed up yet, and he actually immediately made a new request. This magic hall master, Yi Xian, is clearly insatiable. We've been tricked. He's blackmailing us, and his requests are getting more and more excessive. If we hand over the remaining half of the manuscript, this old man dares to guarantee that he will definitely make other requests. This person is not trustworthy, and we can't coexist with him. It's not too late to repent now. Grand Elder, there's no need to hesitate. Give the order and summon all the other fellow Taoists. At most, we'll fight to the death with him. The last two sentences were said by a bearded Heavenly Tao survivor. This person looked to be in his 40s, and was a middle-aged man. His cultivation was average, only at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Tao realm. However, his tone was not small, and it seemed that he had a bad temper. He actually urged Hong Tao to summon all the other Heavenly Tao survivors back to the Hong K Starfield. He wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian. When these words entered his ears, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 demon bodies as they focused their gazes on this 3rd-level Heavenly Tao survivor. Small. This lowly early-stage Heavenly Tao actually dared to say such words in front of him. It was simply too disrespectful. Coincidentally, he needed someone to show his might. Since he wanted to be the one to take the lead, then he would do as he wished. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. He immediately circulated all the energy in his body and directly teleported close to Yi Xian's figure before striking out. Whoosh, kacha. Rumble. There was a weak sound of something tearing through the air, and at the same time, there was a cracking sound that shook one's soul. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers appeared out of thin air, instantly drowning this early-stage old monster. Whoosh! At the same time, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Yi Xian, who had teleported close. One of the 3 demon bodies, Violent Ape, raised his big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down. Whoosh! Kacha! Rumble! There was a weak sound of something tearing through the air and a cracking sound that shook one's soul. The next moment, the black fog avatar used the spiritual lightning art. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers appeared out of thin air, instantly drowning this early-stage old monster. Whoosh! At the same time, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Yi Xian, who had teleported close. One of the 3 demon bodies, Violent Ape, raised his big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down. TSK, it was all done in a hurry. No one expected that Yi Xian would actually attack after accepting the apology. Perhaps it was because of this that this old man dared to say those words just now. But now, he had reaped what he had sown. Before he could react, the big-headed black cudgel had already smashed down. Bang! The sound was earth-shattering. The big-headed black cudgel hit his body that was enveloped by the blood-colored lightning bolt. The old man had no time to react at all. His entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread. Whoosh! The sound of the howling wind sounded in an instant. The black fog avatar waved his hand at the first moment, and a majestic invisible force whistled out, absorbing the blood mist that had spread out into his body. Along with it, the storage magic treasure of this early-stage old monster also shot out. Yi Xian's divine sense probed inside, and the corners of his mouth instantly outlined a satisfied smile. Old monster, there were actually 2 types of Heavenly Tao origin liquid in this guy's storage magic treasure. Previously, he had only handed over 1 type of Heavenly Tao origin liquid. As expected, he still had some reservations, but now, all of them had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Division. In addition, Yi Xian had deliberately left half of his remnant soul behind this time. It was only at the early stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. With Yi Xian's current cultivation at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm of the 9th stage, searching his soul was nothing more than a piece of cake. After obtaining this remnant soul, Yi Xian immediately began to search his soul. Previously, when he killed Hong Jiang and the other 3, because he had acted too hastily, he had not been able to leave behind any remnant soul. Now, Yi Xian was using the opportunity of making an example of him to search his soul. His goal was to determine if the other half of the Hong Ke manuscript was in Hong Tao's hands. After all, Hong Tao was the person in charge of the Hong Ke star region. An important resource like the Hong Ke manuscript should be in his hands. However, after all, a guess was just a guess. Before it was confirmed, Yi Xian was still a little worried. None whether the other half of the Hong Ke manuscript was in Hong Tao's hands or someone else's, as long as he could confirm its whereabouts. Then, if the remaining 19 old fellows refused to submit and voluntarily handed over the manuscript, Yi Xian could at least lock onto the target and forcefully seize it. As the soul search began, he obtained the results he wanted in an instant. At this moment, the eyes of the 3 demon bodies shone with a burning light. Yi Xian exclaimed softly from Bao Yuan's mouth, "What? There's actually another portion of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir." This was simply too unexpected. The results of the soul search had exceeded his expectations. Not only had he confirmed that the other half of the Hong Ke manuscript was in Hong Tao's hands, he had even obtained more important information. Hong Tao actually possessed a portion of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir of the Great Tao. This Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir was only a small bottle. It was not enough to allow a Heavenly Tao at the peak of the perfected 9th stage to successfully enter the primordial Chaos Tao realm after the Heavenly Tao. That would require at least 30 to 40 bottles. To Yi Xian, a completed portion of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir was obviously more significant. After obtaining the manuscript of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir, he could study this completed portion of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir. Everything he needed could be used as a reference. This completed portion of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir was left behind by Hong Ke before he left. It had been preserved in the Chaos K star domain for millions of years now. Hong had left behind this portion of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir as a sample in the Chaos K star domain. In the future, when a fated person entered the parallel void of his cave abode star and obtained the other half of the manuscript, he would be able to refine the Red Lotus Hellfire and have a reference when preparing to refine the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir. Damn it, fellow Daoist Yi, what are you trying to do? The previous matter has already been resolved. Why are you still attacking us? Could it be that you want to go back on your words? Going back on his words and being capricious, this person is too arrogant. If this continues, how can we cooperate? Idiot, damn you. Not only did you give away your life in vain, you even leaked more important information. This is simply infuriating. Previously, Yi Xian's attack was too shocking, and it was a thunderous method. In just half a breath, everything was over. Although there were 19 survivors of the Heavenly Tao present, they were all caught off guard. Even Hong Tao, who was at the peak of the Heavenly Tao, was unable to rescue them. By the time they reacted, everything had already been settled. Not only had that early stage old monster died, but his storage magic treasure had also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Even the half-remnant soul that Yi Xian deliberately left behind had been searched by him, revealing even more important information. Such a result instantly caused an uproar. Everyone sucked in a cold breath and exclaimed in shock. The person in charge of the Chaos K-star domain, Hong Ke, was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed the early-stage old monster who had just been killed. He was simply unable to accomplish anything and was good at ruining things. What a joke. This palace is unhindered on the right bank, and even on the left bank, I can look down on all directions. How can I disdain something like going back on my words? After the soul search ended, the 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void cried out in alarm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the voice of his divine sense was immediately transmitted. Everything is just because you were too impatient. Just now, you took the initiative to say that you were willing to cut off your rights as an apology. Although this palace also had the same intention, I did not make a specific request. However, each of you immediately gave out a storage magic treasure. Admittedly, the cultivation resources in the 20 storage magic treasures can be considered sincere, but it does not mean that this palace has already approved. This palace then made a request for the other half of the Chaos K manuscript, and you immediately turned hostile. The guy who was killed just now even clamored in public that he would fight to the death with this palace. The reason why this palace killed him was just to remind everyone not to forget that today's matter. It was you who took the initiative to apologize to this palace, and not this palace who asked for peace. Now that this person has been killed, this palace will now make a request. If you agree, this palace will resolve the old grudges today and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, if worse comes to worst, we can just fight again. What is this palace afraid of? At this point, Yi Xian's voice paused, and he turned to look at the 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, including Hong Tao. Then, after that, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he proposed the final condition of dissolving the old grudges. In addition to the cultivation resources that were compensated just now, this palace only wants 2 things. The first is the half of the Chaos K manuscript, and the second is the bottle of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in your Chaos K star domain. In addition to the cultivation resources that were compensated just now, this palace only wants 2 things. After that, he turned to look at the 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, including Hong Tao. After that, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he proposed the final condition of dissolving the old grudges. The first is the half of the Chaos K manuscript, and the second is the bottle of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in your Chaos K star domain. This time, Hong Tao and the others fell into silence and didn't go into an uproar. After all, Yi Xian had already mentioned the other half of the incomplete manuscript. As for the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid, Ancestor Hong K had left behind a bottle in the Chaos Starfield as a sample. Since Yi Xian intended to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, it was natural for him to ask for a sample of the elixir. They had already thought of this when this information was leaked through the soul search, so they weren't surprised at all. Moreover, what Yi Xian said just now was indeed reasonable. Although he stopped after Hong Tao expressed his willingness to apologize and didn't attack again, he didn't raise any conditions. Hong Tao and the others each gave out a storage magic treasure and thought that this matter was over. It was just their own wishful thinking at that time. After that, when Yi Xian proposed his conditions, the early-stage survivor of the Third Order of the Heavenly Tao flew into a rage because of his bad temper. He was indeed too impulsive to shout that he wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed him out of warning, so they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. All in all, Yi Xian didn't go back on his words. He didn't formally propose any conditions at all. He just had the intention to reconcile, so how could he go back on his words? But now, after causing a small disturbance, Yi Xian's final request was already an unyielding stance. If they didn't agree, then the great battle that had just rested for a short while would begin again in an instant. Furthermore, Yi Xian's final request was made. Moreover, if they were to attack again this time, Yi Xian would be enraged and his methods would be even more ruthless. Even if they turned around and fled, the other survivors in the Great Flood Starfield wouldn't be able to escape and would definitely be angered. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. The Master of the Magic Hall would definitely do something like this in anger. At that time, the entire Chaos K-star domain would be turned into a dead zone because of this. It was absolutely possible that no one would be left alive. And this kind of consequence, they definitely couldn't bear it. Brain, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the remaining 19 Heavenly Dao's old monsters fell into deep thought. Their expressions were conflicted and hesitant. But in the end, they exchanged glances with each other across the distant void, and they had no choice but to come to a consensus. Fellow Daoist Yi, since you've already refined the red lotus karmic fire in the parallel void, you must have obtained the other half of the manuscript left behind by ancestor Hong Ke in the parallel void. After a sigh, Hong Tao cupped his fists towards Yi Xian and then continued, previously, this old man did indeed hide the fact that the Chaos K-star domain had the other half of the manuscript. However, fellow Daoist, you should understand, after all, the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir is no small matter. If the outside world knew that the Chaos K-star domain had the other half of the manuscript and a sample of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir, I'm afraid there would be all kinds of trouble. The reason why ancestor Hong Ke left this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir in the Chaos K-star domain was to ensure that the Chaos K-star domain would be able to obtain a share of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir after it was refined by a fated person. This could be considered as the ancestors' painstaking effort to benefit the future generations. In that case, it's not that this old man absolutely cannot give this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir to fellow Daoist Yi, but there must be additional conditions. Otherwise, since we can't obtain the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir, this old man can just destroy the other half of the manuscript. I'm sure fellow Daoist Yi wouldn't want to see such an outcome, right? Are you threatening me? Yi Xian frowned. The eyes of the 3 devil bodies instantly shone with a cold light as they locked onto Hong Tao. A dense killing intent that couldn't be dispersed spread out from their bodies and rapidly spread. This old man isn't threatening you, this old man is merely stating the stakes. Seeing that Yi Xian seemed to intend to submit, Hong Tao raised his hand and stroked his beard. He smiled and said, why don't fellow Daoist Yi listen to the additional conditions this old man mentioned before making a decision? This matter is actually not that complicated. This old man will give this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir to fellow Daoist Yi, but fellow Daoist Yi must promise to help us refine the Heavenly Dao elixir into the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir. In addition, according to the rules set by ancestor Hong Ke, if someone else provides the Heavenly Dao elixir for fellow Daoist Yi to refine the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir, fellow Daoist Yi has the right to receive half of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir as a reward. As for this half of the reward, fellow Daoist Yi obviously can't take it all for himself. My Chaos K-star domain should share it equally with fellow Daoist Yi. This request isn't too much, right? After all, this is what happened to ancestor Hong Ke back then. There's a precedent. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian immediately asked, how many Heavenly Dao elixirs do you have? We can refine 3 cauldrons in total. Hong Tao nodded and continued, in other words, we can gather 27 types of Heavenly Dao elixirs and refine 3 cauldrons. That's enough. Alright, Yi Xian immediately expressed his stance. This king swears on his Dao heart that if I get the half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir from you, I will help your Chaos K-star domain refine 3 cauldrons of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir after I fully comprehend the secret refining method of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir. In the future, if other experts provide the Heavenly Dao elixir and ask this king to refine the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir on their behalf, this king will receive half of the reward, and half of it will belong to your Chaos K-star domain. As soon as these words were spoken, Hong Tao and the other 19 Heavenly Dao old monsters standing in the surrounding void immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes shone brightly, and their faces were filled with joy. They did not expect Yi Xian to be so easy to talk to. It was one thing for him to help them refine the 3 cauldrons of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir, but the key was that Yi Xian would receive half of the reward. Although they had requested for 50% of the reward, they still had a bottom line. At the very least, they could accept 30% of the reward. However, there was no need to consider or be conflicted about all of this. This master of the magic hall was quite magnanimous. Without saying a word, he decided on a 50-50 distribution plan. To them, it was simply an unexpected gain. Moreover, Yi Xian had already sworn a Dao Heart oath. At this level, he definitely would not joke about a Dao Heart oath. Otherwise, if his Dao Heart was damaged in the future, it would definitely be difficult for his cultivation to improve. Moreover, Hong Tao had already found out through some kind of channel that Patriarch Hong Ke, who had left 1,000,000 years ago, would return soon. 1,000,000 years had passed, and since Patriarch Hong Ke was returning now, his cultivation must have already broken through to the primordial chaos Dao realm. There was. With such a great Dao expert returning, they were not worried that Yi Xian would go back on his word. Whoosh! The sound of the air rang out, and a ray of light shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Yi Xian and abruptly stopped in the void. It was a storage magic treasure. If there was no accident, it should contain the half of Hong Ke's manuscript that Yi Xian needed, as well as the bottle of the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir as a sample. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately extended his divine sense into it. After a brief investigation, his heart that was hanging in his throat instantly relaxed. Chu Feng stored it. There was indeed a jade slip in this magic treasure. It was exactly the same as the fiery red jade slip he had obtained in the parallel void connected to Hong Ke's cave mansion star. Even the aura was the same. It was obviously the other half of the manuscript left behind by Hong Quebec. And, in addition, there was also a small emerald bottle in the storage magic treasure. The bottle was filled with a golden red liquid. It was quite thick and emitted an extremely pure energy aura. The power of the Heaven Dao realm must be the so-called 9 heavenly great Dao elixir. After withdrawing his divine sense, Yi Xian flipped his hand and stored this storage magic treasure into his body. Walala! At this moment, the true body of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms collapsed in the void, turning into a sea of blood. In an instant, it condensed into a faint blood light. With a flash, the human form of Yi Xian stepped out of it. Fellow Taoists, I will definitely fulfill my promise. But now, I need to return and comprehend the treasured liquid manuscript left behind by Senior Hong Quebec. Once I've comprehended everything, I will naturally return and refine the 3 cauldrons of Grand Dao treasured liquid for all of you. While speaking, Yi Xian cupped his fist and bowed to Hong Tao and the others in the surrounding void. In that case, I will take my leave first. Everyone. See you again in the future. Hiss. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Xian waved his hand and directly tore a crack in the void in front of him. He stepped into it and disappeared in an instant. After he left, Hong Tao and the others in the void immediately moved and gathered together. They looked at each other and frowned. Their eyes flickered, and their expressions were uncertain. Everything that happened today had caught them off guard. Although everything had come to an end, they were still unable to calm down. Forget it, in the entire Chaos Lac star field, 5 heavenly Dao old monsters had died. This was definitely a huge loss, but compared to the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, it was nothing. The 5 heavenly Dao old monsters had already died, so there was no point in dwelling on this matter. To the 19 of them, the most important thing was the 9 heavenly Dao elixir that could help them break through to the primordial chaos Dao realm in the future. The 9 heavenly Dao elixir is no small matter. He shouldn't be playing any tricks, right? After a short moment of silence, more than 10 heavenly Dao old monsters in the Chaos Lac star field looked at each other with uneasiness on their faces, and continued to speak. That's right, although an oath cannot be broken, he can definitely drag on the time. If he drags on for too long, we can't sit still and look for him. At that time, he can find an excuse and have no choice but to give in and take the initiative to reduce the 50% quota. This shouldn't happen, otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so readily just now. Moreover, although the master of the magic hall is cruel and ruthless, his temperament has always been straightforward. He shouldn't be playing such tricks. Wen Yun said. Everyone nodded, and the expressions on their faces relaxed. The hearts in their throats finally settled down. It wasn't that they were too conflicted, but that the 9 heavenly Tao elixir was too important to them. They couldn't afford to lose it, so they couldn't help but be worried. All right, this matter has come to an end. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, needs time to comprehend the manuscript left behind by ancestor Hong Quebec. We don't need to be too conflicted. After that, Hong Tao said, not to mention that this old man obtained guidance from the life token of the ancestor of the Great Fire Hall 10 years ago, and I started to deduce. If nothing unexpected happens, then ancestor Hong K will definitely return within 100 years. He left to search for a place to enter into closed-door cultivation and charge into the primordial chaos Grand Tao realm after the Heaven Tao for 1,000,000 years. Since he's returned now, then he has definitely broken through smoothly. In other words, a primordial chaos Grand Tao realm after the Heaven Tao realm will appear in my ancient K starfield soon. It's fine if the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is honest, and we only have to sit back and take 50% of the profits when he refines the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in the future. If he tries to play tricks. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on Hong Tao's face, and he grunted coldly before continuing. Humph. Humph. At that time, even if we agree, ancestor Hong K won't let the matter rest. After all, how could the Red Lotus karmic fire and the secret technique to refine the ancestor's treasure elixir that he left behind be obtained by just anyone? Everyone instantly came to an understanding when they heard this, and their eyes shone with extraordinary splendor while pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. Only now did they understand the true purpose of ancestor Hong K's arrangements. So it turned out that he left the 2 manuscripts and the Red Lotus karmic fire in the ancient K starfield for the sake of finding a successor to help refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in the ancient K starfield. Of course, the successor was just a nice name. If it was really put to the truth, then it was nothing more than free labor. Moreover, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had already made a Tao oath that he couldn't go back on his word. So long as he helped someone refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, then he had to hand over half of the profits to the ancient K star. On the other hand, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, required a large amount of 9 heavenly Tao elixir himself, and the heavenly Tao elixir he collected was definitely not enough. After all, he still had the enormous magic hall and countless subordinates under his command. So therefore, even if the ancient K starfield continued to receive half of the profits for free, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. After all, he had also benefited from it. In the end, the ancient K starfield was simply the biggest winner. They didn't need to do anything and would be able to receive half of the profits from the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Moreover, it was long-term. It was simply a win-win situation. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of old fellows was immediately overjoyed. They no longer hesitated and returned to their respective immortals' caves. All they had to do now was wait. Once the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, fully comprehended the 9 heavenly Tao elixir refinement manuscripts left behind by ancestor Hong K, they would be able to obtain an endless supply of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this, including the schemes of these old fellows. After leaving the ancient K starfield, he didn't return to the right bank. Instead, he once again headed to the dark void in front of the left bank. Rip. Crack. With the sound of a silk cloth, a spatial rift appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it, and with a glint in his eyes, he turned to look at an abandoned planet to his right. That was the abandoned planet where he had entered seclusion when he was attempting to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Now, Yi Xian had come here once again. He was also in seclusion, but this time, he was studying the manuscripts left behind by Hong K. Chapter 5136. Rip. Crack. With the sound of a cloth, a void rift appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it, and with a glint in his eyes, he turned to look at an abandoned planet to his right. After leaving the Chaos K-stellar domain, he did not return to the right bank. Instead, he came to the vast and endless dark void in front of the right bank of the left bank. Right, the abandoned planet in front of him was where he had entered seclusion when attempting to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Now, Yi Xian had come here again. He was also in seclusion, but this time, he was studying the 9 Treasures Elixir manuscript left behind by Hong Kai. Yi Xian was already well aware of Hong Tao's schemes. He wasn't so easy to fool. It was impossible to fool him into working as a free labor force for the Chaos Starfield in order to obtain the heavenly 9 Great Tao Elixir of the Great Tao. Although the Yi Xian Alliance had sworn a Tao oath, Hong Tao and company were still unable to succeed in this matter. However, after thoroughly studying the manuscript left behind by Hong Kai, Yi Xian would definitely fulfill his promise to refine 3 cauldrons of the 9 Treasures Elixir for them. He had obtained the manuscript from the Chaos K-stellar domain, as well as a bottle of the 9 Treasures Elixir as a sample. It was only right for him to refine 3 cauldrons for them. However, apart from the 3 cauldrons of the 9 Treasures Elixir, the Chaos K-stellar domain's heavenly Tao patriarchs could forget about obtaining half a bottle of 9 Treasures Elixir from Yi Xian. Yi Xian had only promised that if he helped them refine the 9 Treasures Elixir, he would split half of the reward equally with the Chaos K-stellar domain. However, he had no intention of helping others refine it. Apart from the 3 cauldrons he had promised Hong Tao and company, even if Yi Xian wanted to refine the 9 Treasures Elixir, he would only refine 1 cauldron for himself to test its effects. After 1 cauldron, it was impossible for him to refine more. This was because from his point of view, it was not worth it. Refining a cauldron of the 9 Treasures Elixir required 9 different heavenly Tao origins liquids. The total number of 9 Treasures Elixir after it was refined was 81 bottles. Although, it was said that a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage would only need about 40 bottles of 9 Treasures Elixir to reach the primordial Chaos Tao realm after entering seclusion. However, from Yi Xian's point of view, the 9 Treasures Elixir, Hong Kai, who had created the 9 Treasures Elixir, had left for millions of years, but they still had not come out of seclusion. The first type required millions of years to break through, while the other type only required a few years. The advantages and disadvantages of each type were already clear at a glance. It could even be said that Hong Kai's 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir couldn't compare to the level 31 Grand Mist pellet that Yi Xian was preparing. They were on completely different levels. The reason why he wanted the secret method to refine the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir was because he felt that other than the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, there was a high possibility that other elements would be added into the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. And these elements might be the idea behind the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian was only using it as a reference. Once he was inspired by it and deduced the perfect pill formula for the Grade 31 Primordial Pill, this so-called 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir would instantly become trash to him. How would Yi Xian be interested in refining it? This was something he was certain of in his heart, yet Hong Tao and the others were completely unaware of it. It could only be said that no matter how much that group of old fellows planned, they still missed something in the end, and they were bound to rejoice in vain. Whoosh! A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. With a shake of his shoulders, Yi Xian's entire body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the core of this abandoned planet. After retracting his aura, he immediately sat down cross-legged. 1. With a wave of his hand, all the storage magic treasures that he had obtained in the Chaos K-star field shot out and floated in the void in front of Yi Xian. He quickly categorized all the items in the storage magic treasures and stored all the top-grade precious materials, elixirs, and cultivation resources into the undying world within his body. Division. In addition, there were close to 20 different types of Heavenly Great Tao Elixir and more than 30 portions. This was because some of the Heavenly Great Tao Elixir were the same and were considered duplicates. As such, in addition to the few types that he already had, Yi Xian had a total of 27 types of heavenly grade Dao elixir and more than 40 portions in total. Refining a cauldron of the 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir required 9 different types of heavenly grade Dao elixir. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to refine it, the amount of heavenly grade Dao elixir he had was enough to refine 3 cauldrons of heavenly grade Dao elixir. However, he obviously wouldn't do that. At most, he would refine 1 cauldron. The rest of the heavenly grade Dao elixir would be kept and used to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. After counting the spoils of war, he immediately took out the bottle of 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir and injected his divine sense into it. While comprehending the 2 fiery red jade slips, he also compared them with the sample of 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir in his hand. Unknowingly, his mind was immersed in it and gradually forgot about himself. Half a month later, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of enlightenment. He muttered softly, "So that's how it is. It seems that the 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir is only so." Yi Xian had already completely comprehended the secret method to refine the heavenly 9 grade Dao treasure liquid that Kay had left behind, as well as its train of thought. To be honest, although it was amazing, it was more than just a little bit inferior to his level 31 Grand Mist treasure pill. It could be said that it was completely incomparable. It also strengthened Yi Xian's determination not to refine the 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir. Although the heavenly grade Dao elixir in his hands had reached 27 types and 40 portions, it was still not enough to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. How could he waste it on the 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir that he didn't recognize? First, previously, he had even thought of refining a cauldron to test the effect, but now, he didn't even have this thought. Because according to his deduction, if he added the heavenly 9 grade Dao elixir into the perfect formula of the 31 supreme primordial pellets, he would need a total of 81 types of heavenly Dao elixir, 1 portion of each type. Although he already had more than 40 portions in his hands, because some were similar, there were only 27 types. It was still far from enough. It's fine if I don't refine it. At least I can save 9 portions of heavenly grade Dao elixir. Although there are duplicates, I can find an opportunity to exchange with others in the future. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he immediately made a decision. However, if I want to add the 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir as an element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial pill, I have to personally test the effect of this 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir. Fortunately, I just happen to have a bottle. I can take advantage of this opportunity to break through again. However, if I want to add the 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir as an element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial pill, I have to personally test the effect of this 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he made a decision in an instant. Although I haven't refined it yet, I have a bottle in my hand. Furthermore, I can take advantage of this opportunity to conveniently break through my cultivation. Xiao. After making a decision, he immediately waved his hand and took out the Shenong treasured cauldron. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended within the core. Its aura was completely concealed. Then Yi Xian stepped into it and sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After he was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand again. Along with the faint sound of something breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including a bottle of the 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir. However, he didn't take out the desolate sovereign or the heavenly grade Dao blood essence. Heavens, the 9 heavenly grade Dao elixir could help a peak heavenly grade Dao elixir when breaking through to the heavenly grade Dao realm. Moreover, it was quite obvious. Now that he was breaking through to the second stage of the heavenly great Dao realm, consuming 1 bottle was enough. There was no need for the heavenly great Dao blood essence to help him. Although he had 55 Heavenly Great Tao blood essences in his hands, they were to be used to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. According to Yi Xian's estimation, the level 31 primordial pill would most likely be different from the level 30 primordial pill from before. He might not be able to refine one primordial pill out of 55 Heavenly Great Tao blood essences. Extremely, it might be the same as the Heavenly Great Tao elixir that was about to be added, which would also require 81 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. After the refinement with 81 Heavenly Great Tao blood essences and 81 Heavenly Great Tao elixir, as well as the 5 elements elixir, it was very likely that there would only be one level 31 primordial pill. Therefore, he had to conserve as much of the Heavenly Great Tao blood essence as possible. After taking out all the resources, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately activated the Shinon Cauldron's domain. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fish, he swallowed them with a wave of his hand. Whoosh! 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 The nascent soul fish ball melted the moment it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic energy river that slowly flowed through Yi Xian's body. As expected, the clanking of chains could be heard in an overwhelming manner. This time, the shackles that appeared in Yi Xian's body were the same as before. There was only one shackle. After entering the desolate supremacy realm, it was extremely rare for 2 shackles to appear at the same time, much less the current Heavenly Tao realm. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian focused his mind and used all his strength to activate the energy river that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. This time, perhaps it was because he had consumed a bottle of 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir, but when all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian had swallowed melted and turned into a warm current that rapidly flowed through his meridians and limbs, he felt an intense piercing pain that he had never felt before. It was almost unbearable. After all, the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir was a supreme elixir that peak Heavenly Tao experts at the 9th stage of perfection would consume when they were in seclusion to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. As for Yi Xian, although he was at the 9th stage of perfection in the Devil Ape transformation, his true strength was only at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now, when he was in seclusion to break through, he had already withdrawn from the 9th stage of the Devil Ape transformation. He had not even activated the Devil Ape transformation's bloodline ability. As such, it was only natural for a 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm to endure the intense medicinal effects of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. However, no matter how painful it was, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. During this process, he even had to carefully experience the medicinal effects of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir to verify his understanding of the refinement method of this elixir. After an unknown period of time, when the energy river in his meridians was completely refined, Yi Xian only needed to launch a single attack before the thick shackles in his body broke. At the same time, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next stage of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current stage, 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next stage of the physical body's qi and blood realm. Current stage, 2nd stage of the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. After calming his excited heart, he stood up and directly activated the bloodline ability of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. His strength instantly soared to the 3rd stage of the Heavenly Tao. Immediately after, he directly used this ability to the 9th stage. A hint of expectation rose in his heart, but the result disappointed him once again. He shook his head and sighed with a bitter smile. It was all so useless. After this breakthrough, he was still suppressed by the primordial Tao. His cultivation strength did not reach the primordial Tao realm because of this, but remained at the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Although he was disappointed, he was already mentally prepared for this, so he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind and no longer worried about it. In the previous half a month, he had completely comprehended the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao elixir left behind by Hong Kei. For example, after personally swallowing a sample of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir and personally experiencing its medicinal effects, Yi Xian now had a complete understanding of Hong Kei's 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir and no longer had any doubts. Continue. Next, he would deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pellet. He would use the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir as a brand new element, just like the 5 elements medicinal catalyst used to refine the level 30 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation strength broke through from the first stage of the Heavenly Tao to the second stage of the Heavenly Tao. Although he was suppressed by the primordial Tao and activated the bloodline ability of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir to the 9th stage, he was still only at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Even if they were all at the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm, there were differences in strength. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian's combat strength increased by another level, and so did his divine sense. First, previously, he had already started to deduce the perfect pill formula for the Great 31 primordial pill. Then, he handed it over to the devouring system in his body and allowed it to use all its calculation abilities to continuously deduce the formula. Now that Yi Xian's divine sense had increased by another level after his breakthrough, and with the addition of the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, he decided to make use of this opportunity to deduce the perfect pill formula for the Great 31 primordial pill in one go. After all, he was now at the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. After his cultivation strength reached the peak of the 9th stage, he would need to consume a Great 31 primordial pill to enter seclusion and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Then after this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation strength had reached the second stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. In this way, if he calculated carefully, he was only 7 small stages away from consuming a level 31 primordial pellet. To others, these 7 small stages might require a long time to break through, but he was different. He couldn't delay any longer. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to make use of this opportunity to completely deduce the perfect pill formula for the Great 31 primordial pill while adding the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir into the primordial pill formula. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately closed his eyes again. Previously, the perfect pill formula for the Great 31 primordial pill was already in the process of being deduced. After Yi Xian started, he handed this matter over to the devouring system in his body and let the system pour in all its calculation abilities to continuously deduce the formula. Calculated had been some time since this matter. At this time, he contacted the devouring system in his body and found that the deduction process of the primordial pill formula was already 1/6 complete. Very quickly, Yi Xian concentrated and threw away all other thoughts. There were no more distracting thoughts as all his mind was focused on this matter. The terrifying divine sense of the peak of the 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao was activated to the extreme. Cooperating with the devouring system in his body, he started to deduce the perfect pill formula for the Great 31 primordial pill with all his might. This time, in addition to the element of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst that had been added earlier, Yi Xian also added the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir that he had just thoroughly comprehended. It was injected into the pill formula as a brand new element. Very quickly, as the deduction began, Yi Xian's mind was quickly immersed in it. Gradually, he forgot everything and even the existence of time was completely forgotten. After an unknown period of time, he who'd always had his eyes closed suddenly woke up, and a wisp of a burning bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even his breathing was slightly hurried, and he revealed a wisp of excitement that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. It was done. The perfect pill formula for the Great 31 primordial pill was finally deduced. Li Xian's intuition was not wrong. The primordial pill was different from the Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. In addition to the element of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst that was added when refining the Great 30 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, there was indeed a need to add new elements. And the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir that he had unintentionally started to pay attention to could indeed be used as a brand new element to integrate into the primordial pill. And he had already completed this point. Now, after adding the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, the perfect pill formula for the great 31 primordial pill was finally successfully deduced by him. However, the primordial chaos Tao realm was the most powerful realm in this mysterious primordial chaos void after all. Hence, a level 31 primordial chaos treasure pill was definitely not to be underestimated. The refinement conditions could be said to be extremely harsh. Even the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill from before was far from comparable, although the 5 elements medicinal catalyst had been added into the grade 10 Heavenly Great Tao elixir. The main pill ingredient was only the blood essence of a desolate supremacy. The number of grade 30 Heavenly Great Tao elixir that was refined was also related to the amount of blood essence of a desolate supremacy. If, indeed, the less blood essence of a desolate supremacy was used, the fewer grade 30 Heavenly Great Tao elixirs that were refined. Conversely, the number of grade 30 Heavenly Great Tao elixirs that were refined would also increase. The grade 31 primordial pill was different. In this aspect, the conditions were so harsh that Yi Xian was speechless. Refining a cauldron of grade 31 primordial pill required 81 heavenly great Tao blood essences and an equivalent amount of 81 heavenly great Tao elixirs. In addition, there was also the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst. After investing so many top-notch resources to start refining, even if it was successful, there would only be one grade 31 primordial pill refined. It was simply outrageous. In order to refine a grade 31 primordial pill, the number of top-notch resources required was so high that it made one despair. Even the current Yi Xian had not collected all of them. It could even be said that he was lacking by a lot. Actually, other than the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst that he already had, he only had 55 heavenly great Tao blood essences. As for the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, it was even less. It was said that there were more than 40 sets, but in reality, there were only 27 types. Compared to the 81 types that he needed, it was more than half. Looks like there's still a long way to go. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and laughed bitterly. As he muttered softly, there was a trace of helplessness that could not be dispersed. Whether it's the heavenly great Tao blood essence or the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, I still have to continue collecting them. The slaughter is far from over. Yes, the slaughter was indeed far from over. After all, he only had a gap in the heavenly great Tao blood essence, and there were more than 20 of them. If he included the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, then there would be even more. This was only assuming that he succeeded in refining the first batch. If the first batch failed, then the fun would be even bigger. Not only would he have to collect the heavenly great Tao blood essence and the heavenly great Tao origin liquid again, even the 5 elements medicinal catalyst was the same. Really, if that was the case, Yi Xian would probably be driven crazy by this matter. It was not completely impossible. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he instantly felt a strong sense of urgency. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he no longer hesitated and immediately rushed out of the mouth of the Shinong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the Shinong cauldron transformed into a ray of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into the space between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, as his figure rushed out of the cauldron, the qi of heaven and earth in the outside world sensed it, and there was an unexpected change in the void. Boom! Rumble! Almost at the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Shinong cauldron into his body, in the dark void outside the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, the sound of rumbling thunder suddenly came without any warning. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be frightening to the ears. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian's divine sense subconsciously extended out from the core of the star. He immediately saw that in the void outside the star, there was clearly not the slightest bit of tribulation cloud, but the sound of thunder could be heard everywhere. Faintly, there was an invisible and terrifying destructive force that was rapidly condensing in the dark void above this star. Its power was so powerful and majestic that even Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the 9th order great perfection heavenly Tao, felt his scalp go numb and his heart skip a beat. The primordial pill tribulation. As expected, it still came. As a dark light flashed in his eyes, Yi Xian's heart flashed with understanding, and he immediately muttered softly. Back then, when he had deduced the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill, there had been a Heavenly Tao pill tribulation. Now that the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pill had been deduced, this primordial void had sensed it, so it was natural for the primordial pill tribulation to descend. Boom! Rumble, almost at the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Fictional cauldron into his body, in the dark void outside the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, rumbling thunder suddenly sounded without any warning. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be shocking. Everything happened so suddenly that Yi Xian was completely caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment, but soon a look of understanding appeared on his face as he understood what had happened. Just as he had deduced the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pill, the primordial void had sensed it, and the primordial pill tribulation had immediately descended. He was completely unafraid of this, but he had other considerations. Frown, after pondering for a moment, a faint light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the Fictional cauldron that he had just stored into his body was brought out again. However, it was only about 10 feet in radius, and it hung above his head. As for Yi Xian himself, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and he once again sat cross-legged in the core of the abandoned star and sat down again. Buzz, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the Fictional cauldron that was only about 10 feet in size above his head instantly poured out a 9-colored mist-like mist, enveloping Yi Xian's body, leaving only a trace of qi leaking out, attracting the faint reaction of the primordial void's operating laws. He did this to maintain the primordial pill tribulation that was gathering outside the star, so that the pill tribulation would always exist. However, because it sensed that Yi Xian's qi was not complete, it was faintly discernible, so it only gathered and did not descend. The true power of the pill tribulation did not really strike down. After all this, Yi Xian closed his eyes and meditated like an old monk. He completely ignored the primordial pill tribulation that continued to exist in the dark void outside the star, as if he was waiting for something. Rumble, rumble. In the dark void outside the abandoned star, there was clearly not a single tribulation cloud enveloping it, but the rumbling sound of thunder was still there, and it did not stop for a moment. Its momentum was so fierce that it could be said to be hair-raising. This, however, the primordial pill tribulation was extraordinarily powerful. In an instant, countless ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the Heavenly Tao experts in the remnant star region in the distance all sensed it one after another. Hiss! Hiss! This time, the rumbling of the primordial pill tribulation resounded incessantly. In the surroundings of the star field where Yi Xian was in seclusion, 66 sounds of silk being torn could be heard one after another. Void cracks appeared in the void, both near and far. From each crack, a figure stepped out. They were either remnants of the Desolation era or ferocious beasts of the starry sky. Obviously, they were all from different forbidden lands of the ferocious beasts and remnants of the Desolation era. However, there was one thing in common. These remnant world experts and astral beasts that came were all Heavenly Tao realm existences without exception. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were extremely powerful. The reason why they kept coming here was all because of the primordial pill tribulation that had locked onto the abandoned star where Yi Xian was in seclusion. This area was not too far away from the left and right banks of the Milky Way. The dark void in front of the left and right banks could be said to be endless, but this place was not considered to be deep in it. And the primordial pill tribulation was extraordinary. Although it was not as terrifying as the real primordial lightning tribulation, it was far from what an ordinary Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation could compare to. It was a power that was between the two, so it naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Time slowly passed. Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the core of the abandoned star. His body was enveloped by the nine-colored mist from the Shinong treasure cauldron that hung above his head, isolating his aura. Only a trace of it leaked out, therefore, the invisible primordial pill tribulation that shrouded the dark void above the abandoned star continued to condense. Although the rumbling sounds were shocking, they did not condense. This state unknowingly lasted for 3 days. For 3 days, the commotion here was enough to attract the attention of all the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions in the right and left banks. In these 3 days, the number of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens that came after hearing the news numbered in the thousands. However, this was clearly not the total number of heavenly Tao realm existences in the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions in the right and left banks. Many heavenly Tao experts did not come at all. But even so, the lineup of thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens was absolutely terrifying. Even Yi Xian had never seen it before. In fact, it had not appeared in the right and left banks for many years. Only just this point alone was enough to shock the entire 2 sides of the Milky Way. It could be said to be a grand occasion. It was just that the news had yet to spread, so the heavenly Tao experts outside the right and left banks were completely unaware of it. Among the thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens, there was no sign of Longjing or primeval Heaven's Eye. Even the other one of the 33 heavenly Tao experts who had participated in the encirclement of Yi Xian, the Ghost Realm Forbidden Grounds Nightmare 3, was nowhere to be seen. However, among the 20 or so heavenly Tao remnant citizens in the Chaos K Starfield, there were a few people who had come. Among them was the person in charge of the Chaos K Starfield, Hong Tao. Only in the right and left banks, the 3-legged golden crow was famous for its ferocity. It was ranked 10th among all the heavenly beasts on the left bank. However, it was probably in seclusion to recuperate from its injuries and did not appear here. Although Hong Tao's personal strength ranking was not as good as his to enter the top 10 of the Heavenly Tao Remnant rankings, the Chaos K Starfield that he led was ranked 10th among all the Remnant Star regions on the left bank. Just this point alone was enough to show how high Hong K's status and value was. Not to mention, Hong K's ancestor, who created the 9 Heavenly Tao treasured liquid a million years ago, was from the Chaos K Star region. This unknowingly made Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos K Star region, even more valuable. Here at this moment, Hong Tao was billions of miles away in the void to the left of the abandoned planet where Yi Xian was in seclusion. His brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were fixed on the abandoned planet where Yi Xian was in seclusion. His eyes flickered from time to time, as if he had fallen into deep thought. The heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors of the heavenly law from the left bank and the right bank were all gathered in the surrounding void. There was naturally no need to doubt the eyesight of an existence of this level. They had long seen the level of the lightning tribulation that invisibly enveloped this abandoned star. But this was also the source of their uncertainty, because this matter should not have appeared at all. Everything was exuding a strange aura that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Ever since they had gathered here one after another, these thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens had not said a word. But now, as 3 days had passed, the figures that had arrived gradually thinned out. All kinds of private discussions slowly appeared in the void. If one listened carefully, one could vaguely hear them, and all of them were filled with uncertainty. What on earth is happening here? For the past 3 days, the sky has been constantly rumbling with shocking thunder, but there is not the slightest bit of tribulation cloud. Even the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation can't be like this. Instead, the legendary primordial lightning tribulation just happens to be like this. Chapter 5137. What exactly happened here? For the past 3 days, there has been an endless rumbling of thunder in the void, but there is no tribulation cloud at all. Even the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation can't be like this. On the contrary, the legendary primordial lightning tribulation happens to be like this. Could it be that there is actually an existence in seclusion on this inconspicuous abandoned star? Moreover, He has successfully broken through and stepped into the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao, and the primordial lightning tribulation is about to descend? Perhaps that is the case. After all, after ancestor Hong Ke refined the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid a million years ago, many heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and survivors of the heavenly Tao provided him with the heavenly Tao origin liquid and asked him to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid. It's said that during that period of time, many peak-grade ferocious beasts and peak-grade survivors at the peak of the 9th stage obtained the 9 heavens great path's precious elixir needed to break through. From then on, they left and found a place to cultivate in seclusion to break through to the primordial great path after the heavenly path. Perhaps this inconspicuous abandoned planet happens to have an existence from back then. If that is the case, the situation on both sides of the Milky Way will change drastically. Now, whether it is the right bank or the left bank, there is not a single true primordial Tao realm expert. Once an existence of this level appears, the significance and far-reaching impact are simply unimaginable and immeasurable. I just don't know where this existence came from. Is he a ferocious beast or a survivor? In my opinion, this matter shouldn't be so simple. Although this old man has never seen the primordial lightning tribulation before, according to the old man's knowledge, its might shouldn't be like this. However, the power of the lightning tribulation that invisibly enveloped this abandoned star is definitely not the lightning tribulation of the heavenly Tao. If you think about it carefully, it should be between the two. The power level between the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial lightning tribulation. In that case, wouldn't that be the primordial pill tribulation? But how is that possible? Even the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid refined by ancestor Hong Ke wasn't able to cause the primordial pill tribulation to descend. Could it be that there is actually an existence in this world who can already refine a primordial medicine that is more effective than the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid? I've never heard of this before. How could it suddenly appear without warning? Hong Tao, the leader of the Chaos Lac Star area, furrowed his brows even tighter as he listened to the discussions that were going on everywhere like a tidal wave. He naturally saw that there was something strange about the primordial lightning tribulation that enveloped the abandoned star in front of him. To be precise, this should indeed be the primordial pill tribulation, but how was that possible? Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he subconsciously thought of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had just obtained the refinement method for the 9 heavenly Tao elixir left behind by ancestor Hong Ke in the Chaos Lac Star field. If nothing unexpected happened, he should have comprehended it by now. However, even if he had fully comprehended the secret method of refining the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid, and had even successfully refined a batch of the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid, it was impossible for it to attract the primordial pill tribulation. The heavenly 9 great Tao elixir created by Patriarch Hong Ke was indeed effective on the primordial chaos Tao realm experts who were at the peak of the 9th step of the heavenly Tao realm. However, this effect was far from being able to attract the primordial chaos pill tribulation. Hong Tao was certain of this. Just as he was feeling doubtful and unable to understand what was happening in front of him, a figure suddenly rushed out from the abandoned star 100 billion kilometers in front of him. It was Yi Xian. The moment he saw Yi Xian's figure, Hong Tao's breathing suddenly stopped. His eyes widened so much that they almost popped out of their sockets. With a face full of shock, he suddenly exclaimed, "The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. This is impossible." Boom! 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 At this moment, just as Yi Xian's figure rushed out of the star core and into the dark void outside the star, the primordial pill tribulation, which had finished accumulating power, finally, fully descended. In an instant, the roar of thunder shook the heavens, but there was not a single tribulation cloud in the sky, nor was there a single thunderbolt exploding, nor was there a single bolt of tribulation lightning striking down. Everything was like an illusion. On the surface, it did not seem to exist, but in reality, there was a formless and terrifying force that had unknowingly locked onto Yi Xian's figure and aura. He was the derivator of the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial Tao elixir. Therefore, the primordial pill tribulation this time had locked onto Yi Xian. Thus the so-called primordial pill tribulation referred to the tribulation lightning that descended when the primordial Tao elixir was refined. However, the heavenly Tao elixir and the primordial Tao elixir were no small matter. Therefore, even if one had only derived the perfect pill formula for these two types of primordial Tao elixir and had not refined the primordial Tao elixir, there would still be a pill tribulation. Previously, when Yi Xian had derived the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao elixir, the heavenly Tao of the primordial world had sensed it and sent down a heavenly Tao pill tribulation. Thus, today, he had also derived the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial Tao elixir. Therefore, the primordial pill tribulation had been triggered. Since it was a pill tribulation, the power of the lightning tribulation naturally could not be compared to the real primordial lightning tribulation. However, it was definitely not comparable to the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Its power was between the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and the primordial lightning tribulation. Therefore, previously, Yi Xian had taken advantage of the situation and used the primordial heavenly punishment to scheme against the dragon whale and the primeval heaven's eye. With Yi Xian's current terrifying cultivation, if there was only one primordial pill tribulation of this power, he would at most be lightly injured. However, it was impossible to say that he would be seriously injured. Because of this, after estimating that the commotion outside the abandoned planet for the past 3 days should have attracted most of the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the heavenly Tao experts in the remnant star region on the left bank and right bank, without hesitation, he waved his hand and put away the Shinon cauldron that was suspended above his head. After that, he immediately rushed out of the core of the isolated planet. At this moment, as he rushed out, his figure appeared. In the next instant, he was enveloped by an invisible force. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, Yi Xian's figure seemed to have been struck by lightning. He suddenly froze in the void and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, there was only one pill tribulation. After a wave of power poured out, everything stopped. The violent and raging invisible energy disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was at this moment that the thousands of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the remnant citizens gathered in the void finally saw his figure. After a moment of dead silence, a wave of gasps rang out. All the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the remnant citizens trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out involuntarily, especially Hong Tao's exclamation of shock from before. It had undoubtedly instantly allowed everyone to know who exactly this existence that had charged out from the abandoned star and forcefully resisted the primordial pill tribulation was. At this moment, Yi Xian was the focus of everyone's attention. The illustrious name of the master of the magic hall could be said to be, like the sun in the sky. As Yi Xian's figure charged out from the core of the abandoned star and forcefully resisted the power of the primordial pill tribulation that had unknowingly locked onto his aura, the thousands of heavenly Tao beasts and survivors that were gathered in the surrounding space finally saw his figure. At this moment, Yi Xian was the focus of everyone's attention. The illustrious name of the master of the magic hall could be said to be, like the sun in the sky. Everyone knew who the existence that rushed out of the abandoned planet and resisted the primordial pill tribulation head-on was. After a short moment of dead silence, a wave of gasps rang out. All the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the remnant citizens trembled violently. Their expressions changed drastically as they cried out involuntarily, "The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian? How could it be him? What happened? This is the primordial lightning tribulation. How could it be related to the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian? Look at his cultivation. He's still at the peak of the 9th level of the heavenly Tao realm. This is how it should be. Could it be that you think he can break through and step into the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao realm? That's ridiculous. It seems that this is indeed the primordial pill tribulation. It's not the real primordial lightning tribulation, but the sign of the birth of a treasure pill, hiss. The primordial treasure pill. It must be the primordial treasure pill. I've heard that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has already refined the heavenly Dao treasure pill and is preparing to refine the primordial treasure pill. It seems that it's true. Back then, the 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid that Senior Hong Ke refined did not trigger the primordial pill tribulation. Just this point alone shows that there's a problem. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is simply heaven-defying. Since the primordial pill tribulation has descended, the effects of the primordial treasure pill that he refined are obviously stronger than the legendary 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid. Damn it, the forbidden area that I'm in seems to have offended him. If I had known that this would happen, I would have regretted it. I'm afraid I'm going to miss a huge opportunity. Whoosh, fellow Taoists, how have you been? Along with the earth-shattering exclamations, Yi Xian, who had successfully withstood the invisible primordial pill tribulation, rushed over at this moment. His face was flushed, as if he had been slightly injured by the primordial pill tribulation just now. However, his expression was rather excited, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He looked around at the thousands of heavenly Dao's old monsters who were gathered in the void. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "I'm ashamed. Originally, I was only comprehending the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid here. I didn't expect that just as I comprehended it, I would trigger the primordial pill tribulation. I unintentionally alarmed everyone. I really didn't mean to. Please don't blame me." As soon as he said this, the surroundings instantly fell silent. The group of heavenly Dao's old monsters were caught off guard. They were all stunned for a moment, and then they reacted. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they cried out in surprise again, "The 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid? What's going on? Where did the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, obtain the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid? And he even comprehended it thoroughly. How is this possible? It must be an excuse, right? He must have already refined some kind of heaven-shaking primordial treasure medicine." He was afraid that it would be too shocking, so he used the 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid as an excuse. Although it's a good excuse, it seems to be a bit too childish. Even the Chaos Starfield doesn't have the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid. How could it fall into his hands? Fellow Daoist Yi, aren't you being a bit unkind? The primordial treasure medicine is no small matter. Since fellow Daoist has refined it, you should share it with everyone. We are willing to pay any price, as long as we can take a look at the primordial treasure medicine. Roar! In an instant, the void became noisy again. All the old monsters of the heavenly Dao were excited, and they were certain that Yi Xian must have refined the legendary primordial treasure medicine. At this moment, the gazes that converged on him were all filled with a burning desire that couldn't be dispersed. At this moment, Yi Xian could be said to be extremely popular and admired by all. Only Hong Tao, the leader of the Chaos K Starfield, was taken aback by his words, but he soon furrowed his brows. In his opinion, Yi Xian's words were most likely true. He had just obtained the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid from the Chaos Starfield not long ago. Calculating the time, it should be just right for him to completely comprehend it, as for the so-called primordial treasure medicine. Not to mention that this matter was not confirmed, even if Yi Xian really had the ability and method to refine such a supreme treasure medicine, there was simply not enough time. No, although he was more or less certain of this point, he still had other doubts in his heart. This was because even when Ancestor Hong Ke refined the 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid 1,000,000 years ago, he had never attracted the primordial pill tribulation. But now, Yi Xian had only thoroughly comprehended the secret method to refine the heavenly 9 great Dao treasure liquid that Ancestor Hong Ke had left behind. He hadn't even truly opened the furnace to refine it, so how could he possibly cause the primordial pill tribulation to descend? There was something strange about this matter, and there were definitely other secrets behind it. However, Hong Tao was unable to figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. He was simply unable to figure out what exactly the trick was. The 9 heavenly Dao treasure liquid is no small matter. How could I joke about such a thing? Seeing that the heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void did not believe him at all, Yi Xian sneered inwardly. However, he did not show it on his face at all, and his face was still full of smiles. As he spoke, he glanced at Hong Tao and pointed at him from 100 billion miles away in the void. Then, he continued, "What's more, fellow Daoist Hong Tao from the Chaos Starfield is right here. What I said just now is true. Fellow Daoists, why don't you ask fellow Daoist Hong Tao and you'll know immediately." This was the truth. When it came to the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid, there was indeed no one else in the entire left bank of the Milky Way other than Hong Tao, who was in charge of the Chaos Starfield. These thoughts flashed through their minds. After being reminded by Yi Xian, the more than 1,000 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and old monsters in the surrounding void were suddenly stunned. Then, they turned at the same time and gathered their gazes on Hong Tao. Ahem. Yi Daoi is right. The secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid left behind by ancestor Hong Ke is indeed in his hands now. Hong Tao coughed twice and cleared his throat. He turned to look at everyone and paused for a moment before continuing. "Nearly a month ago, fellow Daoist, ye came to my Chaos Starfield and entered the parallel void where ancestor Hong Ke was in seclusion. By chance, the secret method manuscript of the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid left behind by ancestor Hong Ke was obtained by fellow Daoist Yi, as well as the red lotus karmic fire that was necessary to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid. After that, fellow Daoist Yi bid farewell to this old man and left, saying that she wanted to find a place to comprehend the ancestors' manuscript. Counting the time, almost a month has passed now, so it should be just enough time for her to completely comprehend the secret technique manuscript left behind by the ancestor. With him personally confirming it, there was naturally no longer any doubt in this matter. The 1,000 or so old monsters of heavenly Tao who had gathered in the area were caught off guard. They were all dumbfounded on the spot, but they soon registered what had happened. Their expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise. Hong Tao was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. With his confirmation, there was naturally no doubt. Moreover, in the past million years, there were actually many heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank who went to the Chaos Starfield because of its fame. They wanted to try to enter the parallel void connected to the Chaos Starfield. Among them, there was even an old monster of the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao who was skilled in the art of controlling fire. Due to his overconfidence, he unfortunately lost his life to the terrifying might of the red lotus karmic fire after entering the parallel void. However, therefore, not only did all the heavenly Tao old monsters present know about this matter, but some of them had even been to the Chaos Starfield and observed it from afar outside the Chaos Starfield. Because of that, when they heard Hong Tao's words, the 1,000 or so old monsters of heavenly Tao who were gathered in the area were caught off guard. They were instantly dumbfounded, but they soon reacted. Their expressions changed, and they cried out in surprise once again. "This is too surprising. It's actually the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Counting the time, the 9 heavenly Tao elixir has been lost on the left bank for millions of years. I didn't expect it to reappear today. It's really something worth celebrating. The master of the magic hall is indeed extraordinary. After all, he is in existence who possesses the Shinong 9-colored flames. He can even refine the red lotus karmic fire. I've heard that the refinement of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir requires such a terrifying top-grade heavenly flame. Since the red lotus karmic fire was refined by the master of the magic hall, it's only natural that the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir was passed down to him. However, even the 9 heavenly Tao elixir did not attract the primordial pill tribulation back then. Now, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has not even opened the furnace to refine it. He has only thoroughly studied the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, and he has already attracted the primordial pill tribulation. This is definitely not normal. It seems that he has some kind of enlightenment and accidentally saw through some kind of shocking secret. If that's really the case, doesn't that mean that the effects of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir refined by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, will be even more shocking, surpassing the effects of Ancestor Hong Ke back then? This is very likely, and it's most likely the truth. The 9 heavenly Tao elixir refined by Ancestor Hong Ke back then was already incredible. If the master of the magic hall has a new discovery, the significance of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir refined is simply immeasurable. This is the rhythm of piercing through the sky. As these words rang out, even the eyelids of Hong Tao, who came from the Hong Ke starfield, twitched wildly. He also had a similar guess in his heart, and this was indeed the only explanation for the scene in front of him. Thinking of this, his heartstrings suddenly tightened. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately looked at Yi Xian. An anxious expression appeared on his face as he impatiently asked, "Congratulations, fellow Daoist Yi. You've finally successfully comprehended the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir left behind by Ancestor Hong Quebec. It's even very likely that you've made a new breakthrough." Halfway through, he suddenly changed the topic, and the flesh on his face twitched a few times. "I believe fellow Daoist should still remember the agreement you made with this old man nearly a month ago. I wonder if it's convenient for you to..." Fellow Daoist Hong also saw that this hall just endured the power of the primordial pill tribulation. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and interrupted him. Although the primordial pill tribulation is not as powerful as the primordial lightning tribulation, it is definitely not something the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation can compare to. After all, it contains a trace of primordial qi. Even if it was only a single bolt of tribulation lightning, this hall was almost unable to withstand it. Now, I'm already injured. Nearly a month ago, this hall did promise fellow Daoist Hong to refine 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir for your fellow Daoists in Hong Ke star field. Although this hall has thoroughly comprehended the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, due to my injuries, it's not the best time to refine it. Hearing this, Hong Tao's expression suddenly changed. His heart, which was already taut, trembled as a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. He was originally worried that Yi Xian would refuse, but now it seemed that this was really the case. This was not good news. To him, the 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that were already set in stone were tantamount to endless variables in an instant. However, just as he was about to try to persuade Yi Xian with a displeased expression, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic halfway through his words. With a wave of his hand, he continued, "Fellow Daoist Hong, there's no need to frown, and there's no need to be nervous. This hall hasn't finished speaking yet. Don't think too much. This hall has always been a man of integrity. Since we agreed that after thoroughly comprehending the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, I will immediately help you refine the 3 batches of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir when I come out of seclusion, there is absolutely no possibility of breaking this agreement. Isn't it just a little injury? If it's only 3 batches, I can barely hold on. This hall will immediately open the furnace and refine it for fellow Daoist. It just so happens that the fellow Daoists of the left bank present can also be witnesses. Are you serious?" Just a moment ago, he was still worried about this matter, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to suddenly change the topic. The pleasant surprise came so quickly that even Hong Tao was caught off guard. His eyes burst out with a blazing light of surprise, and he subconsciously exclaimed softly. After that, he realized that his attitude was a little too impatient, and it seemed that he was a little too unsightly. His face suddenly felt awkward, and he rubbed his hands and smiled repeatedly, pretending to be polite. "Actually, fellow Daoist, he doesn't have to be so anxious. How can this old man not trust fellow Daoist's credibility? If you are really injured, in this old man's opinion, fellow Daoist, you should first go into seclusion to recover from your injuries, and then refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. If that's the case, this hall is afraid that fellow Daoist Hong won't be able to sleep and eat in peace." Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but his face was still smiling. He nodded and said, "Don't forget that this hall withstood a primordial pill tribulation just now. Although it didn't cause any serious injuries, it was definitely not ordinary. If you really want to go into seclusion to recover and fully recover from your injuries, I'm afraid you won't be able to come out of seclusion for at least a year or so. Can fellow Daoist Hong's 3 batches of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir really wait that long?" This. Hong Tao was dumbfounded on the spot. He opened his mouth, but the fake polite words he wanted to say later couldn't be said in an instant. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, the thousands of Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and the old monsters in the right part of the void naturally understood what had happened. After recovering from the shock, the group of old fellows trembled slightly. They gasped and immediately exclaimed out loud. "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! What? Fellow Daoist Yi is going to start refining the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir now." Hiss. 3 batches of it, the Chaos Lac Star Field is really generous, it's simply enviable. 3 batches of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir, that's more than 200 bottles, it's enough for 5 or 6 peak Heavenly Dao elixirs to use, but unfortunately, I don't have a share. It's simply a pity, how can I be willing? Roar, I don't agree with this matter, why does the Chaos Lac Star Field have to refine 3 batches of it at once? I also have the Heavenly Dao elixir, and I'm willing to pay half as a reward to ask fellow Daoist Yi to refine it. Of the 3 batches of it today, I must take 1. 3 batches of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir, that's more than 200 bottles, it's enough for 5 or 6 peak Heavenly Dao elixirs to use, but unfortunately, I don't have a share. It's simply a pity, how can I be willing? Roar, I don't agree with this matter, why does the Chaos Lac Star Field have to refine 3 batches of it at once? I also have the Heavenly Dao elixir, and I'm willing to pay half as a reward to ask fellow Daoist Yi to refine it. Of the 3 batches of it today, I must take 1. What a joke, fellow Daoist Yi has only refined 3 batches of it today, even if the Chaos Lac Star Field has given you 2 batches, why should you monopolize 1? That's right, you're talking as if I don't have the Heavenly Dao elixir, or perhaps, you think I'm not your opponent. Hiss, this matter concerns the 9 Heavenly Treasures elixir, so whoever wants to monopolize it will have to ask me first. As Yi Xian declared that he would refine 3 batches of the 9 Heavenly Treasures elixir today, the thousands of Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts and old monsters standing in the void immediately began to argue. Soon the atmosphere in the air became tense, as if a dispute would descend at any moment. Hong Tao frowned, his face heavy with worry. Although the Chaos Lac Star Field was ranked 10th among the remnant star fields on the left bank, and even his personal strength was ranked in the top 10 among the remnant star fields on the left bank, there were thousands of Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts here. Now, there were more than 1,000 old monsters of the Heavenly Dao gathered here. Besides the survivors of the primordial era, there were also the ferocious beasts of the stars. If they were enraged, he and the Chaos Lac Starfield would not be able to withstand it. These old fellows were all Heavenly Dao ferocious beasts, and they would do anything for the 9 Heavenly Treasures elixir. After all, on both sides of the Milky Way, the 9 Heavenly Treasures elixir was the only hope to break through to the primordial Dao realm. Moreover, this hope had been lost millions of years ago. Now that it had suddenly reappeared, one could imagine how shocking and attractive it was. As these thoughts flashed through Hong Tao's mind, he subconsciously turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would not have been so anxious to ask Yi Xian about the 3 batches of the 9 Heavenly Treasures elixir in front of everyone. Back he could have waited for the crowd to disperse before asking in private. How could there be such trouble now? Fellow Daoists, there is no need to argue about this. Just as Hong Tao was feeling gloomy, Yi Xian spoke again. He turned to look at the thousands of heavenly beasts of the 9 Heavenly Treasures elixir in the Chaos Lac Star Field. His voice paused for a moment before he continued, "The 3 batches of 9 heavenly treasures elixir in the Chaos Lac Star Field are things that I have promised you about a month ago. I cannot delay it for long, so I must fulfill my promise today. As for your request, I am indeed injured today. After I finish refining the 3 batches of 9 heavenly treasures elixir, if I still have energy left, I will try my best to help you refine 2 more batches. Of course, there are only 2 batches. There are too many monks and too little gruel. However, fellow Hong has already prepared for this. You can just ask him later." At this point, Yi Xian did not say anything else. He turned to look at Hong Tao and said, "Fellow Hong, we will talk about the rest later. I have already said that I will help you refine the 3 batches of 9 heavenly treasures elixir today. Now, you can take out the ingredients." When they heard Yi Xian's words, the expressions of the 1,000 or so heavenly Dao's old monsters in the air softened a little. Even though Yi Xian did not say it explicitly, they understood what he meant. He had clearly expressed that although he had only refined a few furnaces today, he could continue to refine the heavenly 9 treasures liquid for the various heavenly Dao old monsters in the future. As for this matter, Yi Xian would not interfere and leave everything to Hong Tao to handle. This was within expectations, so no one was surprised. After all, in order to obtain more 9 heavenly Dao elixir of the 9 heavenly Dao, even Patriarch Hong Ke had publicly refined 9 heavenly Dao elixir for the heavenly Dao experts of the left bank. Only just by refining it, one could receive half of the treasured liquid as a reward. As long as one had the ability, anyone would be willing to do such a thing. When these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 1,000 or so old monsters of heavenly Dao who had gathered in the air around them instantly relaxed. They stopped arguing. On the other hand, Hong Tao's heart relaxed. He smiled as he looked at Yi Xian with gratitude. Yi Xian's words just now seemed to be light and did not say anything explicitly, but they reminded the heavenly Dao's old monsters who had gathered in the surroundings. It made them realize that the reason why Yi Xian could obtain the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir of the 9 heavenly Dao elixir was because of Hong Ke Galaxy. Therefore, in the future, even if he wanted to help others refine the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, this matter would be spread through Hong Ke Galaxy. Under such circumstances, naturally, no one would dare to offend Hong Tao. Otherwise, they would be going against themselves. When they returned, they would think of ways to avoid it or try to push it back as much as possible. When that happened, they would really have a headache. In reality, even now, Hong Tao had already seen some differences in the gazes of the heavenly Dao experts who had gathered in the surroundings. This made him extremely satisfied. He secretly praised the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, in his heart. He had unknowingly helped him resolve the crisis. He was really too kind, Xiao. With that thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, there was a faint sound of something tearing through the air. A ray of light was sent out by him. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Yi Xian and turned into a storage artifact. Yi Xian had promised him a total of 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir. Refining 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Dao elixir required a total of 27 portions of heavenly Dao elixir. Of course, this could be repeated, because each cauldron only required 9 portions of heavenly Dao elixir. As long as the 9 types of heavenly Dao elixir were not the same, there would be no problem at all. And now, this storage magic treasure that Hong Tao had sent over with a wave of his hand just so happened to contain 27 portions of heavenly Dao essence liquid. Of course, there were also various other supplementary materials, and all of them were top-grade items. These 27 portions of origin liquid were not all different. There were some that were similar, but there were a total of 17 to 18 types. This is among them, there were 7 or 8 that were not present in the 40-plus portions of origin liquid in Yi Xian's possession. Although Xian had more than 40 portions of origin liquid in his possession, there were only slightly more than 20 types. Among them, 15 to 16 portions were similar. These 15 to 16 portions were of no use to him and had to be replaced. Because refining a level 31 primordial chaos pellet required 81 different types of origin liquid in the cauldron. Now, among the 27 portions of origin liquid that Hong Tao had taken out, there were 7 or 8 types that were not present in Yi Xian's possession. He could completely replace these 7 or 8 types of origin liquid without anyone noticing before he started the refining process. In this way, the remaining items that were similar to each other were reduced by half, leaving only 7 or 8 types. And this was also the reason why Yi Xian was anxious to fulfill his promise and help Hong Tao refine these 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Dao elixir on the spot. After all, the heavenly Dao essence liquid was really hard to find. To be able to replace half of the 15 to 16 portions of similar items in the blink of an eye was definitely not a small matter to him. After Yi Xian put away the storage magic treasure, all of this was done silently in the short span of a breath. After that, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, a ray of light shot out from his body. Chapter 5138. Whoosh! After silently exchanging half of the dozen or so identical items in his hands, Yi Xian's heart relaxed and he instantly waved his hand. A sharp sound broke through the air, and a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the farmer god's treasured cauldron. It was huge and spanned across the void. At the mouth of the cauldron, a 9-colored mist was dense like a spring, dazzling everyone. For in the surrounding void, there were gasps. Although the more than 1,000 heavenly beasts and old monsters gathered here had long heard of the fierce name of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, they knew that he had the farmer god's treasured cauldron in his hands. It was a primordial treasure of an era in a large world. It contained the farmer god's 9-colored flame, a top-grade heavenly flame. However, except for a few existences, the rest had only heard of it and had never seen it with their own eyes. Before this, many of the heavenly beasts present had never really met Yi Xian. Now that they suddenly saw him take out the farmer god's treasured cauldron, it was normal for them to have such a reaction when they were caught off guard. In fact, among these heavenly beasts, there was a flash of greed in the depths of some of their eyes. It was obvious that they were greedy, but that was all. Yi Xian's fierce name was well known on the left bank and the right bank. They dared to think about it, but it might not be realistic to actually make a move. Moreover, Yi Xian was related to the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir. His identity was too sensitive. Who would have the guts to suddenly make a move on him in public? Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this. As the treasured cauldron was taken out, his shoulders shook, and his entire body instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the entrance of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. He directly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Although the 9 heavenly great Dao elixir was far inferior to the level 31 primordial pill, it was the only supreme elixir on both sides of the Milky Way that was helpful in breaking through to the primordial Dao realm. It was naturally not easy to refine it. Even if Yi Xian were to make a move, with his attainments and experience in the Dao of medicine, it would still take him several days to refine it. Moreover, he couldn't be distracted in the slightest during this process. He had to devote all of his attention to it. In this situation where there were more than 1,000 heavenly beasts around, Yi Xian naturally would not put himself in danger. Now that he had entered the mouth of the farmer god's cauldron, the cauldron filled with 9-colored mist. The refinement of the 9 great Dao treasure liquid was completely carried out within the central region volcano within the cauldron. This was because the refinement of the treasure liquid required the use of the red lotus karmic fire, and after the red lotus karmic fire was refined, it had long since been stored by Yi Xian in the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. At this moment, following Yi Xian's thought, an earth-shattering rumble sounded out from the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano. The boundless red lotus karmic fire directly soared into the sky and floated in midair at the center of the central region volcano. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 3 cauldrons formed purely by the red lotus hellfire. 3. The flame energy cauldrons were lined up in a row. Countless red lotuses were blooming inside and outside. They were extremely beautiful, but they were emitting a terrifying pressure that made one's heart palpitate. Although Yi Xian had forcefully withstood the primordial pill tribulation, in reality, he had already secretly swallowed some primal chaos medicine. His injuries had long since recovered, and he wasn't injured as he had said. If he were to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir now, not to mention 3 cauldrons, even 300 cauldrons would not be a problem. This could be seen from the fact that the 3 cauldrons were being refined at the same time. Dang! However, only he knew about this. Everything in the cauldron was not visible to the 1,000 heavenly beasts gathered in the void outside. They could not detect anything. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Soon, there was a faint sound of breaking through the air from the center of the volcano. A total of 27 portions of the heavenly great Tao elixir were divided into 3 batches. Each batch had 9 portions, and they shot out into the 3 flame energy cauldrons that were lined up in midair. At the same time, the other auxiliary materials for refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir also shot out. They were all thrown into the cauldron by Yi Xian. Then, he began the refinement. Heavens! The 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was indeed extraordinary, but Yi Xian's talent in the Tao of alchemy was also not to be underestimated. Even if he refined 3 cauldrons at the same time, with his current terrifying divine sense, it was still easy for him. However, none of this was known to outsiders. In their eyes, Yi Xian entered the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. After sitting down cross-legged, he closed his eyes. His expression was extremely solemn, as if it was quite strenuous for him. Time slowly passed. According to Yi Xian's estimation, refining the same cauldron of treasures at the same time would take at most 4 days to complete. This matter in fact, it was indeed so. When the 4th day was about to pass, the 3 flame energy cauldrons hanging in midair above the volcano exploded at the same time. The cauldrons once again turned into a sea of red karmic fire, gathered together, and directly fell into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. While, what was left in the void were 3 cauldrons of treasures. Each cauldron was divided into 81 small cauldrons. Each small cauldron of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was only the size of a nascent soul's fist, but the energy aura it emitted was extremely shocking. It clearly contained a trace of weak primordial power. When this scene fell into the eyes of the rhinoceros beetle, the old man's expression changed instantly. His body trembled violently as he gasped in shock. Hiss! 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. Big brother, you are really a big shot. You actually made 3 cauldrons and more than 200 bottles. Previously, when Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Shenong cauldron, this old man had already sensed it. He walked out of the distant mountain range in the cauldron space and went to a place not far from the volcano in the central region to watch from afar. He did not understand what Yi Xian was going to do today, but at this moment, he suddenly understood. The 9 heavenly great Tao elixir had been lost on the left bank for millions of years. Even the goat horn immortal had only heard of it. Such as now that he suddenly saw this kind of supreme treasure elixir appear again, and 3 cauldrons and more than 200 bottles appeared at once, the shock in his heart was intense, which could be seen from this. But Yi Xian did not pay attention to him at all, because even Yi Xian did not have a share of these 3 cauldrons of treasure elixir, let alone the goat horn immortal. Although the treasure elixir was refined, Yi Xian did not get up. His figure was still sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. His eyes were closed tightly, and his expression was solemn. It seemed that he was still trying to refine the treasure elixir. Again, after sitting for 4 or 5 days, he estimated that the time was almost up. Then he suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth outlined a relieved smile. Whoosh! With a thought, the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that had been refined long ago gathered together in an instant, transforming into a ray of light that rushed out from the belly of the volcano in the central region. It directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged. With a thought from Yi Xian, the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that had been refined long ago gathered together in an instant, transforming into a ray of light that rushed out from the belly of the volcano in the central region. It directly rushed toward the mouth of the cauldron that Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! After rushing out of the cauldron, the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir were immediately stored in small bottles by Yi Xian. Hong Tao had long since been prepared for this. Among the storage magic treasure that he gave to Yi Xian with a wave of his hand, there were 243 small bottles that were used to store the refined heavenly 9 great Tao treasure elixir. This scene unfolded at the mouth of the cauldron. More than 1,000 heavenly law ferocious beasts and experts gathered in the distance saw it with their own eyes. In an instant, along with a large number of gasps, soft cries that were like a tide came from all over the place. Look, the refining of the 3 cauldrons of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir has been completed. Hiss. So many 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. The aura is rich, and each small bottle contains a wisp of primordial energy. It is definitely the legendary 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. 3 full cauldrons, more than 200 bottles, almost blinding this old man's eyes. It's too amazing. 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. It really is the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. It has been lost on the left bank for millions of years, and now it has finally reappeared. This is really a blessing for the people of the left bank. From now on, the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir has reappeared on the left bank. Although this is indeed a blessing, don't forget that the main material needed to refine this kind of elixir is the heavenly great Tao elixir. Even millions of years ago, the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir had once caused a bloody storm on both sides of the Milky Way. This time, I'm afraid, who cares about that? For the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, so what if we hunt down the incarnations of the will of the heavenly great Tao? In this world, the strong are respected. If you don't have the original body to protect you, why can't you help others? Roar, hiss hiss hiss. When they were excited, some powerful space beasts instantly raised their heads and let out shocking roars and howls. All of them revealed boundless excitement, and an iron-blooded killing aura instantly filled the void. Obviously, they were a little impatient. Refining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir required 9 different types of heavenly Tao origin elixir as the main material. Although there were over 1,000 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and survivors present, not all of them had more than 9 different types of 9 heavenly Tao elixir in their hands. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happened, many of the existences present would probably immediately start hunting after they dispersed today. It was not only those existences who were once incarnations of the heavenly great Tao of a large world that had to be vigilant, but the other heavenly great Tao experts were also the same. Because, even if they were not incarnations of the heavenly great Tao of a large world, since they were heavenly great Tao experts, it was possible for them to collect heavenly great Tao elixir. Killing others to seize their treasures was simply too common in the vast starry sky. It was precisely because they realized this point that the expressions of the 1,000 over heavenly great Tao experts that were gathered in all directions instantly turned cold, and the atmosphere in the void imperceptibly became heavy and oppressive. Yi Xian was well aware of all this, but he did not care. The more chaotic the situation was, the more advantageous it was for him. In this way, he could take advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters and silently make a fortune. Soon, the 243 bottles of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir were filled up, and all the small bottles were kept in the storage magic treasure by Yi Xian. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly sent it to Hong Tao in the distance. At this moment, the eyes of more than 1,000 heavenly great Tao beasts and heavenly great Tao experts all gathered on this storage magic treasure that was shooting toward Hong Tao, revealing endless greed. Even more, some people's breathing was rapid, and their chests were violently rising and falling. the 9 heavenly grade Tao elixir was currently the only supreme elixir on both sides of the Milky Way that was helpful for breaking through to the primordial Tao realm, and it had been lost for millions of years. Now, there were more than 240 bottles in this storage magic treasure, and its weight could be seen at a glance. Look, seeing this storage magic treasure shooting toward Hong Tao, a strong intention to snatch it surged in the hearts of some people, but this impulse was forcefully suppressed by them in the end. Because there were more than 1,000 heavenly great Tao old monsters present. No matter who made a move, it was absolutely impossible for them to escape smoothly. Instead, they would die because of this. Namely, he escaped with his life, but from now on, he had offended Hong Tao and the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. It was absolutely impossible to ask them to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir again. At this moment, the atmosphere in the void was heavy to the extreme, and Hong Tao was even more nervous. His heartstrings were tight, and his heart was in his throat. He was really afraid that something would happen at this last juncture, but in the end, everything was calm, and the storage magic treasure that shot out smoothly fell into his hands. Ha ha ha, fellow Yi is really trustworthy. With a flip of his hand, this storage magic treasure that contained 243 bottles of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was stored in Hong Tao's body. At this moment, his heart that had been hanging in his throat completely fell back, and a look of joy appeared on his face. He raised his head and laughed loudly, first praising and complimenting Yi Xian. Then, he changed the topic and asked, "Oh right, other than the 3 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that you promised this old man that day, Yi Xian also said that you want to see how your own condition is after refining it before deciding whether to help the other fellow Taoists refine 2 batches. I wonder how fellow Ye's injuries are now that you've finished refining these 3 batches. If you don't have enough strength, you can delay this matter a little. Don't try to be brave. It's better to focus on your own precious body." These words sounded nice. On the surface, it seemed like he was concerned about Yi Xian, but in fact, he was clearly urging him. Yi Xian heard this, he immediately sneered in his heart. This old man was really not a good person. He was simply burning the bridge after crossing the river. He had just refined 3 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir for him, and now he was being schemed against. He deliberately mentioned this matter. On one hand, it was to express goodwill to the thousands of heavenly Tao old monsters gathered around. On the other hand, it was clearly to divert everyone's attention. After all, if Yi Xian refined 2 more batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he wouldn't be the only one with the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. The risk of snatching it from him was too great. If he didn't succeed, he would offend others. Therefore, even if someone really wanted to rob him, they would definitely choose the other 2 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. However, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Xian. It had nothing to do with him who he robbed. However, this old man clearly knew that Yi Xian was injured, and he had just helped him refine 3 batches of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. In order to divert everyone's covetous thoughts, he actually ignored this point. To put it bluntly, he was no different from an ingrate. These thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. "You're heartless, I'm not righteous. You'll suffer later." But on the surface, he didn't show it. Instead, he nodded with a smile and promised, "Fellow Hong, you don't have to worry. It's not a problem to refine 2 more furnaces. Since I've already agreed, I naturally can't decline. These 2 furnaces. I'll refine them." There were more than 1,000 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and remnant old monsters present, but there were only 2 cauldrons of heavenly 9 great Tao elixir that Yi Xian was about to refine. It was not enough to share. No matter who the quota for these 2 furnaces was given to, the others would not agree. Regarding this matter, when Yi Xian was refining the first 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, Hong Tao had already discussed it with the over 1,000 heavenly law ferocious beasts and old monsters gathered in the surrounding void. 2. The ferocious beasts and the survivors would each get 1 furnace. But however, it was still not for any one person. It was for fusion. As for the ferocious beasts, the 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts of the right segment each took out a portion of heavenly law origin liquid and fused it into a cauldron of heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid. After the refinement was completed, there were 81 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid that came out of the cauldron. These 9 ferocious beasts who had each provided a portion of the heavenly law origin liquid were equally distributed, each with 9 bottles. Until it was the same for Yu Mean's cauldron. The 9 heavenly Tao survivors who were famous in the right segment each took out a portion of the heavenly law origin liquid and fused it. This was naturally the best distribution plan. Even if there were still people who were unwilling, the 9 heavenly law ferocious beasts and 9 heavenly Tao survivors chosen by Hong Tao were all famous people in the right segment. Whoever objected would be going against them, and at the same time, they would also offend Yi Xian and Hong Tao, so that kind of situation would not happen again. Even if there were people who were unhappy, they could only accept it. In fact, when Yi Xian was refining the first 3 cauldrons, Hong Tao had not only confirmed the refining plan with the heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void, but he had also already collected the portions of heavenly law origin liquid that the 18 ferocious beasts and survivors had each taken out. 2 cauldrons, a total of 18 portions of heavenly law origin liquid and other supplementary materials, were now in Hong Tao's hands and placed in another storage magic treasure. Fellow Taoists, although fellow Taoist Yi has agreed to refine the cauldron, this old man has to make one thing clear in advance. Seeing Yi Xian nod in agreement, Hong Tao nodded and then turned to look at the 18 heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors. With a solemn expression, he continued, the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid was created by the ancestor of my Hong K star field, Hong Quebec. 1,000,000 years ago, it was a custom on the left bank that anyone who provided the heavenly law origin liquid and other supplementary materials to ask ancestor Hong K to refine the 9 heavenly treasured liquid would receive half of the treasured liquid as a reward, which is 40 bottles. Now, after 1,000,000 years, the 9 heavenly treasured liquid has reappeared on the left bank. But the rule from back then cannot be broken. Otherwise, I'm sure fellow Taoist Yi will be disinterested. After all, he has no obligation to do so. Therefore, in the future, if someone asks fellow Taoist Yi to refine the 9 heavenly treasured liquid, the reward will still be the same as back then, 40 bottles per cauldron, as for today, because these 2 cauldrons are refined by 9 fellow Taoists, in order to make it easier to distribute. This old man means that fellow Taoist Yi will only receive 36 bottles per cauldron. In this way, after deducting fellow Taoist Yi's reward, there will be 45 bottles left for each of the 9 fellow Taoists, which is exactly 5 bottles per person. Everything had been arranged for Yi Xian, but he did not explicitly say that the Hong K star field would receive 50% of the reward. This was clearly to let Yi Xian attract hatred. He was truly a sly old fox. No. Regarding the reward for refining the 9 heavenly treasured liquid, even if he did not say it, everyone already knew, so now that there was no objection, Yi Xian naturally did not take the initiative to say anything else. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he secretly sneered, immediately nodding in agreement. Whoosh. Seeing that Yi Xian nodded, the 1,000 or so heavenly Tao old monsters gathered in the void did not have any objections. Hong K was secretly delighted, and he did not hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, the storage magic treasure containing the 2 cauldrons of materials instantly shot toward Yi Xian. In his hand, the storage magic treasure landed in the center of his palm, and Yi Xian's divine sense immediately extended into it. As soon as he investigated, he was immediately delighted. Although there were only 18 bottles of heavenly Tao origin liquid in the storage magic treasure, half of them were not in Yi Xian's hands, and Yi Xian only had 8 types of identical heavenly Tao origin liquid. Also, in other words, he could secretly change all the identical heavenly Tao origin liquids in his possession right now. This way, the total of 43 heavenly Tao origin liquids in his possession would all be different, and there would be no identical items. Refine. Refining a level 31 primordial pill required 81 different types of heavenly Tao origin liquid. As long as Yi Xian replaced the last 8 identical items, he would have more than half of the heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands. This was naturally delightful. First, it was completed very quickly, and Yi Xian quietly replaced the last 8 identical heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands. At this moment, he was in a good mood, because one of the main reasons why he was so busy today was to replace the identical heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands. Now, it was finally complete. Fellow Taoists, please wait a few more days. He let out a long breath, turned to the 18 heavenly Tao old monsters in the surrounding void, and nodded. After greeting them, he immediately closed his eyes and began the refinement of the 9 heavenly Tao origin liquid again. Boom, rumble. In an instant, following Yi Xian's thought, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. The majestic red lotus karmic fire directly rushed into the sky and floated in mid-air at the center of the volcano in the central region. However, this time, it only split into 2 cauldrons formed purely by the red lotus karmic fire. They also lined up in mid-air at the center of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the preparations were complete, a faint sound of air breaking immediately sounded. A total of 18 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid were divided into 2 batches. Each batch of 9 portions shot out and landed in the 2 flame energy cauldrons that were lined up in mid-air at the center of the volcano. The other supplementary materials for refining the heavenly 9 treasures liquid were also thrown into the flame energy cauldrons by Yi Xian. The refinement of the 2 cauldrons of heavenly Tao origin liquid was completed in just 3 days. At this time, the 3 flame energy cauldrons that were suspended in mid-air above the volcano in the central region exploded at the same time. They turned into a red sea of karmic fire that gathered and fell directly into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. While, what was left in the void were 2 cauldrons of heavenly Tao origin liquid. Each cauldron was divided into 81 small cauldrons. Each small cauldron was only the size of a nascent soul fist. Yi Xian did not get up. He waited for another 3 or 4 days before suddenly opening his eyes. With a thought, the 2 cauldrons of heavenly 9 treasures liquid that had been completed instantly gathered together and turned into a ray of light that rushed out from the center of the volcano in the central region. Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 the faint sound of air breaking rang out continuously. After the heavenly 9 treasures liquid rushed out of the cauldron, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and directly divided them into bottles. He kept 72 bottles, and the remaining 90 bottles were stored in 2 storage Dharma treasures. He waved his hand and sent out, for the past few days, the 18 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts and the old monsters who had each provided a portion of the heavenly Tao origin liquid had been eagerly waiting. Now that the 2 cauldrons of heavenly 9 treasures liquid that belonged to them had finally been refined, the old fellows naturally did not have any hesitation. As soon as Yi Xian sent out the 2 storage Dharma treasures, the 18 heavenly Tao old monsters split into 2 groups and divided the 90 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid inside, 18 people, 5 bottles each. Although it was far from enough to let a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection go into seclusion after swallowing it and successfully break through to the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao, that would require at least 40 bottles. However, this was the heavenly 9 treasures liquid after all. It had been lost on the left bank for millions of years. Now, even if there were only 5 bottles in hand, it was still something to be happy about. The 8 old monsters all laughed happily. After keeping the 5 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid into their bodies, they immediately cupped their hands and thanked Yi Xian. They said that Yi Xian had received a total of 72 bottles from the 2 cauldrons, which made them feel a little pained. However, this kind of etiquette could not be lacking. In the future, they would still have to rely on Yi Xian to continue refining the treasure liquid for them. Without saying anything, his figure flashed out from the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. Then, with a wave of his hand, he directly kept the cauldron into his body. Swish! Without hesitation, after keeping the cauldron, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand again, and a ray of light shot towards Hong Tao. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of him and stopped abruptly. It was a storage Dharma treasure. This storage magic treasure contained 36 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid. It was a distribution plan that Yi Xian had discussed with Hong Tao back then. Half of all the rewards would be given to the Chaos Starfield. Although Yi Xian felt a little pained about this matter, he definitely couldn't be careless. This was because he had sworn a Dao hard oath, so he naturally wouldn't lose the big picture over a small matter. Dang! However, although Hong Tao had obtained 36 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid for free this time, according to Yi Xian's plan, if nothing unexpected happened, such a thing would not happen again in the future. It was impossible for the old man to continue doing this kind of profitable business for a long time. Today, I'll let him taste some sweetness first. Soon, he'll be crying, ha ha ha, fellow Yi, you've worked hard. You've really worked hard. Although Yi Xian did not say what was inside the storage magic treasure, when he waved his hand and sent it out, the light in Hong Tao's eyes had already become burning. Today he took the storage magic treasure that had abruptly stopped in the void in front of him. After using his divine sense to confirm that there were indeed 36 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid inside, his face immediately bloomed with an incomparably brilliant smile. With a flip of his hand, he put away the storage magic treasure and cupped his fists towards Yi Xian again and again, showing incomparable eagerness. In the previous 3 batches, he had already obtained 243 bottles of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid. Now that he had obtained 36 bottles, the total number of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid in Hong Tao's hands was already 279 bottles. This was definitely an astonishing number. It was close to 300. Although it was impossible to guarantee that all the Heavenly Dao old monsters in the Chaos Starfield would be given more than 40 bottles, at least half of them would be gathered. Naturally, this made him happy. Even more the key was Yi Xian's attitude. This fellow was indeed on the right track. He wasn't bragging when he spat out a nail. With him around, this business that had no capital and no profit would probably continue for a long time in the future. The Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid would always be soft. Everyone, fellow Daoist Yi was injured before. She clenched her teeth and held on for more than 10 days before she finished refining these 5 cauldrons of the 9 Heavenly Dao elixir. If this drags on any longer, I'm afraid fellow Daoist Yi's body will be injured. In his joy, Hong Tao, whose face was flushed red, turned to the thousands of Heavenly Dao old monsters in the surrounding void and looked around. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "So, I'm afraid that the refining of the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid will end here today. However, everyone, don't worry. Fellow Yi is recuperating in seclusion. After he recovers, he will definitely take action again and refine the Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid for everyone. Before that, this old man is willing to undertake the early arrangements for the refining of the liquid so that fellow Yi won't have to worry about these trivial matters after he comes out of seclusion and waste his energy and time. So, if anyone needs to refine the Heavenly Nine Treasures elixir, just tell this old man directly. After this old man returns, this old man will definitely make a unified arrangement and draw up a refining plan. Once fellow Daoist Yi comes out of seclusion, you can immediately start refining." The group of Heavenly Dao old monsters in the air were waiting for him to say these words. At this moment, when they saw that Hong Tao had taken the initiative to express his position, they immediately whispered to each other in groups of 2s and 3s. Moreover, someone quickly put forward a request to refine it. This imperceptibly exposed the approximate amount of Heavenly Dao origin liquid they had in their possession. No one is to compete with me. After fellow Yi recovers and comes out of seclusion, you must help me refine the first batch of Heavenly Nine Treasures liquid. I also want to refine a batch. Yellow-robed old monster, don't you have 3 types of Heavenly Origin liquid? The number is just right. How about this old man refine one with you? Fellow Daoist Hong, the three of us are willing to refine one batch. Also, I already have 5 types of heavenly origin liquid. Even if fellow Taoist can take out 4 types to refine with me, when someone took the lead to express his position, the void instantly became lively. More than a third of the 1,000 or so heavenly Tao old monsters spoke up. Those who were rich could refine a batch of heavenly 9 treasures liquid by themselves, and the worst could only refine one batch with 4 or 5 people at most. Hong Tao was smiling so widely that he could not close his mouth. According to what he had said earlier, he would receive 40 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid as a reward for refining one batch, and Yi Xian would give half of these rewards to the Chaos Starfield to calculate. With every batch he refined, he would be able to get 20 bottles of heavenly 9 treasures liquid for free. This was truly a win-win situation. The old man was incomparably attentive, and his grin reached the back of his ears. Even though the surroundings of the void were noisy, he was enjoying it, and he continuously used jade slips to record the refinement requirements raised by the old monsters of the heavenly Tao. Unknowingly, the heavenly Tao old monsters who had refining requirements gradually surrounded Hong Tao. They scrambled to contact their partners and report their refining requirements. On the other hand, Yi Xian was left out in the cold. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he immediately sneered inwardly. At the same time, the heavenly Tao old monsters who surrounded Hong Tao and took the initiative to report their refining requirements, whether they were fierce beasts or survivors, were all recorded in his heart. The reason why Yi Xian used the primordial pill tribulation this time to attract the heavenly Tao old monsters on the left bank and right bank was his ultimate goal. At this moment, all the old men's attention was attracted by the heavenly 9 treasures liquid of the great Tao. They completely did not realize that the heavenly Tao old liquid in their hands had quietly leaked out in Yi Xian's eyes, and he had already set his sights on it. They also did not expect that not long after, bad luck that made them grit their teeth would descend upon them. Chapter 5139. Fellow Taoists, I am injured, so it is not convenient for me to stay here for long. I will return to the right bank to recuperate. After collecting most of the information, Yi Xian immediately sent out a voice transmission. As for the refinement of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, you can directly contact fellow Taoist Hong Tao in the Chaos Starfield during this period of time. A year later, I will personally come to the Chaos Starfield and start the refinement for all of you. Hearing this, the thousands of heavenly beasts and old monsters in the surrounding void all turned to look. When Yi Xian finished speaking, they all cupped their fists and bade farewell. Hiss! A crisp sound of breaking air rang out. Yi Xian waved his hand and tore open a void crack in front of him. Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old monsters of the heavenly Tao did not stay for long. They all left one after another. Some of them who had some friendship with Hong Tao returned to the Chaos Starfield with him as guests. They took this opportunity to get closer to him and improve their relationship. Obviously, after today, Hong Tao's status in the right bank of the left bank would rise again. This was because the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had clearly made an agreement with him. Yi Xian was only in charge of refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, and Hong Tao was in charge of all the other trivial matters. This matter spread like wildfire and quickly spread from the right bank to the middle and left bank of the left bank. Presumably, even the right bank of the Milky Way would hear about it soon. This was what it meant. On both sides of the Milky Way, the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir had always been the only supreme elixir that was helpful in breaking through to the primordial Tao realm. It had been lost for millions of years, and now that it had finally reappeared, it was destined to shock both sides of the Milky Way. However, at the same time, a bloody storm that swept across both sides of the Milky Way would definitely descend because of this. Such a scene had already happened millions of years ago. In order to seize the heavenly great Tao elixir, the main ingredient for refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, who knew how many heavenly Tao experts would become prey and fall one after another due to being hunted, Xiao. A faint whistling sound rang out as a figure shot over from the dark void in the distance. It was none other than Yi Xian, who had announced that he would return to the forbidden area of the magic hall to recuperate. It was still the right half of the left bank because Yi Xian had no intention of returning to the right bank at all. Before refining the 5 cauldrons of Heavenly 9 Treasures elixir, he had already swallowed the Chaos Great Medicine and completely recovered from the injuries caused by the Primordial Pill Tribulation. Very soon, Yi Xian fully activated the Perfect Oscillation Spiritual Power Secret Technique. His figure instantly concealed itself, and all of his aura was withdrawn. Not a single trace of unusual aura could be detected in the air. The reason why he stayed at the left bank and right bank was to hunt down the Heavenly Dao's old monsters and seize the Heavenly Dao origin liquid in their hands. Previously, when the thousands of Heavenly Dao's old monsters gathered at the right bank asked Hong Tao for the refinement of the Heavenly Dao origin liquid, they had inadvertently revealed the approximate amount of Heavenly Dao origin liquid in their hands. All of this was seen by Yi Xian and remembered in his heart. In just a short 2 days, he launched a hunting operation. The first target he chose was an old monster of the remnant people. This old monster of the remnant people's cultivation was not bad. He was at the late stage of the 7th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. From the information he revealed earlier, this person should have about 5 or 6 types of Heavenly Dao origin liquid in his hands. Hundreds of billions of kilometers ahead was the remnant people's star domain that this old monster of the remnant people was overseeing. However, Yi Xian, who had concealed himself and restrained all of his aura, did not continue to advance into the star domain. Instead, he waited outside because that old man had not returned yet. However, it would be soon. This time, Yi Xian did not plan to brazenly carry out the hunt. Instead, he planned to lie in the dark and wait for an opportunity to make a move from time to time. Thousands of years ago, the appearance of the Heavenly 9 Great Dao Treasure Liquid had once led to a reign of terror on both sides of the Milky Way. In order to refine the Heavenly Dao origin liquid that was necessary for the refinement of the Heavenly 9 Great Dao Treasure Liquid, countless Heavenly Dao beasts and remnant experts fought and killed endlessly. For example, although millions of years had passed since then, with the reappearance of the lost Heavenly 9 Great Dao Treasure Liquid, a similar reign of terror would inevitably sweep across both sides of the Milky Way. It could be said that before long, all kinds of killings would begin in full swing and continue endlessly. In this situation, Yi Xian mixed in with it, concealed his figure, restrained his aura, and occasionally made a move like fishing in troubled waters. It would not attract much attention at all. Although, even if he could brazenly rob and kill people everywhere, he would still be fearless. But since he could quietly make a fortune, why would he deliberately attract hatred for himself? No. Wrong, Yi Xian was indeed fierce outside. Whether it was on the right bank of the Milky Way or the left bank of the Milky Way, he had done many massacres. But in fact, no matter how chaotic the two sides of the Milky Way were this time, as long as Yi Xian did not expose himself when he hunted, or killed all the existences that saw him, then, whether it was the Heavenly Dao old monsters on the left bank or the right bank, they would definitely not suspect that he was also involved in this crazy slaughter. The reason was very simple. The other people started a massacre and set off a reign of terror in order to snatch the Heavenly Dao origin liquid. Their ultimate goal in snatching the origin liquid was to ask Yi Xian to refine the Heavenly 9 Great Dao Treasure Liquid. As for Yi Xian, if he wanted more Heavenly 9 Great Dao Treasure Liquid, he did not need to hunt and snatch at all. He only needed to spend some time and effort to refine it. For every furnace he refined, he could receive 40 bottles of the Heavenly 9 Great Dao Treasure Liquid as a reward. Why bother? Rip. After waiting for only 2 days, the crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the dark void about 10 billion miles behind him on the right. Only crack in the void appeared out of thin air without any warning. Then, a figure walked out of it. It was the 7th-rank survivor that Yi Xian had been waiting for 2 days. Seeing the appearance of his target, Yi Xian's spirit was lifted. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately rushed over. At this time, he was in the form of a violent ape. He was about 10 feet tall, and he had already taken out the big-headed black stick in his hand. No, because the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique had always been in a fully activated state, this rank 7 survivor who had just torn through the void and arrived didn't notice anything unusual at all. He had no idea that the Grim Reaper was rapidly approaching him. Bang! As he approached, Yi Xian immediately attacked. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Yi Xian, who had rushed behind the other party, raised the big-headed black stick and smashed it on the body of the 7th-rank survivor. Old Master, this guy had already reached the door of his house and let his guard down. He did not expect such a thing to happen at all. He did not even have time to react before his entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread out. Ooh! Crazy! The sound of the wind whistling rang out. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably boundless and invisible force whistled out, sweeping the blood mist and the storage magic treasure that had fallen into the air and directly sending them into his body. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian's attack succeeded. Before the 7th-rank survivor could react, his body had already exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Yi Xian waved his hand at the first possible moment. Accompanied by the howling of the wind, an incomparably boundless and formless force whistled out, sweeping the blood mist and the storage magic treasure that had fallen into the air and directly sending them into his body. Hiss! Then, he waved his hand to tear open a crack in the void and immediately rushed into it. In a flash, his figure disappeared. Half a day later, Yi Xian appeared from the void of another area. His figure was still hidden, but with a flip of his hand, he took out the storage magic treasure that fell from the body of the 7th-rank survivor who had just been killed. After erasing the imprint of the divine sense, Yi Xian checked it and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. The old monster of the 7th rank was naturally extremely rich. The various precious materials and medicines in this storage magic treasure were simply dazzling, and all of them were top-notch items. While there were 5 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid that Yi Xian was concerned about. Unfortunately, he already had 2 of them in his hands. In other words, the current Yi Xian had 46 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid, 48 portions. Although, however, it was only an increase of 3 types, but after all, it was only a single attack. To be able to obtain such a harvest was already extremely good. This was the true meaning of no cost and no risk. Yi Xian silently made a fortune, and no one on both sides of the Milky Way would have thought of it. Roar! Rumble! Damn you guys, you two actually dare to attack this king. At this moment, in the dark void in the distance, a shocking roar suddenly came, followed by the rumbling of thunder and the roar of a fierce beast full of endless resentment. A faint light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he subconsciously turned to look. His shoulders also shook, and he quietly approached. Number after 100 billion miles, 3 figures appeared in the void. 2 of them were survivors, and they were all in the 7th rank of the heavenly Tao. The other figure was a fierce beast, and it was also in the 7th rank of the heavenly Tao. The 2 old fellows were fighting fiercely, and the lone heavenly law ferocious beast had obviously been ambushed. Those 2 heavenly law survivors, who had the same cultivation as him, must have come for the heavenly law origin liquid in his hands. It seemed that this monstrous bloody storm that was destined to sweep across both sides of the Milky Way had most likely begun in the right section of the left bank. The scene in front of him could also be happening in the other areas of the left bank and right section of the right bank. The 3 old men who were fighting fiercely in front of him had similar cultivation levels. Although the heavenly Tao beast was alone, its lifeblood was abundant, and its baneful aura surged into the sky. It should be fine for a short period of time. This Yi Xian naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. The 3 old men did not expect that there would be someone lurking nearby. Furthermore, it was a peak heavenly Tao expert with terrifying cultivation levels. Under such circumstances, Yi Xian's sudden attack caught them off guard. There was at least a 70% chance of them being killed in a short period of time. Roar! Roar! Just as Yi Xian's heart stirred, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he was about to attack. A few earth-shattering roars of fierce beasts suddenly sounded from the dark void in front of him to the right. They were filled with endless fury. Turn looking over, for incomparably huge figures were reflected in his eyes. They were 4 astral beasts, and all of them were existences at the Heavenly Tao realm. The weakest was at the 5th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm, while the strongest was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian could not be sure if the 4 Heavenly Tao beasts were acquainted with the 7th stage beast that was being besieged. However, since the 2 old monsters were besieging him, the result would be the same regardless of whether they knew each other. These 2 old monsters were really unlucky. Originally, they were 2 against 1, but in the blink of an eye, they had fallen into a dangerous situation of 2 against 5. Today, if they wanted to leave this place alive, they probably wouldn't have much of a chance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately sighed inwardly. At the same time, he no longer had a chance to make a move. Because if he counted the 4 ferocious beasts that were about to descend, the number of old monsters of the Heavenly Tao gathered here had already reached 7. There was even a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Under such circumstances, even Yi Xian could not kill all of them in a short period of time. True. If he were to forcefully attack, his whereabouts would be exposed. The possibility of exposing himself was as high as 90%. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian ultimately chose to give up. There were too many Heavenly Tao old monsters in the left bank and right bank who had Heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. There were hundreds and thousands of them. With so many targets to choose from, there was no need for him to expose himself for these few old fogies in front of him. Swish! After he made up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer. He didn't wait for the 4 ferocious beasts of the Heaven Tao to approach him at all before he directly turned around and left. After he was a few 100 billion kilometers away, he waved his hand and tore open a spatial rift before heading to the next ambush location. The next target was not a remnant old monster, but a Heavenly Tao beast. It was the one who had clamored that Yi Xian would be the first to refine it a year later. It was a demonic blood wolf mastiff, and its cultivation level was at the 8th stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. It was extremely powerful. In fact, compared to the remnant old monsters, Yi Xian was more willing to target a Heavenly Tao beast. Because, in order to hunt the remnant old monsters, in addition to the Heavenly Tao origin liquid, they could also obtain all the cultivation resources in their storage artifacts. However, after the Heavenly Tao beast's body exploded, it would form a majestic blood mist that could be refined into a Heavenly Tao blood essence. In order to refine a level 31 primordial chaos pellet, in addition to the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and 81 different Heavenly Tao origin liquids, it also required 81 Heavenly Tao blood essences. However, Yi Xian only had 55 Heavenly Tao blood essences, so he was lacking quite a bit. Therefore, it would be fine if his target was a remnant old monster. However, since it was a Heavenly Tao beast, he could not afford to make any mistakes. The Heavenly Tao blood essence and the number of Heavenly Tao origin liquids vary. It is very likely that there are more than 9 Heavenly Tao origin liquids. Yi Xian was determined to get it this time. Swish! After a few days, Yi Xian arrived at the Wolf Mastiff Forbidden Land where the demonic blood wolf mastiff was guarding. However, he did not approach it. Instead, he hid in the dark void hundreds of billions of kilometers away from the edge of the Forbidden Land star zone. He was not sure if the demonic blood wolf mastiff had returned to the Wolf Mastiff Forbidden Land, but it did not matter. As long as he stayed here, no matter what kind of ferocious beast passed by, Yi Xian would attack. After killing it with lightning speed, he only needed to search its soul, and he would be able to obtain the information he needed in an instant. What he did not expect was that after waiting for a day, he did not see any of the other ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land. However, the real deal unexpectedly appeared. Rip, with the crisp sound of ripping cloth, a void crack appeared out of thin air tens of billions of kilometers away from the right side of the front. Immediately after, a figure emerged from it, causing Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment. His eyes instantly burned. The wolf mastiff Forbidden Land. Yi Xian waited here for a full day. He did not see any of the other ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Land. However, the real deal unexpectedly appeared. Rip, an incomparably crisp sound of ripping cloth rang out. Tens of billions of kilometers away from the right side of the front, a void crack appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, a figure emerged from it. It was the demonic blood wolf mastiff of the 8th level Heavenly Dao. This old fellow's cultivation was not weak. The 8th level of the Heavenly Dao was only one level away from the peak of the 9th level. If they were to fight head-on, even with Yi Xian's cultivation, it would take some effort to kill him, although he was currently hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This place was not too far away from the wolf mastiff Forbidden Land. It was only less than 200 billion kilometers away. Furthermore, once Yi Xian made a move, his figure would instantly appear. In this situation, if this demonic blood mastiff wolf reacted and used a secret technique to send a message, even if he was still killed by Yi Xian in the end, Yi Xian's whereabouts would be exposed. He had to be extremely careful in this matter. Otherwise, if he exposed everything just to hunt this demonic blood mastiff wolf, it would not be worth it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian had already silently shot towards the demonic blood mastiff wolf mastiff. After the other party stepped out of the void crack, he did not delay at all. With a flash, he rushed towards the edge of the Forbidden Land. Clearly, he had been delayed for some time due to other matters and had only just returned to the wolf mastiff Forbidden Land. Although the distance of 100 billion kilometers was not close, it was not considered too far for a powerful existence at the 8th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. Yi Xian did not have much time left. Otherwise, the other party would quickly enter the wolf mastiff Forbidden Land star domain. When that happened, it would be too late for him to make a move. Otherwise, he would definitely be exposed. With a sense of urgency, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. With a cold glint in his eyes, he immediately attacked. Phew! With a wave of his hand, a bright red demonic light suddenly flashed. As it expanded, a majestic river appeared in the void. The waves in the river were shocking, and each wave was only about 3 meters in size. However, there was no end to it. It was the red lotus karmic fire that had been conjured. It directly sealed the demonic blood mastiff's path of retreat and the left side of the void. This is the red lotus karmic fire. The sudden ambush caused the demonic blood mastiff's originally rapid body to come to an abrupt halt in the void. It cried out in alarm as its expression changed. At the same time, it turned to look in Yi Xian's direction. Appropriate. Just then, the demonic red light that had transformed into the red lotus karmic fire had shot out from this direction. This demonic blood mastiff was a powerful existence at the 8th level of the Heavenly Dao realm. Its divine senses were sharp, so it naturally saw through this. In fact, as it attacked, Yi Xian's concealed figure and aura, which had been concealed by the perfect spiritual oscillation mystic technique, were all exposed. Suddenly seeing his figure, the demonic blood mastiff was stunned. Its face was full of astonishment. Fellow Daoist Yi. How could it be you? Kacha. Before he could finish speaking, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of millions of kilometers had already appeared out of thin air above his head without any warning. Amidst an earth-shattering crisp sound, it directly struck down. At this moment, Yi Xian pushed the spiritual lightning technique to its limits. This fellow was struck by the blood-red lightning bolt in a moment of carelessness. His body shook violently, and his eyes were instantly dazed. This was the spiritual lightning technique. With Yi Xian's current powerful cultivation, even a peak 9th level Heavenly Dao expert would be stunned if they were to be suddenly struck by it, let alone this demonic blood mastiff who was only at the 8th level of the Heavenly Dao. However, just this spiritual lightning technique was far from enough to kill him. It was even a little lacking in heavily injuring him. At most, this demonic blood mastiff's consciousness would be dazed for a few moments. But to Yi Xian, it was only a few short moments, but to Yi Xian, it was completely enough. Go to hell. At this moment, Yi Xian's incomparably cold voice rang out. The big-headed black stick had already reached the target's head. Bang! With an earth-shattering sound, the big-headed black stick smashed down, landing squarely on the demonic blood mastiff's head. This old fellow didn't have time to react at all. His entire huge body instantly exploded, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread out. Huff! However, a Heavenly Dao blood essence naturally couldn't be wasted. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and the sound of a fierce wind instantly rang out. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the blood mist and sending it directly to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron, starting the refinement of the blood essence. Until now, at this moment, the number of Heavenly Dao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by another one. Previously, he had already reached 55, but now, he had 56. However, he did not feel happy because of this. Instead, after a sound of alarm rang out in his heart, his expression instantly became gloomy. The ferocious beasts of space were different from the survivors of the primordial era. The experts of the survivors all had various magic treasures that they usually carried with them and placed them in their storage magic treasures. However, the ferocious beasts of space rarely had storage magic treasures. The important treasures and cultivation resources in their hands were all stored in their bodies. But now, Yi Xian had killed this demonic blood mastiff with a single strike of his stick. Although he had waved his hand to collect the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of his body, other than that, he did not sense the aura of the Heavenly Dao origin liquid in his body. The current Yi Xian was a peak Heavenly Dao expert at the Great Circle of the 9th step. Naturally, there was no possibility of him making a mistake and destroying the origin liquid. As such, there was only one explanation for everything in front of him, and that was that the Heavenly Dao origin liquid in this old fellow's hands was no longer in his hands. It was impossible for an important resource like the demonic blood wolf mastiff to be placed elsewhere, much less handed over to someone else for safekeeping. Considering that he hadn't returned to the wolf mastiff forbidden area until now, Yi Xian instantly understood. The only possibility was that he had just returned from the Chaos Starfield, and the Heavenly Dao origin liquid in his hands had most likely already been handed over to Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. The Chaos Starfield that Hong Tao oversaw was a behemoth that was ranked 10th among all the starfields of the remnants of the left bank. Even his personal cultivation and strength could be ranked in the top 20 of all the remnants of the Heavenly Dao on the left bank. In addition, he now had Yi Xian as a channel to obtain the Heavenly Dao origin liquid for free, so the demonic blood mastiff was obviously not worried that he would be greedy for the Heavenly Dao origin liquid. In order to get closer to Hong Tao, in order to get ahead of him to ask Yi Xian to refine the Heavenly Dao origin liquid, it was completely understandable that he would give the Heavenly Dao origin liquid to Hong Tao in advance, and this situation had most likely occurred at Hong Tao's request. In order to ensure his own interests, the old fellow could not wait to obtain the Heavenly Dao origin liquid in advance from the hands of all the Heavenly Dao old monsters who needed it. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was instantly filled with hatred. His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Damn that old fogey Hong, this is simply outrageous. Damn that old fogey Hong, this is simply outrageous. After killing the demonic blood mastiff, although he waved his hand and collected the majestic blood mist that was formed when the body exploded, other than that, he did not sense the aura of the Heavenly Dao origin liquid in the body. This result caused Yi Xian to be stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. He realized that the Heavenly Law origin liquid in the old fellow's hands was no longer in his hands. He immediately gnashed his teeth in anger. According to his estimation, this demonic blood mastiff definitely had a lot of Heavenly Tao origin liquid in its hands, more than 9 types. If he could get it, it would definitely be a shocking gain for Yi Xian. But, now, after all this effort, he'd merely obtained a single Heavenly Tao blood essence, yet the expected 9 types of Heavenly Tao quintessence liquids had come to nothing. It was like drawing water with a bamboo basket, and it caused his heart to instantly feel empty and extremely displeased. Although this was only an example, if no measures were taken, similar situations would definitely continue to occur. Because, according to Yi Xian's estimation, the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in the demonic blood mastiff's hands was most likely given to him at Hong Tao's request first. In order to ensure his own interests, the old fellow couldn't wait to get all the Heavenly Tao origin liquid in the hands of the Heavenly Tao old monster in advance. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face darkened. He immediately made a decision. No, I can't let him continue like this. He's simply deliberately going against me. Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, a void crack appeared in front of him. Yi Xian darted into it and disappeared in an instant. This time, he did not go far. He hid in a forbidden area for ferocious beasts in the nearby star region. Forbidden area. The name of the place was Eagle Lake. The strongest person guarding it was a blood plume goshawk. Its cultivation was extraordinary, and it was at the peak of the Heavenly Tao Great Circle at the 9th level. This blood plume goshawk also had a lot of Heavenly Tao origin liquid. However, before this, Yi Xian did not plan to attack it at all. This was because the other party's cultivation was not weak. It was almost impossible to kill it silently before it could send out a message. Instead of attacking it, it was better to choose some of the Heavenly Tao old monsters in the middle and late stages to hunt. Although he did not have as many Heavenly Tao origin liquids as the other party, he could at most attack 1 or 2 more times. At least, he could ensure that the news would not be leaked. In reality, even though Yi Xian had his eyes on this blood plume goshawk now, he did not expect to obtain at least 9 types of Heavenly Tao origin liquids. This was because if that was the case, he would have to kill the old fellow. And if he wanted to kill it, Yi Xian would have to use the Shenong 9-colored flames, the heaven-falling bow, or the red lotus hellfire. He would even have to use the strongest form of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape true body. If that was the case, even a fool would know who the attacker was. As such, he would not be able to achieve his main goal of changing his mind at the last minute and targeting this blood plume goshawk. Whoosh! After waiting for half a day, an extremely sharp sound suddenly came from the end of the void to his left. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he turned to look. In his line of sight, a blood-red arrow was shooting toward him like a bolt of lightning. In fact, its speed was far faster than lightning. The invisible aura of cultivation that it emitted was that of the peak of the Heavenly Tao Great Circle at the 9th level. It was here. The master had come. This blood-red arrow was that blood plume goshawk. Yi Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. Only when the enemy was within a few tens of billions of miles away did he wave his hand and casually take out a gray net. At first, it was only a weak gray light, but it expanded with the wind and turned into a huge net in the blink of an eye. It enveloped the void for tens of billions of miles and just happened to cover the blood plume goshawk's body. Hugging star net. The blood-red arrow that was shooting over came to an abrupt stop. A goshawk that was over 10 million kilometers long appeared in the void. Its entire body was red like blood, and it looked extraordinarily powerful. Especially its pair of eyes, they seemed to have some kind of eye technique that could see through everything and directly look into the depths of the soul. Boom! Before the goshawk could finish speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. A figure appeared out of thin air from his right rib. It was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield, Hong Tao. At this moment, when he suddenly appeared, Hong Tao's expression was extremely gloomy. Without saying a single word, he directly punched towards the right rib of old monster goshawk. Gotcha! Pft! Screech! it was too close, and the attention of the blood-plume goshawk was shrouded in this void. It was attracted by the hugging star net that had just covered its head, so it did not notice the situation below its right rib. Suddenly, caught off guard, Hong Tao's punch landed squarely on the blood-feathered goshawk's body. A clear cracking sound came from within the blood-feathered goshawk's body. It was unknown how many bones in its body were broken. It opened its mouth and spat out a blood arrow. It even raised its head and let out a shocking howl. A dark light flashed in Tao's eyes, as if he was surprised, because after heavily injuring the blood-plume goshawk with a single punch, the old fellow opened his mouth and spat out a stream of heavenly Tao origin liquid that was like a large river. He was once the incarnation of the will of the heavens in a large world. Swish! Without hesitation, Hong Tao immediately made his move. With a thought, an invisible and majestic force shot out, and in a tenth of an instant, it had already absorbed the large river that was lying horizontally in the void into its body. Hong Tao, it's actually you. Damned old thing, you are simply shameless. At this moment, the voice of the blood-plume goshawk's divine sense suddenly sounded, revealing endless grief and indignation. Look. It seemed like he was furious, but he did not plan to stay and fight, because the punch just now had already severely injured him, and since Hong Tao had already planned to ambush him here, waiting for his arrival, it was naturally impossible for him to stop here. In fact, he had just left the Chaos Starfield. Hong Tao had also suggested that he hand over the 11 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his hands first and let the Chaos Starfield keep them. When the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came out of seclusion, he would be the first to refine it. The demonic blood wolf mastiff in the wolf mastiff forbidden area agreed, but the blood plume goshawk refused on the spot. In the end, he was still worried, and his own cultivation was not bad either. He was also a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage great perfection like Hong Tao, so he was completely unafraid of him. However, he never would have thought that Hong Tao would be so crazy. Seeing that he refused, he actually went ahead and hid at the edge of the Eagle Pond forbidden area. When he arrived, he suddenly attacked, wanting to kill him and steal his treasures. This is not over, old thing. Just you wait. Boom. Thinking of this, the blood plume goshawk no longer hesitated. He used his bloodline's secret technique and blew up half of the blood plume around him. His entire body once again turned into an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, with the support of the secret technique, he turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning and disappeared into the distance. He really does have a life-saving secret technique. After he left, Hong Tao waved his hand and put away the gray net in the void. As he muttered softly, a dark light flashed in his eyes. He instantly tore open a crack in the void and flashed into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5140. The one who attacked the blood plume goshawk outside the forbidden area of Eagle Lake was naturally not the real Hong Tao, but Yi Xian in disguise. However, there was no flaw in this matter, and no one would doubt it. The blood plume goshawk's pair of sharp eyes were famous in the left bank and right sector. He was also proficient in a type of eye technique, and he was also a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage. If someone impersonated him and changed into Hong Tao's appearance, others might be fooled, but the blood plume goshawk would definitely see through it. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Xian chose to make a move on him. Since he decided to give Hong Tao a huge black pot, all the heavenly law beasts and old monsters in the right section wouldn't dare to hand over the heavenly law origin liquid in their hands to him. Then Yi Xian had to ensure that there wasn't the slightest bit of doubt in this matter. The blood plume goshawk's eye technique was famous enough to ensure this effect. And the reason why Yi Xian was able to fool him was because of the demon soul pupil. The demon soul pupil was a powerful eye technique, and the blood plume goshawk's eyes could not compare to it at all. Naturally, it could not see through Yi Xian's deliberate changes. Furthermore, he had chosen a net bag from the sea of magic treasures in his hands and handed it to the devouring system in his body. With its auxiliary forging system, he forged the Simplicity Star Bag. The Simplicity Star Bag was Hong Tao's famous magic treasure. Yi Xian had hurriedly forged an imitation with the system. Although its power was far inferior to the real Simplicity Star Bag, there was no difference on the surface. Even the aura was exactly the same. It could be said to be perfect. This matter was done beautifully, and Yi Xian was extremely satisfied. Furthermore, he had unexpectedly obtained another type of Heavenly Tao origin liquid, and it just so happened that he did not have it. In this way, he now had a total of 47 types of Heavenly Tao origin liquid, 49 portions. However, this was far from enough, and the hunting operation had to continue. Until, on Hong Tao's side, Yi Xian was not in a hurry. This time, the blood plume goshawk was seriously injured. After escaping, it would probably find a place to heal its injuries. However, the blood plume goshawk would definitely release news about Hong Tao secretly ambushing him before entering seclusion. In other words, Hong Tao and the Chaos Starfield would soon be in big trouble. Hiss, the sound of ripping cloth rang out as Yi Xian, who'd already recovered his appearance, walked out of the spatial rift. However, he was in a state where he'd activated a perfect mental energy secret technique to conceal his body and completely restrain his aura. Therefore, this scene was extremely strange. A spatial rift had appeared inexplicably in the void, but it was completely empty. Not only did no one walk out from it, even the slightest aura could not be captured. Xian's next destination was not far from the void on the right. About 1 trillion miles away, it was still a ferocious beast forbidden land. Only what he didn't expect was that as soon as he walked out of the spatial rift, he would unexpectedly run into an old friend, Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely weak and almost imperceptible, but it did not escape Yi Xian's sharp senses. In the void to his right, a figure was drifting over like a ghost. It seemed to have been attracted by the void crack that had suddenly appeared here. However, he didn't see anyone walking out of the crack, and there wasn't even the slightest bit of aura. So, he was curious and slowly came over. Clang! At first, there were a total of 33 Heavenly Tao old monsters that joined forces with the Dragon Whale and the desolate Heavenly Tao Green Eyes to encircle and annihilate Yi Xian. 30 of them had already been killed, and only the Dragon Whale, the desolate Heavenly Tao Green Eyes, and the Ghost Realm Forbidden Area's Nightmare 3 were still alive. At this moment, the person who was stealthily approaching from the right side of the void was none other than Pei San. Yi Xian didn't expect this old fellow to have such guts. He actually came out of the parallel void that he was hiding in. Thinking, he must have heard about the reappearance of the 9 great Tao elixirs in the left bank heaven, so he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to secretly kill some Heavenly Tao old monsters and try his best to get some Heavenly Tao original elixirs. But this is good too. I can get rid of this old man while I'm at it. Yi Xian's old enemies are only Longjing and Primeval Heaven's Eye. These thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately took the initiative to meet Nightmare 3. Everything happened without anyone noticing. When he got close to Nightmare 3 in the blink of an eye, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately attacked. Old man, how have you been? At this moment, Yi Xian's figure appeared. There was a mocking smile on his face, and the incomparably cold voice of his divine sense rang out. He instantly transformed into his violent ape form, and with a flip of his hand, the big-headed black cudgel was already smashing towards Nightmare 3's head. Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. This is... When the sound entered his ears, Nightmare 3 was shocked. His originally slow figure suddenly came to an abrupt halt in the void. When he subconsciously turned to look at Yi Xian, the expression on his face had already changed drastically, and he cried out involuntarily, "Bang!" By the time the words left his mouth, a loud noise had already risen to the heavens. This. In the next moment, the big-headed black cudgel smashed down, landing squarely on Nightmare 3's head. This old man was only in the middle stage of the Heavenly Tao, and his cultivation was far too weak compared to Yi Xian's. Facing Yi Xian's deliberate attack, he didn't have time to react at all. The moment the big-headed black cudgel fell, his huge body had already exploded, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread. Huff, this was a heavenly Dao blood essence, so naturally, he couldn't waste it. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and the whistling sound of a gale immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping away the majestic blood mist formed by Nightmare 3's body and sending it directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, starting the blood essence condensation. At this moment, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by 1. Previously, he had 56, but now, he had 57. Unfortunately, although Nightmare 3 was a fierce beast, his vitality was extremely boundless. With his death, Yi Xian took the majestic blood mist from his body and obtained another heavenly Dao blood essence. However, this old fellow also did not have any heavenly Dao origin liquid in his body. Although he was a little disappointed, Yi Xian did not care too much about this matter. Although there were many heavenly Dao old monsters on the left bank, not all of them had the heavenly Dao origin liquid in their hands. This was something he knew, so he was already mentally prepared. Having gotten rid of an old enemy, Yi Xian was in a good mood. However, this was just an unexpected interlude. Now that everything was over, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he immediately shot towards his destination. The fierce beast forbidden area was called the Blood Fog Forbidden Area. The strongest old monster guarding it was a demon blood fog deer. Its cultivation was not weak, reaching the middle stage of the heavenly Dao realm. 10,000 a distance of 100 million kilometers was nothing to Yi Xian now. However, after a short while, he arrived near the Blood Fog Forbidden Area. However, he did not enter the star domain. Instead, he stayed 100 million kilometers away from the edge of the Forbidden Planet. With a perfect mental power secret technique concealed his body and restrained his aura. Then, he patiently lay dormant in the void, quietly waiting for his target to appear. Outside the Blood Fog Forbidden Area, the void was silent. Yi Xian had already arrived 3 days ago, but he didn't enter the Forbidden Area. He used a perfect spiritual power secret technique to hide his body 100 billion kilometers away. His aura was completely restrained. Then, he patiently lay dormant in the void, quietly waiting for his target to appear. The strongest old monster guarding the Blood Fog Forbidden Area was a demon blood fog deer. Its cultivation was not weak, reaching the middle stage of the heavenly Dao realm. With this level of cultivation, Yi Xian could guarantee an instant kill if he suddenly attacked, but this could only be done outside the Forbidden Area. Otherwise, if the other heavenly beasts in the Blood Fog Forbidden Area saw Yi Xian reveal his figure after he attacked, they would immediately send a message. However, Yi Xian could also transform into Hong Tao and attack, just like how he ambushed the Blood Plume Goshawk. However, this kind of thing could not be done too often. Otherwise, he would be exposed. Overdoing it was as bad as not doing enough. This time, he waited for a long time. A total of half a month, but the target still did not appear. Although there were some other Forbidden Area beasts during this period, and there were even 2 heavenly Dao beasts, they were only at the early stage of this realm. Yi Xian was not interested at all. He pretended not to see them and did not make a move. On the first day, on the 16th day, just as he was about to lose his patience, this demon blood fog deer of the heavenly Dao realm finally appeared. Whoosh! In front of him in the Blood Fog Forbidden Area, an extremely sharp sound suddenly broke through the air. A fine ray of light shot over, emitting an extremely strong heavenly Dao aura. Furthermore, it was at the late stage of this realm. The demon blood fog deer. This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and he immediately became spirited. He secretly activated the power in his body, ready to attack at any time. However, Mi Quan was suspicious by nature and had a sharp divine sense. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to make a move, and instead slowly approached the demon blood-wandering deer. Although his figure had been concealed by the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique, and even his aura had been completely restrained, not a single bit leaked out, the demon blood-fogged deer was a little special. Yi Xian had to be especially careful. Otherwise, if he attracted its divine perception, this matter would go down the drain. Very soon, he was within 10 billion kilometers of the deer. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the spiritual power source core in his mind slowly rotated. His spiritual power was activated, and he was about to make a move. It was at this moment that the devil blood-wandering deer, which had been heading in this direction, suddenly came to a halt without any warning. Yi Xian frowned. This old fellow's bloodline was indeed extraordinary. Its divine perception was too sharp, and it had actually sensed something abnormal. It might even have realized that danger was about to befall it. There was no time to lose. Otherwise, if it turned around and fled into the blood fog forbidden area, it would be even more troublesome. Unless he gave up on this hunt, the possibility of that happening was definitely not low. The demon blood fog deer was famous for being cautious by nature. With that in mind, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. Taking advantage of the other party's hesitation, he suddenly made a move. Gotcha! In the next moment, an earth-shattering crisp sound filled the air. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10 million kilometers appeared above the demon blood-fogged deer's head. It came out of nowhere and directly struck the deer's head. Boom! 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 With a boom, the two bloody horns on the demon blood deer's head exploded, blocking the attack. Then, without a sound, it turned around and fled back the way it had come. Fruit. However, it wasn't an ordinary vigilance. It was likely that the demon blood-fogged deer had already prepared for battle the moment its body stopped moving, causing Yi Xian's spiritual lightning technique to miss. It was only slightly injured, and two of its horns exploded. Screech! When he saw this, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He raised his head and let out a ruthless howl. In an instant, he activated the spiritual power in his body again. In the next moment, he fully activated the Annihilation Spear, one of the two spiritual attack secret techniques. The Annihilation Spear didn't absorb a large amount of spiritual power into a spiritual vortex. Instead, it transformed into an extremely small dot that was like the tip of a spear. Under such circumstances, a large amount of spiritual power was extracted. However, the target of the attack was the smallest dot. This tiny dot that had transformed into a battle spear was so sharp that it could destroy anything. Wang! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the spiritual source core that was suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness also began to rotate quickly along with the circulation of the spiritual power. It became faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, a small spiritual bundle formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of spiritual origin power shot out from his sea of consciousness. It was like an extremely dense and heavy thread, carrying the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward. Screech! Sensing the approaching danger, the demon blood-fogged deer raised its head and roared angrily, but it couldn't change anything. The Annihilation Spear directly pierced through its body, exploding into a bloody mist, but it didn't die. Instead, its momentum tightened, and under the push of this force, it became even faster. Your ability to escape is not bad, but today, you will still. Will you die? Bang! At the same time, the violent ape's figure appeared beside the demon blood-fogged deer. Before he could finish speaking, a loud sound shook the heavens. Big the black staff smashed down without hesitation, landing squarely on the demon blood-fogged deer's head. Although the old fellow was at the late stage of the heavenly Tao realm, his cultivation was still too weak compared to Yi Xian's. Facing Yi Xian's all-out attack, he didn't have time to react at all. His entire huge body exploded the moment the black staff landed, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that spread out. Who? Yi Xian Yu immediately waved his hand, and the sound of a strong wind immediately resounded. An incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out. The demon blood fog deer's body that had exploded swept over and was directly sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron, where the blood essence condensation began. As a result, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by another one. Previously, he had already reached 57, but now, he had reached 58. However, the harvest this time was clearly not limited to just that. As the demonic blood deer's body exploded, the boundless blood mist swept over. Mixed within the blood mist were 4 faint streaks of light. These were 4 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid. Unfortunately, Yi Xian already had 2 of them, so after obtaining them, Yi Xian now had 49 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid, 51 portions. 1. The cutting was completed in an instant, and the 4 portions of heavenly Tao origin liquid were absorbed into Yi Xian's body. Looking into the distance, Yi Xian spread out his divine sense and confirmed that there was no sign of any ominous beasts in the direction of the forbidden land of blood. After confirming that he had not been exposed, Yi Xian waved his hand and tore open a void crack. He stepped into it. Boom! Right at this moment, tens of billions of kilometers to the left behind him, a terrifying and majestic force suddenly appeared, rumbling towards Yi Xian. Swoosh! An oriole stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Today was strange. Yi Xian had once again encountered an existence that wanted to rob him. Swoosh! An oriole stalks a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. This was something that Yi Xian had often done in the past, but today was strange. He had once again encountered an existence that wanted to rob him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he immediately turned to look. Yi Xian had already exposed himself when he attacked the demonic blood deer, but in order to prevent the existence in the dark from seeing his figure, Yi Xian still shrouded himself in a hazy fog even though he had exposed himself. Therefore, the existence that was hiding in the dark and suddenly making a move now should not know his true identity. What a coincidence. This lord has just rushed over from the middle section, and I actually encountered such a killing and robbing matter. Hee, this is good too. I can relax my muscles and bones, and even obtain some heavenly Tao origin liquid. Just as Yi Xian turned to look, a voice came from behind him. It sounded rather languid, and there was even a hint of condescension in it. It gave people the feeling that it was the tone of a person who had been in a high position for a long time. The other party obviously already knew Yi Xian's cultivation level and strength. He was a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th level, and was definitely not someone who had just entered this realm. However, he still spoke in such a manner, revealing his contempt. It seemed that not only was his cultivation level not weak, his background was also not to be underestimated. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the other party's figure was also reflected in Yi Xian's vision. This person obviously also mastered a rather extraordinary aura concealment technique. Previously, Yi Xian had not discovered his existence, which was enough to prove this point. However, as he made a move, this aura concealment technique was unknowingly broken, and his figure was revealed. It was a crocodile beast. Its body was 15 million kilometers long, and its entire body was blood blue. Its body was covered in a layer of blood blue cold mist, and the cultivation aura that was emitted from its body was extremely powerful. It was even stronger than the Long Jing, and it was even stronger than the current Yi Xian. Frost blood blue crocodile. You're that frost crocodile from the Frost Crocodile Forbidden Land, the existence ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list. As the other party's figure entered his eyes, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He instantly recognized the other party's identity and origin, and he subconsciously exclaimed softly. Difficult. It was strange that the cultivation aura emitted from this fellow's body was still above the Longjing's. His ranking on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list was originally above the Longjing's. Everything was as it should be. It was very clear that this frost blood blue crocodile had rushed from the middle section of the left bank to the right bank because it had heard the news of the Chaos Starfield's 9 Heavens Great Tao elixir appearing. It should have already heard some things about Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had not brought out his signature 9-colored sea of flames and fallen sky bow, so this frost blood blue crocodile had not immediately thought of him. But, after all, Yi Xian had just used the annihilation spear, and even the big-headed black cudgel had shown its face. As long as this frost blood blue crocodile stayed on the left bank's right bank for a while and understood a little more about Yi Xian, it would sooner or later come to the realization. So, since they had met here today, Yi Xian had to kill it. Moreover, with his personality, how could he let go of this existence that wanted to be the Oriole and kill him for his treasure? Yes, this place was only a little over 200 billion kilometers away from the Forbidden Blood Fiend grounds, and the strongest expert guarding the Forbidden Blood Fiend grounds had just been killed by Yi Xian. Therefore, even if he wanted to fight this frost blood blue crocodile, this was definitely not the place to fight. Otherwise, once the battle started, Yi Xian would definitely use his 9-colored sea of flames and fallen sky bow, and at that time, his identity would undoubtedly be exposed. It would be best if he lured this frost blood blue crocodile to the left bank's right bank, where Yi Xian would be able to go all out and kill this frost blood blue crocodile with all his strength. All these thoughts seemed to take a long time to describe, but in reality, they flashed through Yi Xian's mind like lightning. He instantly made a decision, and without hesitation, he turned around and flashed towards the right bank's right bank. Of course, he did it on purpose. This action of turning around and running without saying anything after discovering the identity and background of his opponent was deliberately done by Yi Xian to show weakness and pretend to be flustered. On one hand, it was to numb his opponent, and on the other hand, it was to create a reasonable factor for him to be injured later. Boom! It was also at this moment that the blue fog that the frost blood blue crocodile had shot out with a wave of its hand arrived behind Yi Xian. This fog was tens of millions of miles wide, and the cold air within it was astonishing. It was one of the frost blood blue crocodile's bloodline abilities. Yi Xian had deliberately allowed himself to be hit, because he could see that the killing power of this blue fog was not very strong. Its main purpose was to seal him in ice, and it seemed that this fellow wanted to keep him alive. 1. In an instant, following the crash, this blue fog enveloped Yi Xian's body. The cold air invaded his body, but it was instantly neutralized by the 9-colored divine flames within his body. No. However, Yi Xian did not bother with the cold blue fog outside his body. At least, he did not use the 9-colored divine flames, and only used his cultivation base to resist it. If it was any other heavenly Tao expert, the cold air in this blue fog would be enough to instantly freeze their body into a huge ice cube. However, although Yi Xian's cultivation base was slightly weaker than this frost blood blue crocodile, he was still a peak heavenly Tao expert at the 9th level of perfection. Therefore, although his body was trapped by this blue fog, it was not completely frozen. Only the outer part of the blue fog was frozen. At a glance, there was an additional blue ice cube that was tens of millions of miles wide in the void, and the center of the ice cube had not yet frozen. There was a figure inside, shrouded by the hazy fog that spread out from his body. He was using the power in his body to escape with the blue ice cube that trapped his body toward the endless darkness ahead. You want to escape? Now that you've met me, do you still think you can escape? When he saw his opponent shout out his origins, he immediately turned around and fled. He even forgot to dodge the frost blood blue mist that he had already shot out earlier. He was directly hit by the frost blood blue mist. Although he was unharmed, his body was trapped in a giant ice lump formed from the frost blood blue mist. It was obvious that he was in a panic. Frost, a cold light flashed in the frost blood blue crocodile's eyes, and a proud expression appeared on its face. With a cold laugh, it immediately chased after him. Although the cultivation aura that spread out from his opponent's body was that of a peak 9th-step Great Perfection Heavenly Tao, there were many peak Great Perfection Heavenly Tao on the left bank, and there were not many who could be ranked in the top 10 of the Great Perfection Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. Therefore, the Frost-Blood-Cold Crocodile had absolute confidence that he would definitely be able to kill his opponent today. Furthermore, his opponent was so flustered. Just hearing his name was enough to make him so shocked. Clearly, he did not have much ability. Naturally, he would not give up just like that, and would definitely continue to chase. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the void, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 2 rays of light, separated by a distance of 100 billion miles, streaked across the void and quickly left the area where the forbidden land of blood waste was located, charging into the endless darkness ahead. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the air, an incomparably sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 2 rays of light, separated by a distance of 100 billion miles, streaked across the void. The 2 rays of light were Yi Xian and the Frost-Blood-Blue Crocodile, who was ranked 9th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beast list. Calculating the time, it had already been 2 days since the 2 of them left the area where the forbidden land of blood waste was located. Now, they had already unknowingly rushed into the endless darkness ahead of them, and they were even quite deep. Yi Xian's divine sense extended out from the giant blue ice lump that trapped his body, and quietly swept the surroundings to investigate. After confirming that there was no abnormality within 1 trillion miles, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately made a new move. Huff! In the next moment, the Shinno 9-colored flame was activated by him, and directly shot out from his body. In less than 1/10 of an instant, it directly melted the giant blue ice lump that trapped his body. However, his goal was obviously not just that. After shooting out from his body, the Shinno 9-colored flame that instantly melted the blue ice lump continued to shoot backwards. It expanded explosively in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it had already turned into a vast and boundless sea of 9-colored flames. 1. The cut was so fast that the Frost-Blood-Blue Crocodile, who was chasing from behind, was completely caught off guard. By the time he realized that something was wrong, a corner of the vast void within 100 billion miles had already been enveloped by this sea of 9-colored flames. Moreover, after a flash, the sea of 9-colored flames rolled inwards and gathered together in the blink of an eye, forming a giant 9-colored flame ball with a diameter of 100 billion miles. While, at this time, Yi Xian and the Frost-Blood-Blue Crocodile's figures were both inside this giant 9-colored flame ball, 9-colored flame sea. You are the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. 9. The sea of 9-colored flames had already filled the sky. It would be strange if he still didn't know who the other party was at this time. On. The Frost-Blood-Blue Crocodile's figure, which was originally extremely fast, suddenly stopped. Its body shook violently, and the shock on its face was incomparably intense. It cried out involuntarily, "No, you deliberately showed weakness to lure this venerable one here. Yi Xian, what are you trying to do?" Although he had never seen Yi Xian before, he was quite familiar with the dragon whale. On the left bank's Heavenly Law Ferocious Beast list, he was ranked 9th, and the dragon whale was ranked 10th, only 1 place behind him. Back then, Yi Xian had fought the dragon whale head-on in front of everyone's eyes. In a short period of time, he had seriously injured the dragon whale and made it flee in a sorry state. By now, the news had already spread throughout the left bank of the Milky Way. There were even people who secretly said that the strength of the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian, was probably not just replacing the dragon whale and only being ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Law Ferocious Beast list. Although they did not say it explicitly, there was no doubt that Yi Xian's cultivation strength was above his, who was ranked 9th. In fact, the Frost-Blood-Blue Crocodile was extremely shocked by this. Because even if he had fought the dragon whale head-on, he definitely would not have been able to seriously injure it in such a short period of time. However, he had not seen that battle with his own eyes, so he did not completely believe the rumors in the outside world. This time, he had come to the right bank of the left bank to see the strength of the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, with his own eyes. One of his goals was to see for himself, but he never would have thought that he would actually bump into the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, in such a way as soon as he arrived at the right bank of the left bank. Furthermore, although he had only just found out about Yi Xian's identity, the master of the magic hall had already recognized him. Under such circumstances, he still acted so flustered, as if he had lost his courage and fled. That was clearly an act. After thinking about it deeply, there was no need to say more. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had already decided to make a move on him, roar. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the Frostblood Fiend crocodile was immediately enraged. After raising his head and roaring, the voice of his divine sense rang out, revealing endless disdain and monstrous anger. Damned fellow, you actually want to scheme against this sovereign? Today, I want to see if your cultivation and strength are qualified to replace the dragon whale and enter the 10th place on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Do you want to fight me head-on? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance, because I'm not interested in that at all. At this moment, Yi Xian curled his lips, a cold expression appearing on his face. He was indeed not interested in fighting this frostblood blue crocodile head-on. Although this was the dark void in front of him, with the 9-colored sea of flames in the sky, the commotion was too great. This battle could not be dragged on for too long, otherwise, if someone passed by, Yi Xian would still be exposed. Swish, just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian made his move once again. A bewitching red light shot out and expanded in the wind. In an instant, it transformed into a majestic river. The raging waves of the river were condensed from countless beautiful red lotuses that were only 3 meters wide. It was the red lotus karmic fire that he had just refined not long ago. The frostblood fiend crocodile's cultivation was not weak, and was even stronger than Yi Xian. If he wanted to kill it in a short period of time, just the 9-colored sea of flames was clearly not enough. This could only seal it. If he wanted to kill it, he would have to use the heaven-falling bow. That would cause too much of a commotion, and would probably quickly attract the attention of the Heavenly Dao realm experts in the right section. Furthermore, the heaven-falling arrow would also affect Yi Xian, causing him to fall into a certain degree of weakness. In addition to the heaven-falling bow, the red lotus karmic fire was also one of Yi Xian's strongest killing moves. The power of this mysterious top-notch heaven and earth strange flame was too terrifying. Any living being that came into contact with it would invisibly ignite the sins they had accumulated in their lives, turning into the nether flames of sin that burned their bodies and souls. If it was in the empty void outside, the red lotus karmic fire might not be able to deal with this frostblood blue crocodile. After all, the other party was a powerful existence ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Dao beast list. Even if he did not dare to come into contact with it, he could still turn around and escape. But now, in a moment of carelessness, he has been trapped in the fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames, and there is no way for him to escape. Facing the strange and terrifying, red lotus karmic fire, his final outcome is obvious. Red lotus karmic fire. Screech. In the void opposite, the frostblood blue crocodile sensed danger the moment the red lotus karmic fire that was like a raging river suddenly swept across the sky and rolled toward him. Its body shook violently as it raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing endless despair. Yi Xian, if you dare to kill me, you will definitely regret it in the future. You better think twice before you act. As the roar faded, the frostblood blue crocodile's voice suddenly sounded. Although it was a threat, there was clearly a thick sense of expectation and hope that could not be dispersed. In the end, it was not reconciled. Even though it knew that there was not much hope, it did not give up. It wanted to use this method to make Yi Xian fear it and let it live. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was completely unmoved. The river of karmic fire was still shooting forward, but the murderous intent in the rolling waves was even stronger. Since you are so stubborn, I will make you pay the price. Blue blood soul maggot. Screech. Bang. The frostblood blue crocodile was in despair. With a roar, its huge body suddenly exploded. Chapter 5141. Since you're so stubborn, I'll make you pay. Blue-blooded soul maggot. Screech. Bang! In the face of Yi Xian's unwavering determination, the cold-blood blue crocodile was in complete despair. With a vicious roar, its huge body instantly exploded. At the same time, a faint blue light, the size of a speck of dust, shot toward Yi Xian at lightning speed. It must have been the blue-blooded soul maggot that the cold-blood blue crocodile had roared before it exploded. Damn it! Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression changed. He knew that this blue-blooded soul maggot was definitely not ordinary. After all, it was the final move of a powerhouse like the cold-blood blue crocodile before it exploded. At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't care less about this blue-blooded soul maggot. In other words, he had his own way of dealing with this threat. The real reason why he had cried out in alarm was because of the cold-blood blue crocodile's self-destruction. That's right. He didn't care whether the cold-blood blue crocodile had self-destructed or not. After all, he could still refine a heavenly Dao blood essence with a wave of his hand. What Yi Xian was really concerned about was the heavenly Dao origin liquid in the cold-blood blue crocodile's hands. Since this old fellow had self-destructed, it naturally wouldn't leave behind the heavenly Dao origin liquid in its body to benefit Yi Xian. It would destroy it in the explosion. However, Yi Xian definitely couldn't sit by and do nothing. He was also a peak 9th stage great perfection heavenly Dao master. Now that he was so close to the cold-blood blue crocodile, it was entirely possible for him to forcibly snatch the heavenly Dao origin liquid from the cold-blood blue crocodile's body before the majestic energy from the explosion completely wreaked havoc. Everything went smoothly. Yi Xian fully activated his divine sense and mental strength, instantly enveloping the entire area in front of him. He forcibly pulled out streaks of light, which were the heavenly Dao origin liquids. There were 12 portions of 8 types in total. Unfortunately, 5 of the heavenly Dao origin liquids were already in Yi Xian's possession, and they were all identical items. Therefore, after obtaining them, Yi Xian now had 52 types of heavenly Dao origin liquids, 63 types. With the source liquid in hand, Yi Xian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat, immediately settled down. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he immediately waved his hand. The whistling sound of wind immediately rang out, and an incomparably boundless invisible force whizzed out. Very soon, the blood mist formed by the explosion of the cold-blood blue crocodile's body was swept over and sent directly to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space to begin the blood essence refinement. Because of this, the number of heavenly Dao blood essences in Yi Xian's possession has increased by another one. Previously, he already had 58 of them, but now, he has 59 of them. Whoosh! At the same time, an extremely weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out in front of him. The dust-like blue light that shot out from the cold-blood blue crocodile's self-destruction directly entered Yi Xian's body and disappeared in an instant. The speed was too fast. Yi Xian fully activated his divine sense and spiritual force and poured it over. He had just pulled out the 12 heavenly Dao origin liquids and had no time to react at all. Wait. By the time he reacted, the blue light had already disappeared. Blue blood soul maggot. What the hell is that? Whoosh. Whoosh. Slightly frowning, Yi Xian muttered softly, but his hands did not stop. With a wave of his hand, the red lotus hellfire that was shooting out was swept back into his body and absorbed into his body. Even the 9-colored divine flames that had condensed into a fireball in the surrounding void completely collapsed at this moment, turning into a majestic sea of flames that instantly condensed into a faint dot that entered between his eyebrows. After that, he did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, he directly tore open a crack in the void, stepped into it, and went far away. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in a very short period of time. From the time Yi Xian took out the 9-colored divine flames and turned it into a fireball to trap the cold-blood blue crocodile, to the time when he tore open a crack in the void and disappeared, it was a total of less than 10 breaths. Before he left, Yi Xian spread out his divine sense to the limit and carried out a comprehensive investigation within 1,000,000,000 miles of the surrounding area to confirm that there was nothing unusual. At the same time, in the forbidden area of the left bank. At the same time that Yi Xian's figure entered the spatial rift, an earth-shattering roar of anger suddenly sounded out from the core of a giant star in the deepest part of the forbidden area of the cold crocodile. Who is it? Who dares to provoke my forbidden area? Roar! This roar appeared so abruptly that it could be heard clearly in the vast space of the star field. The ferocious beasts in the star field all trembled and fell to the ground, trembling. Even the star field was filled with ferocious beasts. Their expressions changed, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. As for the more than 30 heavenly Tao fierce beasts in the forbidden area, they were the same. Because the existence that made this shocking roar had an aura that had already surpassed the heavenly Tao realm and reached the primordial Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. However, the aura was not very solid and stable. Obviously, this was a supreme primordial Tao existence that had just broken through the heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the great Tao realm not long ago. Like the ancient existence in the forbidden area of the demonic wolf, it was now stabilizing its cultivation. The outside world only knew that the strongest person in the forbidden area was the frost blood blue crocodile, ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly Tao fierce beast list. However, they did not know that there was always an ancient frost crocodile lurking in the forbidden area. It was in seclusion in the core of a giant star in the deepest part of the star domain. Counting the time, this ancient frost crocodile had been in seclusion for 1,000,000 years. It had already broken through to the heavenly Tao realm hundreds of years ago and went to a parallel void to transcend its primordial chaos tribulation. Following that, it returned to the forbidden area of the frost crocodile and continued its seclusion. As it healed, it also stabilized its cultivation. Clearly, the blue blood soul maggot in the frost blood blue crocodile's body was the work of this ancient frost crocodile. The frost blood blue crocodile was its bloodline descendant. Now that it was killed, the ancient frost crocodile seemed to have sensed it, which was why it suddenly let out such a shocking roar. He did not come out of seclusion. This was because although the injuries from entering the parallel void to transcend the primordial chaos tribulation had healed, the realm he had just broken through to had yet to stabilize. It still required some time. However, the ancient frost crocodile was in no hurry. With the frost blood soul maggot around, as long as he came out of seclusion, he would quickly find the culprit who killed the frost blood blue crocodile. No matter who it was, he would definitely not let them go. He would definitely drag them out and refine their souls. Yi Xian was unaware of all this. At that moment, after leaving the dark void where he killed the frost blood blue crocodile, he had just arrived near the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion. Rip, the sound of ripping cloth sounded as a void rift suddenly appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it without pausing. With a shake of his shoulders, he instantly transformed into a beam of light and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion twice. He went straight to the core. Then, after that, with a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the farmer god's treasure cauldron. He stepped into the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored mist, and sat down cross-legged. Whoosh! After entering the abandoned star where he had been in seclusion twice, Yi Xian went directly to the core. He then waved his hand and summoned the farmer god's treasure cauldron. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately stepped forward, sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, and closed his eyes. the reason why Yi Xian returned to this star where he had been in seclusion in front of the right bank was to find the frost blood soul maggot that had sneaked into his body without warning. At that time, this frost blood soul maggot came at him at lightning speed. When it came close, it disappeared as soon as it touched Yi Xian's skin. Even when Yi Xian used his divine sense and spiritual power to explore his body, he found nothing. This made him vigilant, but because a big battle had just broken out in that area, Yi Xian could not stay for long, so he tore open a void rift and left as soon as possible. Now that he had arrived at this star, he immediately sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron and continued to search. In just a few breaths, he had carefully explored the bones, blood, and meridians in his body several times, but still found nothing. Considering its name as a soul maggot, Yi Xian's consciousness immediately entered his soul sea. After searching several times, he finally found some clues. His heart, which had been hanging in his throat, sank in an instant. He had found the frost blood soul maggot, but it had entered the deepest part of Yi Xian's soul sea. Furthermore, it had burrowed into the origin devouring crystal that represented the devouring system. This was troublesome. The devouring system was extremely mysterious to begin with. It was fine if Devourer replicated it, but the one in Yi Xian's body was an origin crystal created by Xing Bo. Even Devourer could not figure it out after many years of research. Calculating the time, this origin devouring crystal had been in Yi Xian's body for a very long time. It had accompanied him all the way until now, but in the past, Yi Xian could not even find traces of its existence. He clearly had a devouring system in his body, but no matter how he searched, he could not find where it was. He also did not know how it appeared. 10 years ago, after Yi Xian stepped into the heavenly Tao realm, he found this origin devouring crystal in the deepest part of his soul sea and even had the ability to separate it. But considering the ability to jump through interstellar coordinates, the fusion system, the forging system, and other heaven-defying abilities, he finally suppressed the impulse in his heart. He did not expel this mysterious origin crystal that represented the devouring system. Instead, he left it in the deepest part of his soul sea, paying close attention to it at all times to prevent any abnormal changes from happening. In fact, even though his cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, Yi Xian could only pay close attention to this mysterious origin devouring crystal or simply move it out of his body. Apart from that, Yi Xian had no way of knowing the secrets of this origin devouring crystal. Be it his divine perception or mental strength, he was still unable to force his way into the origin devouring crystal to investigate. But, now, this frost blood soul maggot that he had finally found had easily entered the origin devouring crystal and turned into a maggot-like substance that looked like a speck of dust. At a glance, the origin devouring crystal now looked like a piece of amber, and this so-called frost blood soul maggot was just a worm sealed in amber. However, this worm had entered of its own accord, which was equivalent to hiding inside. Even Yi Xian could not do anything about it now. Because, be it his divine perception or mental strength, he was unable to force his way into this mysterious origin devouring crystal. This so-called investigation was naturally a joke that could not be carried out. The next moment, an extremely low buzzing sound was heard. Yi Xian activated his demon soul pupil, and a faint beam of light shot out from his soul sea and reached the deepest part of it. It enveloped this origin devouring crystal that was only the size of a nascent soul's fist and looked like a worm sealed in amber. But it was useless. Even the demon soul pupil's beam of light, which was known as the strongest pupil technique, could not enter the origin devouring crystal. It could not investigate anything. Yi Xian was dumbfounded, and his heart sank even more. The situation was obviously a little serious. The origin devouring crystal was so mysterious that he, who was at the peak of the great perfection 9th stage of the heavenly Tao, could not enter it at all even when he fully activated his divine perception and mental strength. However, this frost blood soul maggot instantly entered and lay dormant inside. Just based on this point, it could be seen that this frost blood soul maggot was extraordinary. Moreover, since it could enter the origin devouring crystal so easily, it could naturally come out at any time. This was awkward. It was as if Yi Xian's soul sea had become this worm's back garden. It could come out whenever it wanted to. It was simply speechless. Dong! Of course, there was a permanent solution, and that was to directly expel the origin devouring crystal and remove it from the soul sea. But, in that case, it was as if Yi Xian had given up on the interstellar coordinate jump ability, the fusion system, and other system abilities. But, although this origin devouring crystal was mysterious and came from Xingbo, it was very likely that there was some kind of shocking scheme hidden in it. It was just that it had not been activated yet. It was also because of this that for Yi Xian, this was a chance to counter Xingbo. For example, if he removed the origin devouring crystal from the soul sea and abandoned it, it was as if Yi Xian had given up a wonderful opportunity to counter Xingbo in the future. This was obviously not worth it. If he had any other choice, he really would not have made such a decision. Damn it, it's just an insignificant little bug. How can it be so king tormenting people? After a series of fruitless attempts, Yi Xian finally gave up. Sitting cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, he suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of hatred flashed in the depths of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and muttered softly. After a while, Yi Xian gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and contacted the devouring system in his body. In the end, the system was operating normally and there was nothing wrong with it. This made him even more conflicted. If the devouring system had a problem because of this frost blood soul maggot, then no matter how unwilling he was, he could only remove the origin devouring crystal from the soul sea and expel it from the soul sea. But right now, the system was operating normally. If he really did that, it would undoubtedly make Yi Xian even more conflicted. Forget it. The devouring system is very likely to be a dangerous tumor. Although I've kept it in my body, it has always been closely watched. In the end, a helpless expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since it's already like this, why should I care if another mysterious frost blood soul maggot enters it? At worst, I can split a strand of my divine sense and keep it in the depths of my soul sea at all times to monitor it. As long as there's any abnormality, I can deal with it according to the specific situation. The frost blood soul maggot had directly entered the devouring crystal in the depths of Yi Xian's soul sea. This made him feel very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. After some hesitation, Yi Xian finally made a decision. The devouring system was very likely to be a dangerous tumor. Although Yi Xian had kept it in his body, it had always been closely watched. Since it was already like this, why should he care if another mysterious frost blood soul maggot enters it? He decided to ignore all this for the time being. At worst, he could split a strand of his divine sense and keep it in the depths of his soul sea at all times to monitor it. As long as there's any abnormality, he could deal with it according to the specific situation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately split a strand of his divine sense and directly entered the depths of his soul sea. It lay dormant next to the devouring crystal, which was now like an amber, and closely watched it. Swoosh! After all this was done, Yi Xian stepped out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He waved his hand and stored the cauldron into his body. Then, he directly rushed out of the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, tore open a void crack, and disappeared. Although the death of the frost blood blue crocodile was silent, and Yi Xian was sure that no one had seen it from beginning to end, this matter was bound to cause a shocking storm in the future. After all, the frost blood blue crocodile's background was no small matter. Not only was it ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly beast list, but the overall strength of the frost blood blue crocodile's forbidden area was also ranked 9th on the left bank's heavenly beast list. Moreover, the frost blood blue crocodile came from the middle section of the left bank and was killed as soon as it arrived at the right section. The other 8 old fellows in the top 10 on the left bank's heavenly beast list would definitely pay attention to this matter. In particular, the Longjing, ranked 10th on the Heavenly Beast list, had just been crushed by Yi Xian in a short period of time. Under such circumstances, many people would probably suspect that Yi Xian was the culprit, therefore, he had to stir up the water in the right and left bank a little more. While this matter hadn't blown up yet, he had to add fuel to the fire. This time, he didn't plan to impersonate Hong Tao anymore. Instead, he changed his target, and that was the Longjing. The Longjing wasn't a survivor of the primordial era. In terms of magic treasures, Yi Xian didn't have to worry about it. However, he had to transform into his appearance and reveal the Longjing's bloodline true form. This might be difficult for others to do. Even if he transformed into the Longjing's bloodline true form, it would only be a facade. His aura would probably be easily seen through. However, Yi Xian had the Blood Sea's secret technique, so he could transform into any form at will. His size could also be as large as he wanted. Coupled with the concealment of the Supreme Eye technique, the demon's soul pupil, it wouldn't be a problem for him to disguise himself as the Longjing. In the right section of the left bank, the Black Jackal Forbidden Area. The strongest person in the Black Jackal Forbidden Area was an evil-eyed black jackal. Its cultivation wasn't weak. It had reached the late stage of the Heavenly Path realm. This black jackal also had an eye technique. Its eyes had 3 pupils, which were known as the evil-eyed eyes. It had an extremely strong bewitching power. However, compared to Yi Xian's demon's soul pupil, it was more than a little inferior. The evil-eyed black jackal was infamous in the right section of the left bank. This late-stage heavenly path was ferocious by nature. Furthermore, it was extremely sinister and ruthless. It was unknown how much blood it had stained its hands. However, with this evil-eyed black jackal, there were still more than 10 Heavenly Dao realm beasts in the Black Jackal Forbidden Area. However, only the evil-eyed black jackal and 2 others were presiding over the Forbidden Area. The rest had entered seclusion in the parallel void. There were countless beasts in the Black Jackal Forbidden Area, but as birds of a feather flocked together, it resulted in the astral beasts that gathered here. Nearly all of them were ferocious and ruthless existences, and this was the next target that Yi Xian had chosen. At that moment, the entire Black Jackal Forbidden Area was silent. Due to the appearance of the 9 Heavenly Dao Great Dao Treasure Liquid, the left bank and right section was turning more chaotic. With the passage of time, the situation was turning worse. With the evil-eyed black jackal's nature, it naturally would not let go of such an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. In fact, the 3 Heavenly Dao beasts presiding over the Black Jackal Forbidden Area had just returned from outside half a day ago. The 3 of them had joined forces to carry out a hunting operation outside, specifically hunting down lone Heavenly Dao beasts. Recently, they had already successfully hunted 3 Heavenly Dao beasts. Unfortunately, only one of the 3 Heavenly Dao beasts had Heavenly Dao Origins liquid. Furthermore, it was not a lot. There were only 3 or 4 types, leaving the evil-eyed black jackal extremely disappointed. Half a day ago, they had only temporarily returned to the Black Jackal Forbidden Area. Soon, they would head out again to continue their hunting operation. There was still more than half a year before the agreement between Magic Hall Master Yi Xian and the Heavenly Dao Old Monsters on the left bank and right section. They wanted to gather the 18 or at least 9 types of Heavenly Dao Origins liquid required to refine 2 cauldrons of the 9 Heavenly Dao Great Dao Treasure Liquid. This was because one cauldron could only refine 81 bottles of the 9 Heavenly Dao Great Dao Treasure Liquid. And for a pinnacle Heavenly Dao at the 9th stage of perfection to successfully break through to the primordial Chaos Dao realm after the Heavenly Dao realm, they would need at least 40 bottles of the 9 Heavenly Dao Great Dao Treasure Liquid. Now that there were 3 of them, 1 cauldron was definitely not enough. 2 cauldrons were basically enough to satisfy their needs. However, the 3 Heavenly Dao beasts, including the evil-eyed black jackal, were only at the 6th or 7th stage of the Heavenly Dao realm. On the one hand, it was because they chose to target lone targets. Furthermore, their cultivation had definitely not reached the 7th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. On the other hand, it was because the evil-eyed black jackal's evil-eyed ocular technique was strange and extraordinary. With him covering them, the three of them could guarantee that their prey would be successfully killed in a short period of time. Therefore, the three old fellows were extremely confident about the subsequent hunting operation. Half a day ago, they returned to the forbidden area to make some preparations. At this moment, they were about to leave together to begin the slaughter. It was at this moment that Yi Xian arrived. Rip. Black in the void of the forbidden ground of Jackal, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. A spatial crack appeared, but no one could be seen walking out of it. Not even the slightest aura could be sensed. It was as if this spatial crack was completely empty, as if nothing existed within it. However, this was not the case at all. In fact, Yi Xian had already rushed out of the spatial rift. At this moment, he was in the form of a violent ape. His body was only about 5,000 kilometers long. He could be said to be extremely slender, but his cultivation was extraordinary. He was at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Swish! After charging out of the spatial rift, Yi Xian raised his head and saw the evil-eyed black jackal and the other two that had just walked out of an abandoned planet. However, the three of them couldn't see Yi Xian at all. His figure had long since been concealed by a perfectly vibrating mental force secret technique, and even all of his aura had been restrained. The three of them turned around in shock. While they were still in a daze at this strange scene, Yi Xian instantly arrived in front of them. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately attacked and struck at lightning speed. Swish! Raising his head, Yi Xian saw the evil-eyed black jackal and the other two that had just walked out of an abandoned planet. He immediately flew over. However, the three of them could not see Yi Xian's existence. His figure had long been concealed by a perfect spiritual power mystic technique. All of his aura had been perfectly restrained as well. The three evil-eyed black jackals were stunned by the spatial rift that suddenly appeared in the void. When they turned around, they were stunned. Also at this moment, Yi Xian silently arrived in front of them. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He immediately attacked and struck at lightning speed. Boom! Rumble! In the next moment, a shocking sound rang out. The violent ape's figure appeared, spanning thousands of kilometers. The big-headed black club in his hand directly smashed into the evil-eyed black jackal's head. However, to Yi Xian's surprise, the evil-eyed black jackal did not die. His body did not explode. What exploded was only his three-eyed evil-eyed eyes. Swish, swish, swish. When the evil-eyed eyes exploded, light splashed out from within. It was 7 portions of the heavenly Tao's origin liquid. Of these 7 portions of origin liquid, only 2 were similar to what Yi Xian already had. In other words, once he collected them, the number of heavenly Tao's origin liquid in Yi Xian's hands would instantly reach 57 types and 70 portions. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was instantly overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he directly swept away the 7 rays of light that had just sputtered out from the exploding evil eyes and absorbed them into his body. Swish! The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. It's actually you. In this short moment of delay, the 3 heavenly law ferocious beasts that were originally gathered together had already charged in different directions at the same time. The evil-eyed black jackal that had exploded a pair of evil eyes even raised its head and let out a violent howl. Its howl shook the heavens and revealed boundless resentment. Although he was blind and had lost a pair of evil eyes, his divine sense was still the same. He wasn't even seriously injured, so he naturally recognized who Yi Xian was with a single glance. Phew! Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand as a beam of light shot out. It was none other than Goat Horn Immortal, who was hiding in his Shenong's treasure cauldron, watched the perimeters of the Forbidden Zone, having been suddenly summoned, Goathorn Immortal wore a blank look. Yi Xian said coldly, "If a single ferocious beast from the Forbidden Zone escapes, you know what will happen." Whoosh! Just as his voice faded, there was the sound of water splashing in the void. Yi Xian's figure dissipated, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out. It enveloped a corner of the universe's void and exuded an endless bloodthirsty aura. Roar! Roar! Swish! Soon, low, furious roars and vicious howls came from 3 different directions in this vast sea of blood. Alarmed! Amidst the boundless sea of blood, 3 massive figures could be seen instantly rising from the ground. They were none other than Yi Xian's 3 sea of blood avatars. The cultivation auras emanating from them were all at the perfected heavenly Tao realm at the 9th stage. They were 3 powerful peak heavenly Tao existences. Even on the left bank of the Milky Way, their simultaneous appearance was enough to stir up a storm of blood. Now, as their figures materialized, the 3 sea of blood avatars raised their heads and let out a furious howl. They charged in 3 different directions. Swish! Swish! As they charged, Berserk Ape flipped his hands. Instantly, there was a faint sonic boom as a beam of light shot out. The Shinnong medicinal pestle transformed into a big-headed black club was dragged by his right hand as it emitted a torrential bloodthirsty aura. Swish! Whoosh! With a thought, the black fog avatar shot out a beam of light from his glabella. As it expanded, it transformed into a vast sea of 9-colored flames. Instantly, it condensed to its limits, forming a gigantic 9-colored ribbon. In just a few spirals, it had already wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 ends of the ribbon extended out from his chest like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. It locked onto the fleeing heavenly Tao ferocious beasts in front of it. It was ready to charge out at any moment to devour everything. Swish! Roar! As for the skeleton avatar, it did not use the fallen skybow this time. Instead, with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade instantly appeared. Demon the blade was covered with countless obscure blood patterns. Its shape was incomparably ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. Roar! Rumble! As the blood blade was summoned, the withered demon blade and the demonic blade instantly let out a shocking roar. The viciousness and ruthlessness that it revealed was simply terrifying. The skeleton avatar was the first to make a move. A cold light flashed in its eyes, and the blood blade instantly soared into the sky. Transform! It was a blood-black waterfall. In the blink of an eye, it had already traversed hundreds of billions of miles in the void and arrived at the head of a heavenly Tao ferocious beast. As the roar shook the sky, it suddenly slashed down. Puff! Without any suspense, a dull puff sounded in an instant, followed by a shocking explosion. This ferocious beast was only at the 7th level of the heavenly Tao realm. Facing the skeleton avatar that was one of the best even among the 9th level Great Perfection Heavenly Tao realm, it had no ability to resist at all. Its body instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Hoo! In an instant, the howling of the wind sounded. The majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the heavenly Tao ferocious beast's body was swept away by the skeleton avatar with a wave of its hand. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed into its body. Previously, Yi Xian already had 59 heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands. Now that he had one more, the number of heavenly Tao blood essences in his hands had reached 60. While refining a level 31 primordial pill required 81 heavenly Tao blood essences. In other words, just in terms of heavenly Tao blood essences, he was only short of 21 heavenly Tao blood essences. In fact, there were a total of 3 heavenly Tao ferocious beasts guarding this black wolf forbidden ground. However, the one that was killed was only one of the 3 ferocious beasts. Today, Yi Xian would definitely obtain 2 more heavenly Tao blood essences this day. Gotcha! At this moment, a cracking sound that made one's heart tremble came from another direction. The Black Fog avatar had used the spiritual lightning technique. The heavenly Tao ferocious beast that was fleeing in the void tens of billions of miles in front of him suddenly had a blood-colored lightning bolt appear above its head. The lightning bolt's diameter was tens of millions of miles. As soon as it appeared, it exploded into a sea of lightning, directly enveloping the entire body of the heavenly Tao ferocious beast that was fleeing in the void below. The heavenly Tao ferocious beast was caught off guard and was struck dizzy by the spiritual lightning technique. Its originally lightning-like figure instantly stopped in the void. It was also at this moment that the Black Fog avatar had already arrived behind it. Without the slightest hesitation, the Black Fog avatar clenched its right hand into a fist as a dark light flashed in its eyes. It turned from illusion to reality and fiercely punched into the sea of lightning that enveloped the vast void. Rumble, bang. The sound of thunder shook the heavens, followed by a loud bang. The sea of lightning formed by the spiritual lightning technique dissipated, and the figure of the heavenly Tao ferocious beast disappeared. In the void, an incomparably majestic blood mist was rapidly spreading.